always there. Now wake up, but they find it all gone.
You will not be able to stay home, brother. You will not be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out. You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will be The revolution will not be brought to you by Xerox in 4 parts without commercial interruptions. The revolution will not show you pictures of Nixon blowing a bugle and leading a charge by John Mitchell, General Abrams, and Spyro Agnew to eat hog maws confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by the Schaefer Award Theater and will not star Natalie Woods and Steve McQueen or Bullwinkle and Julia. The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the nub. The revolution will not make you look 5 pounds thinner because the revolution will not be televised, brother. There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block on the dead run or trying to slide that color TV into a stolen ambulance. NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on the court from 29 District. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of Whitney Young being run out of Harlem on a rail with a brand new process. There will be no slow motion or still life of Roy Wilkins strolling through Watts in a red, black, and green liberation jumpsuit that he has been saving for just the proper occasion. Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, and Hooterville Junction will no longer be so damn relevant, and women will not care if Dick finally got down with Jane on Search for Tomorrow, because black people will be in the street looking for a brighter day. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no highlights on the 11 o'clock news and no pictures of Harry woman liberationists and Jackie Onassis blowing her nose. The theme song will not be written by Jim Webb or Francis Scott Key, nor sung by Glenn Campbell, Tom Jones, Johnny Cash, Engelbert Humperdinck, or The Rare Earth. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be right back after a message about a white tornado, white lightning, or white people. You will not have to worry about a dove in your bedroom, the tiger in your tank, or the giant in your toilet bowl. The revolution will not go better with coke. The revolution will not fight germs that may cause bad breath. The revolution will put you in the driver's seat. The revolution will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised. The revolution will be no rerun, brothers. The revolution will be live.
The historic nature of revolution, the motive of a revolution, the objective of a revolution, and the result of a revolution.
You will not be able to stay home, people. You will not be able to press pause, press eject, or press stop on those remote controls.
Turn on and tap out.
There is no revolution at Earthlink. You will not find revolution at America Online. But revolution will link the Earth and have America right on time. The revolution is no clearer on Sprint, PCS, or Pac Bell. The revolution will not be picked up by two-way radios on Nextel.
Yeah, right, chair.
The revolution will be realized. The revolution comes with a prize. The revolution may come 2 for 1, and the revolution may be supersized. 9 out of 10 doctors do not recommend revolution. Fox helicopters may pick up when folks begin revolution. They got an eye on me, so I rock the micro-revolution while I'm free. But the revolution is not virtual reality. The revolution will not be in 3D. The revolution will not be owned by WEA, by EMI, or by PGD. The revolution is not just a uniform. The revolution is more than spitting rhymes. The revolution is yours, people. No credit, bad credit, and no money down. Some people say that I'm a rap missionary. Some people say that he's a wax dictionary. Some people say that he's truly legendary, but what he is simply a scratch revolutionary. But revolution does not change, cause revolution is change. And change, well, change is the only thing that actually stays the same.
Say, man, what does that mean?
There will be no pictures of pigs shooting brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures in magazines of biting ass sucker DJs. The revolution is rage. The revolution is engaged. The revolution is a new day, a new page, and a new stage. To evolve, to revolve with self-respect. Cause we got to keep ourselves in check, or else it's self-destruction. You're headed for weak production, cheap construction, and flagrant reproduction. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. Step in the revolution is not well advised. As always, people, the revolution will be live.
My poem, I want you brothers to listen to because it is a guideline to the revolution. I want you brothers to listen so you will know exactly what to do when the revolution comes.
Welcome to the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lives of the machine on the machine that lives. And if you're joining me right now, I'm just smoking some weed, get ready to present some information. Thank you guys for joining us here, man.
You know the saga, LP, the man called Kalashnikov. It's all happening now. It's all happening now. Yeah. See, you ought to look round. Mad coups get shut down. I span spectrums, colors, dimensions inside. You're just all on the verge. Observe how it'll join. See if views will conflict, cause there's two sides to a coin. But we ain't very small change. Remain controlled by games, so ain't got nothing to lose. Snakes slipping for the fame, but I'm strictly showing proof. Welcome is fighting gratitude. Methods may be crude, cause they're simply on the skill. Who's the fool on the hill? Watching a forever changing world, spinning round in the swirls of time as it sails into the present day. Represent what you say, working for your pay. Simple ways to hold a stand, keep it busy on the ground level. That's the Clyde heckle, people falling like a brown petal. I stay sound rebel, breaking out from the federal. Control both physical and mental. The black market stays essential, so industry wants a piece. Selling cheap product, trying to create the next niche in the market. I stay on target like gold leader. Won't be cutting short cause it's the full length feature. Step in the arena for what you got on the table. Size up the next man to see if his plan's more stable. Getting stressed in the cranial, no escape on this route. Ain't winning with no fluke, don't rely on institute. You still grow strange fruit. Get the loot, then I'm missing. Compose sick sound like narrow shivering. Make moves using intuition. Question and decision. Answer what you got, like exam. We expand like rice. Everything material has a price. Use the hype to entice the lab mice in the experiment. Pinky and brain on the development. It's all relevant. You see how it's all happening now. It's not a joke, pal. Man getting murdered over power. Backstabbing brethren come like Jack Rose on the profile. Vacios, forced profit, fourth tongue, a plastic smile. This was foul, it's all happening now. That's not a joke, pal. Man getting murdered over power. Backstabbing brethren come like Jack Rose on the profile. Vacios, forced profit, fourth tongue, a plastic smile. This was foul, it's all happening now. This life for the past codes, we upload the dead weight. As time gets cold, we freak the moat to hold our stakes in the pie. Man makes move for I and I. If there's no question why on the wider scale, do the evils that you do, then suffer in your own hell. Everything for sale in the dirty world of profit. Small man gets killed to fill the big man's pocket. See this with the optic, but be aware of the infinite. Invisible to the syndicate, on the rise like heat. Attack or defeat, the game of odds takes place on street. Losing sleep, too many angles to figure. Twist the marimba as the modern world gets sicker. Unfolding like chapters to the scripture. Read between the lines so you can find a more accurate picture. Details redefined from its original fixture. Styles left behind cause industry controls stigma. Analyze the social climate. Businessman pirate, water down the original to keep the truth under quiet. The mind of riot, the conflict of morals. Crushing petty squabbles cause they split the towers. The topple larger fish to fry. They all multiply, reproduce the same lie. Keep them dazzled by the classified. These past the rocky, we ain't got no time to slide. Sick man's blind genocide. The revolution will be incorrectly televised. Suicides to the story. Rise without the glory, coming to your town shortly. Get the money and be sporty. Ain't going mad like sick cows. In the world, never been found. It's all happening now. It's no joke, pal. Man getting murdered over powwow. Backstabbing brethrens come like Jackals on the profile. Facios, force profit, four tongue and plastic smile. This world's foul, it's all happening now. That's no joke, pal. Man getting murdered over powwow. Backstabbing brethrens come like Jackals on the profile. Facios, force profit, four tongue and plastic smile. This world's foul, it's all happening now. Yeah, it's all happening now. Yeah, it's all happening now. Yeah, it's all happening now. It's all happening now. Lewis Parker, happening now. Kalashnikov, it's all happening now. Open your eyes, it's all happening now. Stay focused, happening now.
It's all happening now, folks. Yeah, I already said this, but welcome to the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. We're going to bring to you a very fascinating special on the origins of liberalism, throughout the ages. And we do consider different thought forms to be highly influential in this regard. Let me go ahead and get some of my drawings here. I do have a drawing here, but you guys are not going to be able to see this. Let the camera focus on it, See that? I made a little map of human evolution of progress of knowledge. This is how my notes look, guys. This is fucking scribbles. It's written in a pink pen. Yeah, it's all fucked up, But anyways, we're looking at different formulations. You'll see there's 4 stages there. That might be the only thing you might have teased out from that little paper, that there's 4 stages, that I talk about. And we talk about, the evolution of man. And a lot of this comes from sociology, anthropology, historiography, the art of historiography. This came up in the recent times. Let me pull up some information about that if I can here. About our boy Giambattista Vico. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Giambattista Vico. Damn. Sorry, guys. But yeah, he invented a art called historiography and semiotics as well. And it's the study of symbols, As Lewis Mumford said, he said, man is a symbol-making animal. And at first, the symbolic form of expression in man was about finding nature peopled with divinities. So if you look at the common notion of history in terms of liberalism, well, they think that man probably came from nature, so they talk about man's origins in nature, quite extensively. They think that man might be the cause of nature in a sense. This is the idea of humanism, that man is the measure of all things. Or you can go to that we are caused by nature, and that goes to a less deistic, more materialistic understanding of mankind, which is that we're just generally, here. But yeah, this first worldview I'm talking about symbols and nature and man, is about mythos, myth-making capacity. Okay? And a myth is, more real than a metaphor, but less tactile than reality, because it is sort of aspirational in terms of reality itself, and what, because man was inspired by nature, so that is perhaps something that we can say, is that whether we dismiss the fact that we were caused by nature or that we are the cause of nature, we can admit that, nature inspires us. It does, So there's that aspect of things. There's inspiration coming from nature, nature peopled with divinities. This is the spirit of man coming into him through nature, but then there's another mode, which is that, we start to imbue the spirit contained within man as being unique, so we separate man from nature in a sense, and we create man as man, so we create the concept of man apart from nature. Okay. And this is the concept of the spirit, so the spirit is in the world, but not of the world. You get what I'm saying? So we're looking at man in terms of, in a bind, being partly nature, but also being partly not nature, so you have this dualism, come into the framework. Okay. And this is important in two times. It's important when they had Plato, but it's also important when they had Descartes, because Descartes brought back this dualism, between man and nature, you know, uh, between thinking and feeling, between essence and existence, right? There's that fundamental split there, But anyways, it also casts nature out as being a foundation of natural laws, fixed laws, which is the foundations of empiricism, So we have the foundations of empiricism, that the mind is a blank slate. Okay. So you take in information from the outside world and you inscribe it in, and then that's how you produce your thoughts, Well, in Plato's time, they kind of thought of it as the mind was part of a greater reality, and that reality imposed onto the material world just as much as the material world inscribed onto the mind. So they had a different view of things. They had kind of like this, a more relational view between the mind and nature. Okay. But then you can take man out of the picture as well. Okay. And now this is where man is placed into the collective. So there's no individual man. Now there's states, there's countries, there's corporations, there's institutions, there's governments. So now we're looking at the collective man, the collective conscience of man. Okay. And this leads to universal values. Okay? Universal values. Values based on the conception of man as a collective species or being, or the notion of equality. Okay, so you have this notion of man as a collective. So first we had nature influencing man. Then we had man apart from nature. Now we have man being subsumed into the collective, being defined top down through the collective. Yep. Collectively, people be wilding. You know what I'm saying? Because the individual is not in control. You know, the individual doesn't have a responsibility. He's influenced by the collective, you know? Okay. And then you have even the dispersion of the notion of collectivity into input and output. Okay, into pure mechanism. So whatever you put in, that's what you get out. You know? There you have just mechanical. Okay. The autocratic, the machine that speaks for man. Okay. Now you don't even have an individual or a collective. Now you just have systems. Okay. Systems governing. Okay. So these 4 stages, okay, mythos, okay, to logos and to theos to mechanos. Okay, man as the measure of all things. You know, that idea lost out in the theos realm. Right? Because of the notion of spirit being apart from nature. But that notion came back in the time of the Enlightenment. Okay, and at the time of the Enlightenment thought. Okay. Okay. All right. All right, guys. Man is the measure of all things. The root of man is man himself. Like Marx said, you know, because he defined man as a political animal, the same way that Aristotle did. Okay. And Aristotle thought that you had to proceed, okay, from the study of nature's laws to fundamental principles through temperance, temper yourself to those fundamental principles to gain a higher level of understanding. Okay. So he believed that empiricism is a starting point, whereas Plato believed in a relation between mind and nature, as I previously discerned. All right, brother. Come through. Yep. We'll probably have a guest join us here. You know, we'll see what's up. Talk about the progress of Western civilization. And of course, he could help us with that because the Protestant Reformation, as I understand, plays a big role in that. And he's a Protestant. And we can talk about some of that ideas if he's up for it. You know, but yeah. The progress of the West, you know, that's another notion or ideal that gets talked about, you know. And one of the you know, foundational thinkers in that is Thomas Hobbes. You know, so they went through this cycle in Enlightenment thought, starting with Hobbes. You know, who was responding to Machiavelli. He was responding to the Italian Renaissance. And I don't know if the brother Southern Israelite, of course I'll have you, brother. You know, if you want to click that link there, you know, let me pin that link up so you see it better. But yeah, you know, you're welcome to come up and join me if you want. But yeah, let me play this video right here in anticipation for him, because here's a guy recently who's been talking about that. The inventor of Cash App and Palantir Technologies, Peter Thiel, or is it PayPal? I'm sorry, it's PayPal, not Cash App. And Palantir Technologies, he's been writing a lot about the Enlightenment and Enlightenment thought.
Narrated by Skeptical Waves. For I dipped into the future, far as human I could see, saw the vision of the world, and all the wonder that would be. Saw the heavens fill with commerce, argosies of magic sails, pilots of the purple twilight dropping down with costly veils. Heard the heavens fill with shouting, and there rained a ghastly dew from the nation's airy navies grappling in the central blue, far along the worldwide whisper of the south wind rushing warm, with the standards of the peoples plunging through the thunderstorm, till the war drum throbbed no longer, and the battle flags were furled in the parliament of man, the federation of the world. There the common sense of most shall hold a fretful realm in awe, and the kindly earth shall slumber, lapped in universal law. Alfred, Lord Tennyson, Locksley Hall. The 21st century started with a bang on September 11, 2001. In those shocking hours, the entire political and military framework of the 19th and 20th centuries, and indeed of the modern age, with its emphasis on deterrent armies, rational nation-states, public debates, and international diplomacy, was called into question. For how could mere talking or even great force deter a handful of crazy, determined, and suicidal persons who seemingly operated outside of all the norms of the liberal West? And what needed now to be done, given that technology had advanced to a point where a tiny number of people could inflict unprecedented levels of damage and death? The awareness of the West's vulnerability called for a new compromise, and this new compromise inexorably demanded more security at the expense of less freedom. On the narrow level of public policy, there needed to be more X-ray machines at airports, more security guards on airplanes, more identification cards and invasions of privacy, and fewer rights for some of the accused. Overnight, the fundamentalist civil rights mania of the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, which spoke in the language of inviolable individuals.
Yeah, so Southern Israelite, report to the stage, sir. I think you were saying you wanted to come up, but yeah, I pinned the link there for you, sir. So yeah, if you wanna come through, you're welcome to come through. And yeah, brother Omar, I'm actually just waiting for this character, but yeah, if he doesn't show up, we'll have a talk in a minute here. But yeah, yeah, you guys are welcome to come backstage, but the link is only for Southern Israelite for now. Trying to see if I could get him up here on the stage to have a conversation with him. But yeah, bless, man. Yeah, thank you for the offer there, and yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we'll talk soon. We'll talk soon. But yeah, that link for now is only for the Southern Israelite. If he'll come up onto the stage, we'll see if he'll come through. But yeah, he might be preparing himself, or he might not be, feeling too good or anything about it. But yeah, if you're just joining us right now, I was talking about Enlightenment thought, and where secular humanism, liberalism, and all of these ideals developed in the West. Okay, and I was going to present this thinker here, John Battista Vico, because I briefly mentioned the views of Descartes, June 1668, to 1744. That gives you around the time frame, that we're working with here. He criticized the expansion and development of modern rationalism, finding Cartesian analysis and other types of reductionism impractical to human life. And he was an apologist classical antiquity and the Renaissance humanities, in addition to being the first expositor of the fundamentals of social science of semiotics. Semiotics, guys. Okay. Semiotics. You click on this semiotics, and this has to do with the development of computers. Okay. Semiotics is a systematic study of sign processes and the communication of meaning. Okay. You can click on semiotics, right? Sign processes. Okay. Semiosis. Okay. A sign or a symbol. Okay. So you could study that. And the guy who invented the study of it is Giambattista Vico, who invented historiography. But if we go down here, we get to this guy, Charles Sanders Peirce, a highly influential thinker. Okay, an American pragmatist. He invented the philosophy of pragmatism. Okay. Okay, and he's talking about symbols, icons. Icon is another word. Okay, that connotes symbols. Hey, what's going on, brother?
You talking to me? Either am I? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
talking to you. Yeah, what's going on, friend?
No, sorry about earlier, man. I've just been under the weather pretty hard.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. I had a migraine for like a day and a half. I don't know what that came about, but yeah, man, I got sick. I got under the weather too. I heard you had a little sickness going too, man. I hope you're feeling better a little bit.
I wish I was. This is like 9 or 10 days of flu that's going around in my little circle here, and it's pretty rough.
Damn.
But yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I wish good health to you and your family. But yeah, brother, I was looking at your channel because, well, it was actually a circuitous route I took there, and I will put up the information for your channel and promote your work here. So thank you for showing up here, and I hope that a lot of my people will go and check out some of your content there because you're talking about issues theological and philosophical nature that I think would be a great aid to some of my audience members, in brushing up on. If they want to go check that out, I would highly recommend Southern Israelite, his channel, so you guys go check that out. And but yeah, I was I was wondering if I could engage you on some of those intellectual questions, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, because and I also wanted to say that I was introduced to your work by these fellows, Toilet Bowl Earth and Enslaved by Truth.
Yeah.
Because they are well, they're not really big fans of my channel, but somebody in their chat accused me of plagiarizing your work.
Okay.
So I was like, oh, that's fascinating because I'd never heard of you. So I went and looked up some of your videos. And I think that day I watched one of your videos and I commented on one of your videos there. But yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah, Enslaved by Truth. Well, he's a papist, and he's pretty much promoting the Anglo-American establishment theory, and which is extremely popular, especially among disaffected and angry white men in the West. The Anglo. Are you familiar with the Anglo-American establishment theory?
Well, go ahead and run it by me. So, and
right,
also for the edification of the audience, I think it'd be helpful. Yeah.
Right. So it's this Jesuit priest, or he was a professor at a Jesuit school. His name was Professor Quigley, and he wrote this book called Tragedy and Hope. And he also wrote another book on called The Anglo-American Establishment. And basically what this Jesuit professor laid out was that the modern West is a product of the Protestant Reformation, their elevation of the banking industry, and the globalism was a part of the Anglo-Saxon colonial era of the late 1800s, early 1900s. And so the New World Order, the modern New World Order that we're living in, is actually a result of the Protestant Reformation. And so the Catholic Church is actually innocent. The Catholic Church is actually a victim of what has happened. The Catholic Church is not to be blamed for what has happened to the West, and it's to be blamed on Protestant Reformation, the banking cartel that arose after the Protestant Reformation. And of course, you know what small group of men is associated with the banking industry, always in the dissident right, which is the hook noses with the little hats. You know, that those guys. That's
a big reason why I was playing that Peter Thiel video. Because Peter Thiel is one of those hook-nosed guys, as you may know. But in addition to that, he is in this stage rejecting some Enlightenment ideas. Like they'll support sort of like Carl Schmitt and like these kind of guys, and you'll see in like sort of Mencius Moldbug, and these kind of guys, bring up guys like Thomas Carlyle, who is a monarchist, and they say, some of these guys are talking about going back to the monarchy thing. And it's this whole thing about this special time in the 15th century, like you said, the Protestant Reformation, right? Brother, are you there?
You can't hear me? Can you not hear me?
Yeah, just now I couldn't hear you. Yeah.
Okay, I guess if I minimize my tab here on my phone, I guess it taps out my microphone. Well, the biggest problem these guys have is that John D. Rockefeller. Actually, number one, it was actually Pope Leo that legalized usury in Europe. It wasn't the Protestant. It wasn't John Calvin. They love to point to John Calvin, who actually adhered to a small amount of usury. I think if you read his work that he did in Geneva, he would allow 5% usury. That's interest on loans in Geneva. But it wasn't John Calvin that actually first legalized it. It was Pope Leo. He's the one that actually legalized usury and interest in Europe. And secondly, the Rockefeller family were Baptists. They were they were not Protestant. They were the Baptist. Right. The Baptist religion was put on the map in the West by John D. Rockefeller. He's the guy that created the University of Chicago for the Baptist Church. All the main traditional educational institutions in Chicago, they were Baptist, and they were created by John D. Rockefeller. And all the massive higher criticism of the Bible all comes out of that institution. And you look at how Great Britain, which is the quintessential Anglo-American establishment, you look and see how Great Britain lost the supremacy in the 20th century. They lost it because they lost the war for the Middle Eastern oil with the Rockefellers. When the Rockefellers got the Arabian and Middle Eastern oil, got control of it, that spelled the end of the old British Empire. So, and the Anglo-American establishment, the traditional one, with the British Empire, the colonialism, it was a hard Anglo-Saxon racial supremacy model. And living in the West with this racial cosmopolitanism, there's no possible way any kind of Cecil Rhodian or Darwinian notion of an Anglo-American establishment could possibly be running things in the world nowadays. Not a chance in hell. those guys, the number one, one of the main reasons why the Anglo-American establishment existed, and I do admit it did exist from the late 1800s to about the 1950s, 1960s. Yeah, the Anglo-American establishment did exist, but it has been clearly usurped by something else. And I
What do you think?
maintain,
What do you think that is?
yeah, it's the transhumanist philosophy of
Right,
Teilhard
right.
de Chardin.
Okay. So you're pointing to something that I feel too. As you can see, the moniker of the show, "The Machine Lies." You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And they call him like the patron saint of the internet, and all of that type of stuff. And his whole sort of, but could you really have, well, I think that, he's got evolution on the one end, which is this, futurist agenda. But in the past, it's also appropriate to go to the past, where it seems like he's he's basing it on Aquinas, is he not? Is
you talking
because
about you talking about Teilhard?
Yeah. Yeah, like Aristotle's got that whole like sort of teleological, he's got like the four causes, and you get what I'm saying?
No, I think all Teilhard was doing was he was just kind of reworking old Gnostic theology. What Christians don't like to admit, the scholars will admit it. If you read J. and D. Kelly's Early Christian Doctrines, which is the standard church history manual for Bible college and seminary students in America, and in Britain, you read this section on Gnosticism. He admits multiple times Gnosticism was just a very sincere Christian theology. That was, it was a primitive system of theology for Gentile Christian people. And I think all Teilhard is doing is he's just reworking that model. And are you familiar with Gnosticism at all?
Oh yeah, I gave if you'll look at my channel, I gave a couple presentations recently on Gnosticism,
Mhm.
and I wrote a book on a lot of these issues. It's like it's a pretty long book. It's like 400 pages, but I talk about basically like a lot of like Gnosticism and all that stuff, like its origins. Like I talk about the
Yeah.
texts and all that stuff. Like on this show recently, we went over Gospel of Judas and Valentinus. I talk about the Valentinians a lot in my book,
Mhm.
and that
Well,
sort of thing.
basically, in Teilhard's book, The Phenomenon of Man, what he's basically saying is that everyone's souls, like what he planned in his Phenomenon of Man and other essays that he wrote on transhumanism was that um, basically the traditional institution of the family needs to die out, and there needs to be this international kind of grid structure created so that the whole human race can be connected with each other. I mean, he was talking about the internet. I mean, this was like 100 years almost before the internet
He
even
had a
existed.
huge
Yeah,
influence on these people like
yeah.
Barbara Marx Hubbard and all these types of really like
The
crazy like
the
futurist
most important
Fabian
thing. He's
socialism
the
and all
he's
that. Yep.
Desjardins is the mentor of Julian Huxley, the man
Yeah.
who runs the
Yeah.
United
Yeah.
Nations and
Yeah, I
the
know.
UNESCO. Yeah,
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
yeah.
That is a wild factor. And yeah, and Julian Huxley and Darwin, they're like in this line, in this family line. So with Thomas Huxley and those guys, but
Yeah.
so really, I mean, you have the foundation of evolution and these ideas. I think it really comes from, this notion, you know, I mean, I think it comes from really Aristotle, because Aristotle had this idea of like things are driven forward through their potential, and the potential exists like on a scale, and one could really put that scale on a time scale. And if you move to these guys like Darwin, well, really, all you have to do is go to a guy like Alfred Russel Wallace, where
Hmm.
his theory of evolution just adds teleology in nature, and
Hmm.
you just get something like, so like I mean, our buddy Tilliard,
Well, look, yeah, Teilhard did continue a teleological system of evolution. Basically,
right,
Teilhard broke the Huxleys from the hard materialist traditional 19th century Darwinism. He believed in a form of evolution, but I don't think many people understand that Christianity had a metaphysical theory of evolution many centuries before Darwin laid out his theory of evolution, his biological theory of evolution. What Teilhard is doing is he's he's using logos theology, this ancient logos theology of the early Christian fathers, which was basically a foundation for Gnosticism. And basically, the logos theology taught that it was a theory of evolution. It was a theory that the man's consciousness of logos began early on, even in the pagan philosophies, and was kind of developed by Heraclitus and Parmenides and these early Greek philosophers and Plato. And then basically what the early church fathers said was that the Gentile people, they were prepared to receive the Messiah, the Logos, Trinity doctrine assumed by the Logos. They were prepared by the Greek philosophers, whereas the Jewish people, the Hebrew people, they were prepared to receive the Messiah by the prophets. And this Logos doctrine that develops in the pre-Socratic era evolves until the time of Christ's coming. And then once Christ came, then the Gentile people were prepared by the Greek philosophers, by this evolutionary process, to accept a further, a higher sense of enlightenment. And
yeah. I don't know if you ever read this what do you call it? This Copleston History of Philosophy.
yeah, I'm familiar with you about Frederick Copleston, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm familiar with it. I haven't read it in detail, no. But yeah, he's a papist from what I understand. There's
Yeah,
another guy. Go ahead.
yeah. In this book, he says that Saint Clement had spoken of Plato as Moses, and he said that Plato and Moses were in agreement. And he also says the blessed Trinity. On this point, Eusebius, of course, interpreting Plato in a Neoplatonic sense,
No.
is referring to the three principles: the one or good, the nous or mind, and the world soul. And then he also said that Eusebius compared Saint Paul to the Phaedrus of Plato.
Hmm.
And I was like,
Yeah.
oh shit! And you know what goes down in the Phaedrus, right? It's like it's the tripartite kind of soul thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's interesting that they
I
thought of.
got multiple debunks for that. I got multiple debunks for that point.
Well, it just seems crazy to think that God seeded the world with the pagan philosophy in preparation for the Christian teaching. Is that what you're referring to?
In my biblical materialism essay, the 4th section is called "Platonists borrowed from Moses?" ? I debunk that completely.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
I've heard that 100 times. Alfred Edersheim dealt with that stuff. The number one problem that you have is
it just seems like a crazy leap. Like, how would a deistic system follow one of Jewish monotheism? I really don't know how it can be worked.
Okay, so the number one problem they have with that is the notion of metaphysics doesn't exist anywhere in the Tanakh, and even in the history of Jewish thought. I don't think the Tanakh has metaphysics in it whatsoever, but especially historically among the Hebrew people, metaphysical thinking doesn't exist among them until the Hebrews are enslaved by the Babylonians. When the Hebrews are enslaved by the Babylonians, then you have this influx of metaphysical notions coming in of a soul and other dimensions. That idea is completely foreign to Hebrew thinking before the Hebrews go into Babylonian captivity. And the secondly is that the morality that Moses lays out in the Torah is extremely tribal. It's not universal like in Plato's system. Plato's system, morality is universal. In Moses' system, it's very tribal. You can take usury from a Gentile, but you can't take usury from a national-born Israelite. You can hold Leviticus, I think it's 25. You can hold a foreign-born man hereditarily as a slave, but you can only hold a national-born Israelite for 6 or 7 years.
So do you follow John 1:1 or what do you think of the logos? You know,
Okay, so first of all, if you look at John 1:1, it doesn't say
I'm sorry, I
any.
just go to the heart of the thing. You know what I mean? It's
All right,
just,
so yeah,
you know,
John 1:1 says, "In the beginning was the Word." It
right.
doesn't say in eternity. Or you look at these very complicated matters of time and eternity are not dealt with in much detail in the Bible. The
Right,
concept of
yeah, they're not.
eternity isn't the way when the Bible speaks of eternity, it will say that a day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is a day. It'll use kind of a very accommodated language. It won't actually get into any specifics, but if you read the word everlasting in the Bible, it just means from the beginning of creation. You can go to Proverbs 8 for that citation. The everlasting doesn't mean never created or never beginning. It doesn't mean that. There really is no specific philosophical term for the notion of autotheos or unregenerate. That those concepts don't really exist. Unbegotten. The Bible will describe these very complicated terms in very kind of accommodated language. A day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, 1,000 years a day. So you don't see this in John 1. You don't see the scripture using any kind of literal or accommodated language to refer to the Logos as being co-eternal, being unbegotten with the Father. No, it says in the beginning was the Word, not in eternity. And then it says, and the Word was with the God. If you look in the Greek, there's an article after was with the God. In your modern English language, it'll just say, and the Word was with God. If you look in all the Greek texts have it. The Christians leave it out because they don't want you to understand that there is a distinction being made between Elohim in general and the God, the one God. There's a distinction being made even in this passage. And this is what he is doing here in John 1. He's embellishing on Proverbs chapter 8. If you're familiar with the wisdom character of Proverbs chapter 8, it says that God brought wisdom forth at the beginning, and that he was with the Father in the creation of the world, all throughout the book of Proverbs chapter 8. So what happened was in the beginning. Yeah, I completely agree. In the beginning was the Word. It doesn't say in eternity was the Word. It says in the beginning. So that's a huge problem for these Christians. They need that to say, the first few words of John 1 need to say, when a day was as 1,000 years, as 1,000 years is a day, or, the unbegotten Word, or, unoriginate Word. It doesn't talk like that. It's never going to talk like that. The Bible always says there's only one autotheos, one independent and eternal, immortal God. Only one. There's never anybody else.
Now I heard you say something a little bit challenging, I think, to some people who might hear it for the first time, but something about this Greek philosophy and how it made you change your view of Christianity and the development of the Christian doctrine, and also how it was partly responsible for the destruction of the Western kind of model. I mean, something I heard you say in a vocab Malone debate, and I was kind of taken aback by this because I do think that's an interesting notion. Do you really think that some of the Greek philosophy is the reason why we're in a secular age at the moment, and why we're struggling with those fundamental questions?
First of all, we're not in a secular age at all. We are drowning in ancient Christian metaphysics. We are in no way. The secular age
Right, right.
died.
But
The secular age.
isn't that to say well, the Christian metaphysics, right, is responsible for
Yeah,
the modern world, at least,
absolutely. Yeah,
Right.
the number one principle, the fundamental principle of all metaphysics was laid out by Parmenides. Sometimes it's called the principle of sufficient reason. Sometimes it's called inference to the best explanation. Sometimes it's called abduction. It means the same thing. And the idea is that these philosopher dudes in the Western world, these are men who failed with women. They're
Yeah, this
bored,
guy
or
had
they're
a notion of abduction too. Charles Sanders
Charles
Peirce.
Sanders, but Charles Sanders Peirce's model, abduction was only a discovery tool.
Right.
If you read the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy's article on Charles Sanders Peirce and abduction, they admit that modern philosophy of science has elevated abduction from a discovery tool, as it was under Charles Sanders Peirce, to now a criteria of justification. You now can say you've proved a theory simply because you've explained it, and you've spent a lot of time explaining it. I'm serious. That's what these modern. And I've got a citation from Michio Kaku. He was on
Do
live
you want to
TV. He admitted
do you
the
want to
science is
define
gone.
do you want to define then what you mean by abduction?
Yeah, I was
For the
in the
audience.
middle of it. All right, so
Yeah,
abduction is the notion
thank you.
that you start. The most important authoritative element in any philosophy is an imagined inference that provides the best explanation. So take, for instance, Charles Darwin and the Darwinists and Charles Lyell. They admit we can't really prove that the earth is millions of years old, but if we imagine it and we begin with that presupposition, we can provide the best explanation of the fossil record. The early pre-Socratic philosophers, same thing with the Logos doctrine. You begin with this presupposed imagined cause, and if that can provide a better explanation of some empirical data, then that's the most important thing, is the imagined cause, the theory. That's the most important thing. Whereas a more Hebraic, ancient, non-Greek worldview would deal way more practically with the world. No, I think that facts are things that I can see, things that I can actually verify is true. That should be the most important part of the debate. That should be the arbiter of the debate, is the facts, not the speculations. And so that's that point right there is where you bring in the abduction, begins the process of the development of this massive metaphysical dominance of the Western mind. Instead of us confining our minds to what we can actually verify, these NEETs and these men who failed with women and failed in the markets, they're so bored, they got so much time of their day that they have come to supremacy simply by the fact that they can write big tomes because they got nothing better to do. They can't verify it's true or not, but they can sound real smart and they can write big, impressive looking books. And that's how they won the West. That's how they won the Western mind. These were Parmenides, Plato, Voltaire, Sir Isaac Newton, Galileo. Even Galileo was a complete degenerate, had no wife, had some illegitimate children, gave them up to be raised by a nunnery because he wanted to mentally masturbate all day long. All of our main Western philosophers, John Locke, Thomas Aquinas, all these Christian scholars, these were men who had no stable relationship with a woman. They had no stable families. They didn't have to work. They didn't have successful businesses. These were men who had a lot of free time because they either were raised in privileged families or they screwed up with women. And they had all this time and they wanted to get paid to mentally masturbate all day long. And to this day, and this is not just my opinion, you can read Thomas Jefferson's letter to John Adams, July 5th, I think it's 18 something, I can't remember. He talks about the Christian priesthood, about how the Christian priesthood, and also Gibbon in his Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire, chapter 37.
Yeah,
he has a whole, he has a whole historical write-up on who the original church fathers and this stock of monks in the Christian church were. They were men who were social rejects. They didn't want to fight in the military. They were cowards, and they were basically just social reject dudes who had no better option in life. So they go into the monasteries and they basically create the Christian religion. And that the fundamental problem of Western people is this choice of imagined causes that take centuries, sometimes thousands of years to develop, is more important than confining our knowledge to facts and things we can verify so we don't waste people's time. They can actually have time. I personally, I think education should only take about 2 or 3 years for modern people. I mean, in the West now, education takes, you got 12 years in public school and high school, in elementary school and high school, you got 12 grades, and then you have to go to college. So you got it's 16 years of education in the prime of life, because these people can't figure out what's true or false. And I'll tell you, this is a perfect example of, let me give you exactly why Western philosophy fails and has created these divisions. When you take this assumption that imagined causes are the arbiter of the debate rather than verifiable facts, you look at Charles Darwin, like I just said. He imagines millions of years. He imagines that categories of reality are the same thing as categories of description. And so they believe that birds are dinosaurs. Why are birds dinosaurs? Well, they've made an imagined conflation between a category of description and a category of reality, just like Christians do. And so they believe they can prove that birds are dinosaurs because of the same exact system of metaphysics and epistemology that Christians hold to. Christians are going to use that exact same epistemological system, and they're going to say, you know what? Human beings understand concepts and genre. They understand that tableness is a general term, and we apply that general category to multiple different tables. So that general term of tableness, that must be a thing. That must be a real existing thing that must exist somewhere.
You know who didn't understand that is Bertrand Russell.
Yeah. Well, hold on.
Reality, where it's just like,
Hold on. So let me finish my point here. Let me finish my point here.
Of course.
So Christians are going to say, okay, there must be a mind, an upper mind that holds these abstract concepts and genre that we always have to use. And so this metaphysical mind must exist. And this metaphysical mind is the best explanation of human intelligibility. What is the best explanation for human beings to be able to speak in laws of logic and in genre and species? The best explanation is this metaphysical God. But here's the problem. This metaphysical God assumes that nothing on the earth can change. Because as above, so below. If there's these abstract universal concepts in this upper mind, they must all be substantiated down in the lower world. So nothing can ever go extinct. Nothing could ever degenerate. This was called the plenum formarum in Western philosophy, in Neoplatonic Western philosophy. As above, so below. Whatever is above, whatever in the abstract forms is above, they must be instantiated in the lower world. That means nothing can go extinct, nothing can devolve or evolve. Now, the Darwinists, strangely enough, using very much similar methods of reasoning as the Christians, they come with the conclusion. They say, well, actually, some species have gone extinct, some have evolved, some have degenerated. So you have two schools of thought, very much opposite to each other, at war with each other, justified on the exact same epistemology and metaphysics. Justified on the exact same epistemology and metaphysics. That, there you go, right there. That shows you that Western epistemology is completely arbitrary. It never proves or isolates any truth or falsity, and it always leads to nothing but confusion. That's in what we have in all, with all the divisions, all the confusion that we have in the West. I think primarily the dating app apocalypse that happened in 2008, this was made popular because of all the division. These kids, they get out of high school, they get out of college, all their friends from high school or college have gone off to some other thing. They don't know what they're doing with their lives. They're lonely, they're isolated, they're fragmented. There's tens of thousands of different philosophical and religious groups in the country. They find the whole matter completely impossible to deliberate which group they're supposed to be a part of. And they're left alone, they're isolated. And that was, I think that was all a thousands of years of philosophical failure by Western men that led to that point. These Christian reactionary white males, they love to talk about the dating app apocalypse. What they don't want to talk about is the social conditions that gave rise to that dating app apocalypse. It was a systematic philosophical failure, thousands of years of it by Western philosophers. That's what led to that point. Can you hear me?
So, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, of course. But so you're saying that this battle between Parmenides and Heraclitus essentially, was followed into the modern world, and it was a battle over ontological transcendence and these categories
Mhm.
that actually led us out of the world of abduction.
No, the Parmenides and Heraclitus and all Greek philosophers are champions of abduction, and
Right.
that nothing has led us out of abduction. We are still living in abduction.
So
We are still buried in abduction.
So abduction is the problem, and deduction is the solution, as I've heard you say. Is that
No? Deduction is the safest, but induction is necessary. It's not as strictly valid as deduction is, but it is necessary. The observance of general patterns in reality is very important. I think it's necessary. I think induction is a necessary part of human science and knowledge. It's not as strictly logically valid as deduction is, but yeah, I mean, what we read in the Bible, what I read in the Bible is, I think, the best, most accurate description of reality that there is. But in just secular inductive science is a lot better than what we have now. It's a whole lot better.
But this notion that you can create categories through description is, as you put it, huh?
So basically,
you put a lot of emphasis on that. You kind of stated that both science and Christian metaphysics follow that same model.
yeah, they do.
So it's essentially depleting, in a sense, because they're arguing against themselves when they're arguing against materialism, is kind of what you're saying, huh?
Christianity argues against materialism, but what Christians don't understand is that these atheist Darwinists are using the same techniques that Christians are using. The assumption of millions and billions of years of Earth history. It's an imagined assumption. The again, are you familiar with Linnaeus and the taxonomy charts? Are you familiar with that?
No, no.
Okay. So Linnaeus was one of the main Western philosophers who began kind of biological taxonomy of the different categories of of creatures in the world. You have the canis, taxon, the of dogs, coyotes, wolves, German shepherds. He laid out this huge taxonomic chart, and as this taxonomic charts were developed into the 20th century, these biologists and these geologists, they started to categorize birds under dinosaurs in the dinosaur area. And so when they find Archaeopteryx, they think this is a proof that birds are dinosaurs simply because a descriptive model has birds under dinosaurs. So the category of description is ontological. That these categories of description and reality are conflated, just like they are in Christian theology. Exactly the same epistemological errors are made in atheist Darwinism as they are in Christian presuppositional logos theology. Exact same errors. I'll give you another example. Take, for instance, when I'm talking to globe earthers, that whenever I show them empirical proof for the Earth being flat, they have a number of philosophical structures that have been put in their head to get them around this stuff. One of these structures is called mass. Okay, so I'm looking at a table right now. The table's made of wood. Now, as a classical physicist, I would say the mass of this table is wood. Okay, I'm looking at my dollar bill right now. A dollar bill, the mass of this dollar bill is paper. Okay, now a Western philosopher, he conflates categories of description with categories of reality, and so he thinks, okay, but you use the same word for the dollar, mass, as you use for the wooden table, mass. Okay, so that must mean there must be something beyond the wood, beyond the paper. It's universal. It's atomic mass. Okay, no, that's a category of description and a category of reality conflation error. By mass, I'm simply talking about the category of thought and speech that we use to talk about physical stuff. When we're talking about physical stuff that has resistance when we knock on it, okay, they're going that in order to justify their globe Earth, they have to conflate that category of mass, that descriptive category, with a category of reality. They have to make it a real thing. They have to make it atomic mass. Now, they have no proof that this atom exists. But again, this is the Western mind. You begin with an imagined cause, and if that imagined cause can develop a better explanation, a more complete explanation, then you go with the imagined cause. That is the error of all Western philosophy. And again, this is why we have 30,000 plus denominations of Christianity. That's why the atheist system has splintered up into God knows how many factions. I mean, when you go to school, you go to economics. I mean, you look at all the different schools of secular economics. It's like you're reading a history of Christian theology and the history of the Christian denominations. You've got so many dozens of these different schools of economics, all supposedly justified by the same, Enlightenment values and all this stuff. It's like, dude, it's over. I mean, the Western mind is over. Everything has been splintered into 1,000 pieces because of this one principle of abduction.
Yeah, and this relates back to, I guess, what? Well, why do you think that there's a shift put on this this Protestant Reformation going on in the 15th century, and I mean, do you think that? I mean, I guess obviously there was people like Aquinas who had brought this thing out in the 11th century. Why do you think that that's being purposefully ignored? You know, in terms of going
What's
back
being
to,
ignored? What's being ignored?
I guess, going back to a notion of, you know, like pre-Enlightenment thought, or a more, I guess, pre-Reformation thought.
Okay.
You know,
Going back before the Reformation, you're asking me what conditions do I think gave rise to the Protestant Reformation? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, that would be a good place to start. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, what conditions do you think gave rise to the Protestant Reformation in general? Then,
Yeah.
you know,
Well, I
because
mean,
how would you, you know, I guess personally explain,
okay.
you know, the shift
Well,
in.
I think that the metaphysics of the early Christian church were accepted and developed for so long that they devolved into a extremely corrupt, morally corrupt, and the leadership of the Catholic Church was so corrupt that the people of Europe were literally being like their pockets were literally being drained by the church. And again, this is the famous uh, story of Martin Luther and his battle with John Tetzel and the controversy over indulgences in Europe. And you know the Protestants saw how far the Catholic Church, all the traditions of the Catholic Church, had veered away from the actual Scripture. But what they didn't talk about, obviously they taught about sola scriptura, that we should stick to sola scriptura. They were getting to
Yeah,
the
that's another
yeah
thing I wanted to talk to you about. So I'm kind of, you know,
yeah
trying to shift to that direction. But yeah,
yeah
sorry.
they were getting to the truth, that the truth is a lot simpler than the church has historically maintained, and that which I completely agree with. Obviously they weren't astute enough in all of the Neoplatonic philosophy to understand all the ramifications of that, but I think they got most of it right. I agree. I still agree with about 83% of the Calvinist Reformation that arose from Luther and Calvin and whatnot. I think about 80. I've done my calculations through the Westminster Standards. It's about I still agree with about 83% of what they taught. It's just the metaphysics stuff. They didn't understand this stuff, and they didn't get it. And I remember when I was a seminary student, and I was debating these Eastern Orthodox guys. I asked my session. I was a minister in training at the Free Church of Scotland, which is a very historical Protestant denomination coming out of Europe, coming out of the British Isles. And I'm getting into all these controversies over the Trinity and the hypostatic union with all these Eastern Orthodox theologians. And my session, the session means the aggregate collective of elders of my church. I was like, I need a really good book here on Christology to deal with a lot of these Eastern Orthodox arguments. And they give me B.B. Warfield's Christology, and I mean, it was hamburger meat. I mean, it was garbage. I read through the book. I read the whole thing, and I talked to my pastor. I was like, Pastor, that these Eastern Orthodox guys would chew this up and spit this out like it was dog shit.
Here's
And like,
your here's your buddy right here. Enslaved by Truth. He says, I also don't understand Arian Calvinism. You know?
yeah, you can if you want to look at Jay Dyer's recent. He talks about this. He knows all about me. Jay Dyer, me and Jay have been at each other for like 14, 15 years. We've been debating with each other. We
Oh yeah.
were debating with each other before he became big and stuff. And
Yeah, I
he
saw some of
was
your videos on his book there.
yeah.
Very intriguing. Yeah. Very.
The recent series of videos he did with Sham Shamoon on his
That
on
guy's
his
so
live stream.
horrible.
Oh, I
That
know,
guy's
he's terrible. Yeah,
He's
yeah,
terrible.
yeah,
Yeah, you gotta bring Charles Barkley out. That's how bad that guy is.
yeah.
he's garbage. Yeah, I can't believe. Yeah, but yeah, go ahead though.
Okay, so basically, and Jay admits this in the live streams that he did on Sam Shamoon's channel just recently. I think it's part one. I think they did a part one and a part two on the Trinity and Calvinism. No, they did a series on Calvinism, and on the first part, it just came out in the last few days. I think the first part he talks about exactly my situation, and he talks
And
about
then
how
he's a monophysite. So isn't that right?
who's
Or
this?
Sam Shamoon.
He's a monophysite now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Well, I mean
yeah,
that's
yeah, I thought he
consistent.
wasn't.
I mean
Yeah.
that is what Cyril taught. So I mean he's being consistent.
Oh.
But
All
look,
right. Yeah.
the basic thing about Calvinism and being an Arian is really easy to understand. The notion of the atonement, and again, being able to establish this from the church fathers is impossible because they contradict. I mean, these guys were just winging it. They contradict each other so much. But the overall formal theology of the church and the seven ecumenical councils, the way they viewed the atonement was not the way like modern, especially Western Protestant people do. In Western Protestantism, the atonement was Jesus's blood was shed for the forgiveness of our sins. That's the emphasis of the atonement. Is Jesus's shed blood, that without the shedding of blood there's no remission of sins. In the first 1,000 years of Christianity, that's not the case. They believed in Athanasius's maxim that God became man so that man could become God. It's called the doctrine of theosis. That Jesus's shedding of blood on the cross was actually quite marginal. The real act of redemption was when Jesus, according to Eastern Orthodox and traditional Christian theology, the real redemption came when Jesus hypostatized human nature.
Yeah, that's one of my that's actually one of the main thesis of my book is that one line.
Yeah.
The one about God becoming man, that is
You mean man
yeah,
becoming God?
yeah, I
Yeah.
mean both, vice versa or whatever the line is, it's very, very intriguing, and I think it represents a very much central theme in Western or whatever, or the development of whatever we deem today as that,
Yeah. The notion of so basically, if you read Cyril's book, that Christ is one by way of dispute with Hermias. And again, Cyril is the man whose hands write the canons of the Council of Ephesus. He is the most authoritative theologian in the history of Christianity to speak on the notion of Christology. Is Cyril of Alexandria, and in his book, he has a back and forth with this Nestorian, and the Nestorian is holding to penal substitutionary atonement. He's focusing on the fact that Jesus' blood redeems us from our sins. And he's quoting these passages where Jesus says, my God, why have you forsaken me?" And the Nestorians were holding to the gospel. They were holding to what the Bible says about the gospel, that the sins of the elect, just like in Leviticus 16 on the Day of Atonement, the high priest would lay the sins of Israel upon that goat and then send it out into the wilderness to die. Okay, that is exactly what was happening with Christ. God was laying upon him the sins of the elect, and he was being forsaken of God temporarily, and which is clearly what the New Testament teaches, and what the Old Testament prophet said what was going to happen, especially Isaiah 53. Now, what is Cyril's response? Cyril's response is no. Actually, what happened there when Jesus says, my God, why have you forsaken me?" He's simply undergoing the example of suffering as a martyr. He's not actually enduring the wrath of God, because in order for the Son to endure the wrath of God, he would have to be separated from the Father. But our Trinity doctrine says that's impossible. The Father and the Son can never be separated. And and Jay recently in the live stream, he explains, if you really hold to Calvinism and penal substitution, you really have to hold to an Arian Christology. You have to believe that there is a substantial distinction between the Father and the Son. And yeah, and he got that from me. He knows that because I'm the one that's done that. And you really, to escape the Eastern Orthodox apologetics, you have to adopt Arianism or some kind of non-Trinitarian theology. Arianism is obviously the most well established, but so the raison d'etre of the early Christian theology is the hypostatic union, that God became man so that man could become God. That's the main focus of their
And
their
that's
system.
taught by Saint Eusebius, is that not right?
That's Athanasius. Athanasius. It's in his book on the Incarnation.
Okay, because I've also heard Copleston say that it was or not Copleston, but Elaine Pagels, and that might not be a trustworthy source, but yeah, I read it in Elaine Pagels that she said that Saint Eusebius had said it. But yeah, anyways.
Yeah, well, Elaine Pagels. Oh, sorry. Elaine Pagel is Gnostic. I mean, what these Christians don't want to have to face is that all that's happened. They want everyone to believe there's been some great subversion, there's some secret conspiracy against them. The horrifying reality is all that has happened in the West is a natural, open, full consummation of the Christian religion. That's all that's happening. The Christians are taking Christianity more consistently, and we have Elaine Pagels at the United Nations establishing the whole system. All that's happened in the West is Christians have taken Christian principles which utterly contradict the Bible, especially the Torah, and they came up with their own religion, and now we are living with the full consummation of the Christian religion. And I'm not an atheist. I believe that in the original Nazarene Jewish understanding of the New Testament. I'm not an atheist. I don't reject Yeshua. I don't reject Jesus. I believe he was the Messiah. I believe he was the Son of God. What I do not believe is that he's co-eternal with the Father. What I do not believe is that he came to do away with the law of Moses, which he explicitly said he didn't come to do away with in Matthew chapter 5, verses 17 to 19. I believe in observing the same way of life that Abraham, the way that Abraham lived, the way that Isaac lived, the way that Jacob lived, the way Noah lived. That's the way I live. That's exact same law system, and I only believe in one God, the Father. And I believe that at the beginning, the Son was begotten of the Father, which is accommodated language. It's not literal metaphysical language. The Son came out of the Father. How does that happen? I don't know. It just says it happened. The Son was begotten of the Father at the beginning, not in eternity, at the beginning, about 64, somewhere between 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, it happened. And God used the Son to create what's in the world. From what I read from Paul and else in the New Testament, the Father, and in the book of Isaiah, the Father is the one who created the heavens and the earth. And then God used the Son to create everything in the heavens and the earth. That's the way it works. So, I'm an Arian. That's what I believe. An Arian understanding of Christology.
Okay. And I mean, this kind of, I guess I could lead it to this whole notion of God becoming man so that man could become like God.
Yeah.
This is very transhumany, you know. You know what I mean? It kind of sounds like but obviously we started with the discussion with Teilhard de Chardin, and he's one of the key figures of this whole UN type of Elaine Pagels type of thing.
Yeah.
So perhaps you could speak on that that this notion itself, well, isn't that exactly what transhumanists believe, that we got to become like God?
Yeah. Well, basically the system that Teilhard lays out, and you're not going to be able to understand Teilhard's system until you understand this doctrine called the soul. The doctrine of the soul originated, if you read George Stanley Faber's work, who is without a doubt the most authoritative expert on what happened in the ancient pagan mystery religions. He wrote like 6 or 7 volumes, like 500 pages each on all this. I read through all his stuff back in 2000, from like 2016 to like 2019. You have this
Nice.
notion, this notion in the ancient pagan mystery religions. They all believe in this flood. They all believe in that there was this great flood. Everybody
Right.
believes it. The Incans believed it. The Norwegians believed it. The Chaldeans believed it. The Indians in India, in Hindustan believed it. Everybody understood the world that we're living in began with this flood, or as a result of this flood. And what they taught was there was this kind of metaphysical father that would arise, and he has three manifestations. He's a creator, he's a destroyer, and he's a renovator. And so what they said was, because they were pagans, heathens, they rejected Noah. Noah said that the flood was a judgment of God against mankind. And the pagans were like, no, we can't believe in a God like that. We hate a God like that. We believe that the flood was just one of an endless cycle of death and rebirth. There's just this constant balance of death and rebirth going on. And after the flood, the great father, he turns into a destroyer. That's one of his Trinitarian modes. He turns into a destroyer like Godzilla, Typhon, Gukumats, Ragnarok. It's the same concept in all the ancient pagan religions. This flood serpent that would come to destroy mankind, and he does it with this flood. And then when the flood is over, the great father, he turns into a renovator, and he wants to help man to develop the earth again after he's rebalanced things. And so the question came up. Okay, well, how does the great father get from one age of the earth, of this age of destruction, to this age of creation and renovation? How does he get there? And the answer they came up, well, the transmigration of the soul. There has to be a soul, and he transmigrates from one age to the next age. And then you see this notion of a soul is how they developed the notions of astrology, that the souls of their ancient dead ancestors would crawl up this chain of being. They would elevate to a planet, and then later on they would elevate to something higher, and then ultimately they would be dissolved.
That's another
that's
another key element, is the hierarchy of being and how that ties into evolution, right?
Okay, well, let's stay on point here with Teilhard. I'm developing my point here. All right, so this soul doctrine is a huge part of the ancient mystery religions, and it develops into Christianity. And Christianity, this Trinitarian theology, they were just continuing the pagan mystery religions. The pagan mystery religions always believed in a Trinity, that the Trinity was the raison d'etre of their whole system. And that the great father is this creator, destroyer, and this renovator. you had that in the Hindu trimurti of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. The soul doctrine, the Trinity doctrine, is annexed into the Christian church. What had happened was that it was abstracted later by the Greeks. You can read that in the Nag Hammadi text, and the Greeks and the Romans abstracted these concepts. I think the Chinese did as well. And I think Xingzu, I can't remember what his name was. He was one of these Taoist philosophers. They started to abstract this Trinity. Instead of explaining the Trinity in these very concrete terms of, like, this Godzilla, this Typhon, these like Chiron. If you know anything about ancient astrology, Chiron, he was this half man, half horse, and he would, after the great flood was over, he would come and he would educate man on the world and how to develop agriculture and whatnot. He would help man. And so instead of these very,
I'm pretty sure he's in a Disney movie and shit.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure everybody knows, because he's like Danny DeVito in like a Disney movie. So it's funny,
so the Egyptians, the Greeks, and the Romans, they developed these very concrete gods into more abstract concepts. And of course, you have in the Platonic system, especially going into Plotinus and Proclus, they would call this the monad, or the one, the nous, and the world soul. These were the three great metaphysical principles. You can read that in Plotinus's Ennead. I think it's the 5th Ennead, first tractate he talks about. And he actually uses, for these three terms, he uses the word hypostasis, the exact same word that the Christians use in their ecumenical councils, by the way.
Yeah, he also attacks the shit out of the Gnostics.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the Aeneid is like him attacking the Gnostics. But yeah.
Well, I think the Gnostic thing is a chimera. The Catholic Church has always held basic Gnostic principles, always. I think that was probably more political than it was anything. There was probably some political dispute between some Catholic bishops and some Gnostic bishops. There's some Roman bishops. I don't know the history. A lot of the Gnostic history has been destroyed. But going back, so this notion of a soul, these metaphysical notions get brought into the church. And you read Justin Martyr's dialogue with Trypho. He's saying that if you believe in that your soul leaves your body when you die and goes to heaven, you're a pagan. He says that. Justin Martyr says that in his dialogue with Trypho. Now, which is a fundamental notion in modern Christians, of really traditional Christianity. This notion of a soul gets developed into the church. The Eastern Orthodox call it a nous. It is the kind of intellectual faculty of man, and it functions as the image of God. And whereas when you read in the Bible, the male is the image of God. If you read Genesis 1:27-29, you read what Paul says about the image of God in 1 Corinthians 11:7. He makes very clear it's the male, the man is the image of God. It's not some universal metaphysical principle. It's man. And if you read Genesis, it talks about God making man in his image. It's the same word that's used later on when Adam bears Seth and his other sons. That he's made in that Seth was made in Adam's image. It's a physical term. It refers to something physical. It's not metaphysical whatsoever. Anyway.
Yeah, and of course, when you go to Valentinus, he's talking about how this concept, he goes full scale with it and says that it's the invisible image of God and type of stuff. Brings it even to that level. And so what do you think of this notion? Isn't it roughly spoke? They're in Colossians, is it not, right?
What, a soul?
Well, just the invisible image part.
No, that Christ is the image of the Father. Yeah, that's Colossians 1:15 says that that the Son is the image of the Father. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Son is the word image means a representation. The word image is the worst word for Christians, because the word image is a direct denial that he's the reality. Like if I was to hold a plastic picture of my wife, that's an image of my wife. It's not metaphysically my wife. It's not homoousios or monoousios with my wife. It's just a representation. Jesus is a representation. He's an image of the Father. He is the great ambassador of the Father on the earth. But look, let me continue my just developing this transhumanist thing. So, this notion of a soul, which is completely foreign to the Scripture, and it's all over Christian theology and the pagan mysteries. This notion gets developed in Christian theology that not only is man and woman equal, all the peoples of the world are universally equal, and we all are the same value because we all have this soul, and which it plays an enormous part in Teilhard's system. And kind of the early church fathers developed this doctrine called angelic virginity, which still exists to this very day in the Roman Catholic Church. They believe that their priests and whatnot should be celibates, and which has led to all kinds of sexual problems in the Catholic Church. And a lot of their priests are complete sexual predators because it's completely deranged to live like that. Because of this notion of a soul, morality becomes universalized instead of this very tribal patriarchal system that you have in the Old Testament and even in the New Testament. And this universalizing of morality and this kind of the creation of this notion of a universal brotherhood of man and fatherhood of God notion is an ancient Christian doctrine that comes with this doctrine of the soul. I mean, even the pagans were still quite tribal, even though they believed in a soul. Their gods and their religion was very tribal. Especially the Catholic system, which itself means universal. That's that's a specific of the Catholic religion, this universalism. And this develops into Teilhard's system. And of course, you have the Logos theology as well. So when Teilhard's writing his Phenomenon of Man, he pictures this scenario where there's been this universal, there's this universal infrastructure that's been created in the world, because
I like how you brought that word into the play, because Kant uses this word a lot, universal. That's like his go-to word. So yeah, I like how you're expanding on it. Yeah, bless.
So the Gnostic motive is to escape the physical reality. It's a huge part of the angelic virginity doctrine, huge part of the soul doctrine. You have in the early church the Gnostic sects, this big distinction between the hedonistic Gnostics and the ascetic Gnostics. And basically, traditional Christianity is ascetic Gnostic, which is that our soul is foreign to this material world. And so the morality should be focused on disattaching ourselves from the material world, and we need to escape the material world. Whereas the hedonistic Gnostics, they were like, well, since my soul's foreign to this material world, I'll just do whatever I want to. And those two distinctions that were done in Gnosticism, that becomes what's called the left and the right-hand path. The left-hand path is the hedonistic Gnostic. The right-hand path is the ascetic Gnostic. And so Teilhard's developing his transhumanist system as a primitive Christian theology for the soul to escape the fetters of material reality. And it must be done through material means. So Teilhard says, let's create this big infrastructure, this big global infrastructure, which is we now know as the internet. And we need to break down the family structure so people are more isolated, they have more time to study. So people will be on this, we'll be broken away from family relationships. We'll all be on the internet studying. And the conscious energies of all the human beings on this internet will all kind of coalesce. They will all kind of coagulate into this one singularity that he calls the Logos. And so all of our conscious energies we will transcend the physical world through this internet, and we will all be consolidated into this metaphysical singularity that he called the Omega Point, or the Logos. And that's the consummation of the Christian religion. I mean, what we are living in is a consummation of thousands of years of theology, that really, Teilhard de Chardin was really the last great, chapter in Christian philosophy to completely consummate the Christian religion, the destruction of the family, creation of the internet, the transhumanist technocratic system of government and human civilization. Or it's not even civilization; it's more barbarism than civilization. What we're living in is just a consummation of Christianity.
Excellent. And yeah, well, I think that I agree with you on a lot of points, that you raised. I especially agree about the notion of ontological transcendence, about how you mentioned the nous becoming that whole schemata, and in terms of Teilhard de Chardin and the damnable aspects of his philosophy as well. But yeah,
Well,
for sure.
I don't believe in a soul. I don't believe a soul exists. I don't believe in the nous principle at all. That's something that Christians believe in. That they develop that from their metaphysical philosophies. But
right, something that comes from Greek philosophy, as you said.
Yeah. And look, this will be one of the more controversial parts of my my platform here is these metaphysical universalizings of philosophy that have been done. This is leading to I think it's going to lead to destruction of this country. This complete denial of national and ethnic realities that people are sympathetically tribal with, and they are by nature. And this this is going to end in all this ethnic melting pot cosmopolitan stuff, which is just a standard Catholic doctrine. You read Madison Grant, his Passing of the Great Race. He has a whole section on how Catholic theology has always been racially cosmopolitan. And sure enough, every Catholic country that has adopted this idea has collapsed and was overtaken. And that's happening to this country because if you look, whenever Christianity becomes dominant in a country, it becomes ethnically cosmopolitan and it's going to collapse. This happened to Spain. This happened to Mexico. Mexico used to be a kind of run by white Spaniards, but their ethnic cosmopolitanism, took over, and it led to Mexico's collapse. I don't think there's any future whatsoever to any ethnic cosmopolitan country, and I would love for anyone to show me from history where a nation that was ethnically cosmopolitan for a long period of time was sustainable. I'd love to see it.
Well, if you didn't show up, I was actually going to present Rousseau. So it was going to be, he kind of has that theory of that, like the civilizational, ebb and flow is, it kind of ends in cosmopolitanism and has to begin again there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like what Christ said, no kingdom that's divided against itself can stand.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way. And I think that the one of the most pertinent examples I give to people is the legal system. Like a lot of people complain about how tyrannical the police are now, and which they are, and the legal system is totally corrupt. And people think because of this that this is the cause of this corruption is just government. It's just government power. It's like no, if you look, you ever seen the old TV show Andy Griffith, back in like the 60s, 50s, Andy Griffith show?
I think maybe I caught an episode or two. But
yeah. That kind of scenario, that's the only way that you can have a legitimate government. And I think that show shows it perfectly, how traditionally people were able to hold a government together. The way you do it is when the judges, the police, and all the people that are under them know each other. That y'all have grown up among each other. You have family bonds with each other. Like if a police officer were to kill somebody in the street, he'd have hell to pay for that shit. Like all his family knows that guy. All his family members know your family members. Like there's going to be hell to pay. That's the only way to keep a legal system, an actual functioning human society together, is when it's unified, when it is homogenous, when the people are they stay together, they've grown up together, they know each other, their families know the judge's family knows the common people's families. That's the only way you can have a fair, an honest, government. What we have seen with the modern legal society is when these police, when they don't have any actual connections to you, any bonds to you, they're just going to treat you like cattle. They don't care about you. They are going to fleece you with impunity because they don't care. They don't know you. Their family doesn't know your family. The judge doesn't know your family, and they're just going to fleece you for money. That was one of the things that Machiavelli talked about in his The Prince. I read that book back in 2012. I took a college course.
I love that book. Yeah, I took several college courses on that book. Yeah, The Prince by Machiavelli. Yeah, it's an excellent read. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and he has a whole chapter about how the best militaries are the ones that are the most ethnically homogenous. When the guys know each other, their families know each other's families. There's this bond between them, between these military men, and they fight better because they have a collective, agreed upon purpose, and they have skin in the game, and it's all together. They're all in it together. You can't, this universalism stuff ends in destruction always.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. That it's a lack of any stable, tradition at all, or any real culture for the youth,
Yeah.
you know, especially for the young men in the society. So,
Yeah.
you know, it really boils down to that there's no rites of passage or no rights of training to go to war for the society you live in. You
Yeah.
know, so it actually falls prey to all sorts of licentiousness and
Yeah.
evil. Yeah.
You even see this among these Catholic neo-Nazi guys who think that there's these saviors of the white race. When you're around these guys, I mean, if you were in a car with one of these neo-Nazi guys and you were to play actual historical high white civilization music like Bach, Rembrandt, Handel, they would hate that shit. They don't want to listen to actual, like white music. They don't want to listen to that stuff. They don't even like white civilization. They don't like it. They want this moral degenerate music, all this just unhinged, emotionally unstable death metal stuff. And it's like,
The type of stuff I listen to.
oh god, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not this neo-Nazi thing has nothing to do with historic ethnic identity at all whatsoever. It's just victimhood. It's just a way you see the reason why these men veer toward that death metal and all that angry music is to feed and to stir up that feeling of being a victim. It says this has nothing to do with their race.
Yeah, maybe there's some of that, but I just think it's way like it's either that or like just like guys singing like girls or just girls singing, you know. So it's either that or just, you know, romance type of or like disco shit. So, you know, I'm at least fine with like guys getting angry and yelling, you know, like I'll listen to that because you know, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Some of it does have a sort of victimhood mentality, especially some of the emo stuff. I can't listen to that because that just goes back to guys singing like girls. So
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah. No, it's what I've seen in the I have spent decades trying to develop an organic community of people to actually provide a solution to the degeneracy that we're living in, and that victimhood stuff is been the number one killer of everything. It's what I have found is that the white men that are in these reactionary movements are not in it for any reason they say. They say the things that they say. They associate with who they associate, not because they have any loyalty to any racial or ethnic group or any ideology. They are in that to feed their victimhood, to feel like this addiction to feeling like a victim. And the reason why I know that is because the men that I have dealt with, thousands of them, the person that they hate most in the world is not the people who actually harmed them. The people who actually like their parents mostly. They should hate their parents more than anything. But actually a lot of these guys live off their parents and with their parents. The person that they hate the most is me, because I'm telling them to perform, to do something so that we can create an organic community and get out of the system. They don't want anything to do with that. Even when I give them the ability. I have had one guy in specific just recently in the last year. I had trained this man to make money. He's made hundreds of thousands of dollars in the last couple years. A few months ago, we were ready to put money down on a piece of land. We were going to start a kind of breakaway community. He tells me there's going to be strife. He betrays the whole thing. I had given this guy over $20,000 to teach him how to make money, and so we can get out of this system. He doesn't want to be held accountable to me. He doesn't want to be held accountable to anyone, and he just ran away. God knows where he's at. He's like traveling the country trying to get away from my lawsuit against him for breaking our contract. I did nothing to this guy but help him, because he was not in this. He had no intention whatsoever in creating any solutions for anybody's problems. He was associated with me simply so that he could feed this feeling of being a victim. That's the only reason.
Yeah, I feel you. There's been lots of, I mean, the culture is a reflection of just the opportunistic nature of people and the lack of trust among the people. As you said, a house divided cannot stand.
Yeah.
And definitely. But yeah, we're coming up here on 2 hours. I don't know if you're feeling tired. I definitely won't keep you. You're not forced to be here by any
Oh,
scale, but yeah, if you want to open up a panel discussion or anything like that, that would be
yeah, I could do that for about 35, 40 minutes, something like that. And
for
then I
sure.
got to run. But yeah, I'll
For
do a
sure.
question and answer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, stick around and yeah, if anybody wants to hop on the panel, now would be the time to come ask a question. I already got Bunny out here in the back. I know he's gonna want to ask some questions about flat Earth and those types of things, because he's intrigued with that. But yeah, I'll let Bunny up right now, and I'm gonna take a break right now, like just like maybe 5 minutes. Musical break, and we'll be back right here. Thank you guys. And we'll have 30 more minutes, 45 more minutes with our friend Southern Israelite. Thank you guys for being out here with us. Bless you guys, man. And I will be right back. I'm gonna take a little music bathroom break if you guys don't mind, and I'll be right back in a second here. Thank you guys for being out here. Okay, thank you for joining us, Bunny. How you doing today?
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, dogs? How y'all doing?
Doing okay. You know, I'm trying to open up this panel, and so far you're the only one to join. You know, Neuro, get up here, and you know, other people, you guys are welcome to join up here. But yeah, you know, I'm sure you got some interesting questions about flat Earth. You know, we got an expert on the topic right here. You know,
Yo, I'm gonna be
but-
honest. Me and my wife have been over here, bro, and we really do resonate with a lot of things this dude's been saying. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the stuff he was saying was straight facts. But you know what I'm saying? I do got some questions because I don't know. I might have missed some things in the beginning. So, you know, I would hate to be redundant, but I don't know if this was addressed. I noticed that you call yourself a Southern Israelite. Could you basically like explain what that means?
Okay, yeah. So I don't believe in British Israelism. I don't believe that that most people think that's what that means. That the British Israelite movement is ancient in Britain, and the basic tenet was that the Anglo-Saxon people were a lost tribe of Israel, and that we're the real inheritors of the promises of Abraham and whatnot. That's I don't believe that. Okay, so in Galatians chapter 3 verse 29, it's a basic tenet of covenant theology. Paul says, all those who have faith in Christ are Abraham's seed and heirs according to promise. That when a Gentile believes on the Messiah, he's become a spiritual son of Abraham, a true son of Abraham in a spiritual sense, that he believes in God and he is willing to obey his commandments. So I'm a Southern Israelite in the sense that I was born in the South here in America. I was born in Mississippi in the deep South.
Right.
I resonate a lot with the Southern states and the Presbyterian Calvinist movement in the South, with Stonewall Jackson and Robert Louis Dabney. I've read pretty much everything Robert Louis Dabney wrote, and Robert Louis Dabney was Stonewall Jackson's chaplain. I named my son after Stonewall Jackson.
So I
yeah.
guess my question is, all right, so how do you approach the law? Like what is your interpretation of what the covenant is?
Okay. I mean, it's traditional Calvinism. I mean, I'm a Calvinist. I believe the Calvinists, the Calvinist system, the distinctives of Calvinism, I believe in. So, I believe that the Abraham. This is all in John Owen's. John Owen was most respected to this day, the most respected Calvinist scholar to ever live. Any Calvinist, if you cite John Owen to him, he knows he has to accept what John Owen said. What the basic Calvinist understanding is that the New Testament is not a new covenant in the absolute sense of new. It is a renewal of the Abrahamic covenant. It is the covenant that God made with Abraham is for all the families of the earth. If you read in the early chapters of Genesis, God comes to Abraham and says that you're going to be a blessing to all the families of the earth. So it's for Jews and Gentiles. If you read in Deuteronomy chapter 5, when God makes his covenant with Israel, he specifically says, this covenant is made with you. I did not make this covenant with your fathers, but with you. So the Sinaitic covenant, the Israelite theocracy, that was specific to the Israelites. But if you look, a lot of the laws that are in the law of Moses predate the Sinaitic covenant. If you look in Genesis chapter 2, God ordains the Sabbath day like first week of creation, before there's any Jew or Gentile distinction whatsoever. God ordains, he rests on the seventh day and blesses and hallows it. And
Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to ask this really quick, and because I won't have much time. Do you think that there is a hierarchical connection between Jews and Christians? Do you think that there's a pecking order or hierarchical order between those two? Like, do you think that Jews supersede Christians in some sense, or?
I think that, like, take for instance George Soros. I think he's a perfect example of probably what you're talking about. George Soros has sold out to the Western mercantile system, which is why, if you, in my database on neo-Nazism, I have multiple links to Jewish newspapers and big Jewish news websites. They hate George Soros. The people in the nation of Israel, they despise George Soros because George Soros is constantly compromising their unique identity as a Jewish state. He doesn't want a Jewish. George Soros wants a cosmopolitan culture in Israel, and the Jews there, they don't want that stuff.
Well,
So-
but couldn't you argue that everything that we've seen with the physical Israel wouldn't be possible were it not for, the boogeyman of Mr. Mustache, for example?
Oh, you're talking about Hitler. Hitler himself was a Zionist. He wanted there to be a nation for the Jewish people. The Havara Agreement. He advocated for Zionism.
And what about you? Are you also a Zionist, or would you classify yourself that way? Or
Look, I think that the Israelites have a right to their land, but I wouldn't put $1 in support of them until they acknowledge the Anglo-Saxon people's right to have their own country.
sure. Well, here's my question then. I mean, what is the difference fundamentally of the teleology of that versus the Nazis? Right? Like, isn't it the same teleology essentially?
Same teleology. You're saying I agree with Mustache Man's Zionist?
Well, you're saying that Jewish people have a blood relationship to the land,
Yeah.
and to what to an ethno state. I mean, I'm just trying to understand what's the difference between those two positions. It's like basically you're saying that they want their ethno state and we want our ethno state. So
Yeah.
okay, got it. I'm just trying to understand. I'm not trying to come at you. I'm just trying to clarify your point.
Okay. Yeah, I want an ethno state for Anglo-Saxon people, and I wouldn't militarily or financially support Israel until they would acknowledge our right for our own people to have our own nation.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask that real quick, and please, everybody ask your questions.
Yes. So I kind of fail to understand what's the problem of abductive reasoning. Basically, you have your hypothesis, you pretty much you go over and check the facts to see if it matches your hypothesis, and the hypothesis that checks with the facts the most we'll go with till we find something better. I don't understand what the problem is with that.
All right, so the difference is in what you're probably talking about is the inductive system, where you're trying to explain physical reality through a natural cause. That's perfectly fine.
No.
What Western philosophy has done is it has created another category and raised it to a criteria of justification, where something you just imagine in your head they define something you just imagine in your head as a natural cause. Atoms, infinite space, millions of years. Those are not natural causes, and these are what Western science is, a Christian presuppositional system of epistemology.
Yeah, I didn't mean induction. I did mean abduction. I described it correctly. Yeah, I'm okay with something in your head be the driving factor, but we check the world for facts to verify with the thing in your head. That's called your model.
Induction is what becomes a problem, quote unquote, a problem within a Western philosophy.
Well, I don't.
You can't rely on inductive measures, perhaps.
I don't think it's possible to escape using induction. Induction is.
It's not. It's not. You can't. Every system relies on it regardless, and this is one of the biggest retarded parts of precepts is this problem with induction.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has to try to make a generalization from the things they're experiencing in order to function. It's just you can't do without it, and you know, what I'll take for instance, like whenever I've been debating these Eastern Orthodox presuppers, and they're all disciples of Jay Dyer. They're Ortho Bro Dyerites. Like Jay Dyer is a huge presuppositional guy, and I point out to them like one of the basic aspects of nature when you got lions and pretty much every animal in the world understands tribal identity. So that they understand, they can grasp the concept of genre and species. Now, according to Christian presuppositionalism, that's impossible because only men are made in the image of God. That's not only do the early Christian fathers say that, but Aristotle and Plato said that. So if only men have this soul and this metaphysical connection to this upper world, well, then how do you explain the fact that these animals, they clearly understand the difference between tribes and species and genre? Their whole life is based on what's food, who's my family, and who's my prey. They understand this stuff. You know what these Christian precepts is? Oh, Drake, can you prove universally that every creature in the world can understand tribal identity? Hashtag not all. And it's like, dude, like it's the exact same system of epistemology these SJWs use. When we start pointing out the general patterns in the behavior of certain demographics of people in the country, they're going to go straight to their Christian presuppositionalism. Hashtag not all. You're stereotyping. Yeah, everybody has to stereotype. Basic science. You have to make generalizations from what you observe.
Well, and you know, this whole idea of this orthodox presuppositional apologetic is really just something that's created by Jay Dyer in and of himself. I mean, it's not used throughout church history. Nobody else, Dyer went to Boston University. He was raised in Reformed theology, Calvinist, and all that kind of stuff. And then it's basically him and Father Deacon Dr. Ananias, PhD, whatever guy, that have come up with this entire idea that there is this idea of orthodox tag precept argument. And a lot of the Calvinist and Reformed guys will even say that, well, based on the essence energies distinction that you have in the Orthodox Church, you can't even technically use this argument because it deflates it from the get-go. And then I would say, because I hold to natural theology and classical theism, I'm going to say that you as a Christian, you just cannot even use this presuppositional argument or this tag argument because it goes against Scripture.
Well, I would maintain that this Calvinist thing that Jay Dyer was influenced by with this guy Cornelius Van Til and Greg Bahnsen. You can reference the work of Stephen Dilday on this matter, and he has multiple lectures showing this is not historical Calvinist system either. I mean, you look at Charles Hodge in the 19th century. He's basing all his stuff on natural theology. Most of the guys were doing natural theology in the Calvinists in the 19th century. This presuppositionalism stuff, this arose out of German idealism, and it ultimately goes back. It ultimately goes back to Meister Eckhart.
Yeah, I reject the whole idea that there is this worldview that you must that somehow everybody has this worldview as some kind of lens that they're looking through everything within their. I reject that idea as a whole. Therefore, to me, the precept argument it's meaningless to me. It means nothing. Like
my main argument is completely arbitrary, because the Darwinists do the exact same thing as the Christian presuppers do. They use the exact same system to justify that the Earth is millions of years old and that birds are dinosaurs.
Yeah, I think the worldview thing is even based on a misinterpretation of Willard Van Norman Quine and his like two dogmas of empiricism.
Yeah.
Well,
Jay cites that all the time.
I kind of disagree.
All the time. Yeah.
I disagree that the old world creationists and the people think old Earth is using the same thing as precept because they have more facts that go the way per the instrumentation, with like half-lives of certain elements and stuff like that.
Well,
fossil
I mean,
records.
you could take it to a different level, but precepts often like to make it as if their system is like way more intellectual than it actually is. But I mean, R.C. Sproul is good at pointing out in his debates that he had with early precepts how the entire system inherently is anti-intellectual. It's telling you that there is no actual benefit to having any intellectual discourse into this situation. Either you agree with my my end point, or you don't. Which and it's inherently circular, and then so the precepts have to invent this idea of, well, it's not viciously circular, but it's okay for us to do it. It's not okay for anybody else to do it. And then I think this whole the whole thing is retarded, though. Like, just the idea that you can destroy any other quote unquote worldview just by pointing out one minor discrepancy within what you perceive as their system. I mean, this is to me, it leads people away from Christianity. I think it's not a good thing. And the precept is where like the idea of the flying spaghetti monster came out of, right? That was a reaction
Yes.
to preceptors,
Yeah.
because, well, if you can presuppose your God, why can't I presuppose flying spaghetti monster? He gives me grounding for everything that I need to make within my argument. If you don't agree with flying spaghetti monster, then you have no justification or grounding for any of your arguments, which is nonsense. It goes nowhere. It's stupid.
My main text that I use with these preceptors is Psalm chapter 19. The Bible speaks directly to how you prove God exists. And it's you read Psalm chapter 19, the heavens tell the glory of God, and the expanse, or the firmament, declares the work of his hands. And he talks about how we know God exists because the earth has this firmament over it, and the sun
that's natural theology right there.
The sun is running the circuit under this firmament on the earth. That's how he says it, flat out.
Oh, well, we have a big problem there. The geometry doesn't work out when we assume that. We can't explain the day-night cycle.
Which system of geometry are you using? Which of the infinite number of Euclidean and non-Euclidean systems of geometry are you referring to?
There's not an infinite number of Euclidean systems of geometry.
You're using. I love having get these Western science guys to actually give me a true Scotsman. Tell me exactly. Give me the man. Have you read the history of non-Euclidean geometry and the different systems that have arisen?
Yeah, and I'm a huge fan of hyperbolic geometry. It's good for certain. What's it called?
So that you use hyperbolic geometry.
I use a bunch of different geometries.
Yeah, there you go.
The thing is,
there you go. No true Scotsman. You guys do this every time. Every single time I try to get you to give me a true Scotsman, you never do. You do this because you want to try to confuse me in the middle of a conversation. You're switching. What you're doing is you're trying to obscure causation and put all the burden of proof on me.
Okay. Well, I can't find it.
Give me no. I am not having a debate with you on this until you give me your system. Give me the true Scotsman. Which one? Which of the non-Euclidean systems are you going to use?
Let me look up a system of mathematics we can use. We can go
I know Drake's limited on time. I wanted to just kind of ask him some more about the denial, the soul doctrine, and kind of how he sorts that out.
Yeah.
Drake, you believe in the bodily resurrection of believers eventually, right? Am I correct?
Yeah. I don't believe in a metaphysical heaven. The Bible never speaks of the destiny of any human being being in some metaphysical heaven. Heaven is always described in material terms, that when we die, we go to sleep in the dust of the earth, and then when Jesus comes back, we're resurrected, and heaven is here on the earth.
Yeah, right. So when we go to sleep, what is going to sleep, and then what will reanimate the body? Afterwards.
Yeah, here's where my pleomorphism stuff comes in. So
I gotta ask you a question right quick, because so when Jesus,
I'm trying to understand this shit.
I'm just saying, when Jesus is talking to his Father who is in heaven,
Oh God, dude, come on.
when he's in the earth, right? How does that work out?
What was the argument? Jesus talks to his Father in heaven while he's on the earth.
Yeah, you're saying like that heaven is a physicality that's on earth,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. No.
No. He says heaven is a physicality outside of the firmament, correct? Or that's where God, the physical
The
being-
Shamayim, where God's dwelling place is, that's my estimations. It's about 25 to 30,000 miles above the Arctic Circle. There's a physical building there, and God's a physical being, and it's like a courtroom up there, and he's administrating the affairs of the earth up there. That's how the Bible describes
You're saying
the
that
world.
God is a man.
God is in the we are in God's form. God has the form that is similar to a man. Yes,
but God is not a man. That's what the Bible says.
No, he rejects the whole transcendent aspect of God.
You can't reject parts of the Bible and take some of it.
No. I didn't say God was a man. I said that we have the same physical form. It doesn't mean that he has the same exact, biological material makeup that we do. No.
Where are you finding in the Bible that God is physical?
In Exodus chapter 33, where Moses is approached by God, and God tells him, you can see my back parts, but you'll not be able to see my face, which is completely meaningless unless God has actual form.
But you seem to be pretty
Moses.
My bad. You seem to be pretty familiar with the Hebrew. You should know that word God does not mean one single God.
Oh, dude, see, this is accommodation problems. Yeah, there is no
we're talking
basis
about
whatsoever.
Elohim.
We're talking about let us make man in our image.
No, well, the word can be used in multiple ways within Hebrew, and it's really a non-point technically.
I mean, it actually is because it's in a plural.
No, it's not used as a plural though in that verse.
Who's telling you that?
Look, the word Elohim is applied. The word Elohim is applied to Aaron. It's applied to Moses. It's applied to the angel that which of Endor rose up from the dead.
That's
like it refers to judges in Israel.
Yeah, it means it does not mean the Almighty Creator.
Yeah. The word Elohim is a generic title that can be applied to different people. Sure.
Who just said you are
the name of God is not Elohim. The name of God is Yahovah. Elohim is a title. It's not a name.
So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from with the consonants on Yahuwah. I understand how you came to those sounds. You know what I'm saying? I did believe in the sacred name movement at one point. Mm-hmm. The reality is, right? We got that word gods, right? We don't have Yahuwah in the words, right? When we read it. So when he's seen the backside of a mighty one in a chariot. He did not see God because it says no man has seen God.
I have a whole article on this on my blog. I
feel you, but
you're not allowed to see his face. The distinction that is made is you can see my back parts, but you cannot see my face. That's what he says in Exodus 33.
It says no man has seen the Father.
Yeah, his face. Yeah.
That's not what it says. It says no man has seen the Father. It doesn't say face.
Yeah. Okay. So
the Creator is not the author of confusion. The devil is.
So you're hold on. So when it says in Exodus 33 that Moses saw the back parts of God, you think that's he's lying or what?
I'm saying, why does Moses get the name of God and make the distinction and have God's name and then refer to other mighty ones, right? In a different non-name, in more of a title.
No, it's clear that God was clowning on Moses. He's like, "You want to see my face? Yo, look at my ass."
I mean, look,
it's divine. God's hilarious.
Everyone would like to believe that we can relate to God like a man, but the reality is that God is not a man. That's what it says in Psalms.
Never said he was a man. I said he has a similar form to a man. That's what the word image means in the early chapters of Genesis, for man to be made in God's image. So what the word means.
I mean, man is made in God's image, right?
You're going to say it's a soul, aren't you?
A man is not God.
You're saying the image is a soul, aren't you?
Yeah, this is where. I would say this is where this.
It gets loopy because You know what I'm saying? We have two creations in Genesis.
I thought you just said that God's not the author of confusion.
Right. So what I'm saying
So
is we have the creation of the spiritual and the creation of the physical.
what do you mean by spiritual? What do you mean? Are you talking about Plato's Metaphysics?
I'm saying that, so in the spiritual, right, we have a world that is not physical, right? Because like this is what Jesus refers to as the flesh, right? The flesh is corrupted. The flesh is wicked. The flesh is not perfect. Physicality is not perfect. It's in entropy.
Show me that. Show me that passage.
I'm just saying that's logic.
It's Gnosticism.
I don't believe in Gnosticism. I think Gnosticism is a heresy. That
So I
leads
feel
directly into Luciferianism and basically
based on whose authority, though, would you say that?
Well, I'd studied it, and it links directly into all of the other wicked things like Kabbalah and mind control and Kundalini.
Why are those things wicked within your? I hate to use the word, but worldview. Why are they wicked within your worldview?
I could give you a lesson on it, but it all essentially.
No, I mean you don't have to give me a lesson on it. I'm fully aware of all the things that you speak of, sir. I'm asking why are
I'm
they
gonna break it down
heretical within your worldview?
Yeah, I'll break it down for you. So it's basically like these systems promote a salvation, right, of the self. Is that you don't actually need a savior. You're being saved by yourself. And so it's a rejection of Jesus.
There you go. Okay. You're more based than I believe, but I think Drake would disagree with that to some extent. I'm not completely sure.
I just posted my write-up on this issue of no man can see God. I gave the whole thing. If you read in John 1:18 where it says no man hath seen God, the only begotten Son, which is in the bosom of the Father, he hath declared him. He's not by seeing, it means understand. Nobody has the full nature of God has not been revealed until the Son came. It's not talking in physical terms in John 1:18. Can I actually answer the question that EBT asked me?
Yeah,
he asked me a question. You interjected.
Went into that. Yeah, that would
be
great.
All right. Okay. So, sorry. Could you ask me a question one more time?
Okay, so I was asking about your rejection of the soul doctrine. We're talking about the bodily resurrection at the end of time, and I asked like what animates the body before death, then what whatever that is that animated the body before death, how does it come back after death? What's reanimating the body? I guess that's
okay. So I believe in the pleomorphic school of biology, and there's a fundamental substance that Antoine Béchamp and a number of men who followed him pointed out. He called it the microzymus, and Dr. Nelson and a number of other doctors actually isolated these microbes as well, and they put them to napalm fire. They put them to like sub-freezing temperatures for long periods of time. Nothing destroys these things. Nothing. That is the Western system teaches that the fundamental kind of biological unit is called a cell. And Antoine Béchamp actually refuted that exact notion when he demonstrated the microzymus. And the microzymus cannot be destroyed. That's exactly when Jesus says that do not fear him who kills the body, but is unable to kill the nefesh or the soul. And when you look at that passage, but fear him who is able to destroy both body and soul in hell. But when you look at the cross reference in Luke, the way Luke renders that passage is do not fear him who kills the body, and afterwards he can do nothing afterward. He can do nothing more to you, but fear God instead. So he has a slightly, Luke is very clear to distinguish Christ's teachings from Greek philosophy. Luke was a Gentile. He was a very educated man, and he understood that some people may take some of the things that Jesus said in the Greek sense, and he made very careful, specific attempts to distinguish what Jesus was saying from Greek philosophy. So what I believe is going to be, what God is going to use to resurrect me from the dead is called my microzymus. And then he's going to basically reanimate in the grave and bring us up from the earth. these primordial biological units. So yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask, like, I guess I don't know if you'd call it ritualistic or doctrine-based question. Would you be opposed to cremation then? So you're saying there's an actual,
Yes.
like an actual material component that's left over after you die that will be like. So you're against cremation then? I would guess.
I am against cremation. I don't think cremation is going to completely eliminate the possibility of resurrection, though.
Okay.
I think there is a because the Bible says God's going to resurrect both the wicked and the righteous on the last day.
Yes.
So
I agree, and I agree with that as well. The exact workings of that, I guess, I would never claim to know, but that's an insanely interesting position. It's extremely unique. I not heard anybody else hold this position personally.
Yeah.
So
well, if you a number of Seventh-day Adventist scholars, the Seventh-day Adventists and the Jehovah Witnesses, they believe basically what I believe about the soul and the resurrection. There was a guy named Samuel Bakioki. He wrote a book called Immortality or Resurrection. I think that's the best book I've read from that tradition on this issue of the soul and the resurrection. Now, he's not going to get into the details of the biology in Antoine Béchamp. That's something that I've was forced to study on my own because I have a terrible problem with my gut, and I had gave these hospitals tens of thousands of dollars to try to figure out what's wrong with my gut, and none of them could tell me. So me and my friend Chris, he did a lot of study on this too, and we started getting into the raw primal diet and Antoine Béchamp and Angenis's work.
So why don't you associate more with these more Aryan adjacent stuff like JWs and
well, they're number one, they don't keep the law of Moses. They don't believe in keeping the Sabbath and the dietary laws and the Levitical Sabbaths. They believe in a futurist system of eschatology. They're pacifists. They don't believe in national preservation of your people. They don't believe in any, they've made some corrections and some things that Christians have taught, but I would have to be sitting there in these churches all day long. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. I can't stand it. And I know after a while they would kick me out.
Do you follow the law?
Best as I can in this system. There's some things I can't do in this system.
So what don't you do?
You
say the Shema every day in the morning.
There's some passages in the Torah that say that I need to, have a lamb on my own land, spotless, to take it out of my flock and do the Passover. I can't do that.
Are you going to put a hoop in your daughter's ear and sell her into slavery? It's one of the 613.
Dude, so okay, so let's say let's say I'm a 35-year-old man. I'm working at a factory. I get my leg chopped off working on a machine. I'm going to be out of work for years. I can't provide for my wife. I can't provide for my family. Now, you're going to say that we need to go into welfare and have a socialist government that's going to take care of that stuff.
You're taking it into a situation that doesn't exist, and I'm asking you about the situation that does exist.
What are you talking about, dude? Guys lose their ability to work all the time and provide for their families. What are you talking about?
Here's the problem. I have a problem with hypocrites, right? I sat there and followed the 613 laws the best I could, right? But what I realized, if you actually try to follow them, right, you're going to realize that the laws are wicked.
Why are they wicked? Says, according to what standard?
Have you studied them?
Dude, I wrote a whole book on this. It's called My Dooms of New Saxony, and there's not actually 613.
There's 613.
The Jews repeat themselves. Moses Maimonides repeats himself over and over again in his 613.
Hey, there's 613 laws.
No, there's not. There's not 613.
Are you going out burning cities down that are in idolatry?
If I was living in a covenanted nation where we actually had a covenant with God and there was apostates, I would do that. Yeah, we're not living in that.
Do you know how to blow a shofar?
I don't know how to, but I've
you
done.
wearing-
I don't know how to do it good, but I've done
Are
it.
you
Yeah.
wearing a blue border on the corners of your garments and
I
fringes?
wear CZ. Yeah. I wear CZ on four corners.
No,
of my
it
garment.
doesn't say Zizio. It says fringes. It ain't fringes. You got to get
Okay.
fringes.
It's actually 300. I counted 349 in my book. My
You
Dooms
need
and New
fringes,
Saxony.
man.
It's not
says fringes.
613.
And you would know it was fringes because it tells you in the border, right? If you read the Shema every day that you're supposed to read, right?
Yeah. So I just posted my
Do you
book
kick
on
your
the
wife
Dooms and
out
New
of the house
Saxony.
when she's on her period?
I do not have sex with my wife when she's
No,
on her
you're supposed
period.
to kick
Yeah.
her out of the house. She can't. You
No.
can't even.
Again,
sit on a
this
chair if
is
she sits
another
on it.
commandment. This is
Becomes
another.
unclean.
Again, this
can
is
do
another
it.
commandment that I cannot keep in this system.
You can do it.
The system. No.
You know it sounds ridiculous. That's the reality.
I live in an
That's why you
apartment.
don't keep it. It's not because you don't love God, and it's not because you can't. It's because you know it's fucking stupid.
No, I don't. It's because I
Yeah, you
don't.
do.
I live in an economic system
Look,
that does not allow me
be
to live in
honest.
an organic
Be
community
honest
where
with
I can.
yourself at
Dude,
least.
this guy keeps talking over me. Is this guy spurging out or something? What is he? What is this guy like?
Clearly,
Are you
spurred out.
sexually frustrated? Do you not have a woman in your life or
I
something?
actually just nutted.
Yeah, this guy's a total clown.
Ask
What
my
are you
wife.
doing, dude? You ask me a question and then you start
Yeah,
talking over me when I
control
answer.
yourself, Brad.
Go ahead.
Go ahead with what, dude? What is your problem?
I'm just saying.
Are
claim
you
following
sexually
God.
frustrated? Do you have a woman in your life?
No, I'm just trying to put the reality.
Yeah, he
to
won't
you
answer the
every fucking
question.
week.
He's on the internet to feed his victimhood,
See,
like
I followed
99%
you
of these
all
white
for a
men in this
year, my
country.
dog. I followed them because I love God. But the
No,
reality is somebody put the reality to me, and that's what I'm doing to you right now.
yeah, you need a
Bringing you the
girlfriend,
reality.
dude.
What
You
Sabbath
need,
do
you need a
what
girlfriend.
Sabbath do you honor? Which day? The Sunday Sabbath? The moon Sabbath? The Saturday Sabbath? Which one? The Jewish Sabbath? The ones who are Jews that aren't actually Jews, but they claim to be?
I answer all these questions in my book, Dooms and New Saxony.
You
I
like
got it for free
fires?
on the internet.
You keep the
Huh?
fire burning. So now I gotta buy your book and read it to have a conversation. You can't just
You're an
fucking
absolute
question.
dipshit.
Right.
I just said I give it away for free,
right.
and I've given it away for free for years. How
Hey.
dumb do you fucking feel
Hey,
right now?
search your heart, man.
How dumb do you feel right now?
Search your heart, man of God.
How dumb do you feel right now?
I don't feel dumb at all.
So why is it you just said that I'm demanding people pay me for the book when I just told you before you said that I've given away the book for free for years?
All right.
And I posted the link in the chat.
All right, how about this?
How dumb do you fucking feel?
You want me to read an entire book to have a conversation with you?
Dude,
is that a requirement? Because I can make you read books too then. How about
so you're like every one of these men on the internet. You want me to sit you down for like 3 years and go line by line through my books and every other book before you'll do something with your life. Do you have a full-time job? Do you have a full-time job?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
It's none of your fucking business.
Yeah, that's what I thought. No career, no job, no woman, and there we go. There we go. Another man on the internet. He's on the internet to feed his victimhood.
My dad.
And you're not going to do anything with your life. You're going to do nothing with your life.
Dad. He could actually vouch for me. That's the grandpa of my 4 children.
Okay.
I think we need to introduce Drake to the Sanity Machine. I think that Drake and the Sanity Machine would get along with each other.
Yeah, Bunny's wife has been on the show, and his pops is on the show. His pops is on the show right now. Greetings to Bunny's dad. Chris, did you have a question? Or Pops, did you have a question? You know,
I'm just listening to a lot of arguing, and Mike, you got to let the guy talk. You keep
I haven't said a word.
You keep talking over the guy.
I haven't said a word. I just want to know what laws.
You do it to me all the time.
That's all I'm saying.
You got to let people speak and then answer them. You can't answer them while they're speaking. You know what it is? His brain thinks too fast.
This fucking guy, Bunny. This fucking guy. Am I right?
But Southern Israelite, what is the meaning of that name?
This fucking Jumbo.
You believe you're an Israelite?
No, I already answered this. It's covenant theology, Galatians 3:29. All those who have faith in Christ are Abraham's seed. It's just covenant theology. I'm a Calvinist. I don't believe in British Israelism.
So now you believe in the because my parents were Jehovah's Witnesses when I was a young kid, but then my father got out of it because he found a lot of flaws in the religion. So
Mhm.
you believe in that man is going to come back, like we're going to have we're going to be reincarnated. We're going to have Armageddon, and then we're going to come back and be judged. Is that what you believe?
No, that's called futurist eschatology. It was created by the Jesuits named Emmanuel Lacunza and Francisco Ribera. They developed that system of eschatology to get the heat off the Pope for being the Antichrist. I believe in historicism. I believe the traditional Protestant historicist understanding of the Book of Revelation. I believe that the Great Tribulation took place when Rome sacked Jerusalem.
Oh man, you're a preterist, 70 AD.
I'm a historicist.
as well. I agree as well.
Calvinist? What the?
No, I'm not a preterist. No. Look, just because there's some similarities between historicism and preterism doesn't
You're
mean
a
I'm a
70
preterist.
AD Calvinist Israelite who follows the laws selectively. Is that what you're saying?
This is complete. This is becoming a clusterfuck.
It sounds like you made your own religion, dog.
I follow the exact same religion that is in the Bible.
I tried to make my own religion too, bro. You know what I'm saying?
What religion, what Bible do you follow? The Old Testament or the New Testament?
You'll figure it out.
I believe the New Testament, except for James, Jude, and 2 Peter. I think James was obviously written against Paul, and I made a recent video about that.
Slippery
And
slope,
2 Peter and Jude were embellishments on the Book of Enoch.
Telling you, it's a slippery slope when we start picking.
Do you know who supervised the writing of the New Testament? Who supervised it?
You're talking about the selection of the canon at the Council of Chalcedon?
Yeah, you know who supervised that whole thing?
I just told you, the Council of Chalcedon.
The Masonic Order.
Fuck off. All right, I'm out of here. This is a joke. These guys are a fucking joke. EBT, I'll have a conversation with you later. If you want to have a conversation, I got stuff to do now.
The truth.
Oh, you're exactly right. Not only I want you to believe that everything I'm saying is bullshit, and you've never been wrong about anything. I got other stuff to do in my life. Have a good night.
Well, thank you guys
Oh, well.
for joining. Oh, well,
That ends that.
he just well,
I guess it got on here too late. Next time.
Have a blessed one.
You too.
Southern Israelite. I was gonna say bye to Southern Israelite, but he hopped off. Thank you for joining and thank you for giving us some of your views, and I'd love to talk to you again. And of course, you have a blessed day. Thank you for sharing your opinions. I will update a lot of these views and opinions in a series on the historical setting of the Middle East, where this will be one of the newer parts of it. How do you think that went for you, EBT? You think that was okay? You think you're gonna have him on your show now?
Yeah, I mean, I was legitimately just trying to understand kind of where he's coming from, because I have been I've been listening to his content for the last couple of weeks, trying to figure out.
Me too.
His positions.
That's weird.
I was
like,
somebody had been coming on my channel, saying, well, you should debate Southern Israelite and all this shit. And then they sent me this one video where he was talking about how somebody in the bar association went to Jesuit school. And I just kind of pushed it aside. I was like, well, this is fucking retarded to me. And I didn't pay any attention to it. And then, somebody said something in that one stream, and then I went and started looking at his content, and I was quite intrigued by it. I've listened to hours and hours and hours of him in the last couple of weeks. Listened to the whole playlist against Dyer's book, which I thought was pretty good.
It's a pretty good series. It's a pretty good series. I
but
like how
it left me with a lot of other questions, though, too, to kind of understand like exactly how his position works in its entirety. Like, so I'm just curious on the guy's entire position. I think it's quite unique. So.
And I think that's how you got to be, though, out here. You got to really start from scratch and see what you can, really verify on your own. And everybody who does that does come out with something interesting. But the thing is that, the conventional narratives. I mean, they suggest ridiculous things, so it it behooves one to try to, not assimilate to that, so like I mean, honestly, I think there's a reason why in our age there's this like pseudo intellectual, whatever, like forced intellectual, or whatever, pop philosophy, going around,
Yeah.
Well, you
and
know what I think.
I feel like I probably agree with a lot of this guy, like particularly his critiques on Presup and Tag and
what about
that kind of
Teliard?
stuff. I think I don't know.
He put a lot of blame on Teliard.
The blame should be put on him. Like I don't. There's
he's terrible. I mean,
there's no reason for me to defend him. I mean, why I don't have to. I wouldn't have to defend him. I mean, his teachings are officially censored by the church.
I'm not saying you should. I just thought the response to the Protestant, the Protestant Reformation and its ties to liberalism, it kind of went in a different direction for him.
Yeah.
Biggest
what do you think of
problem
that?
today is everybody that's a Bible thumper thinks they know the Bible. And the Bible has so many flaws in it that you really don't know how to, you got to do so much homework just to find the truth. And then when you find the truth, you find something else that negates that truth. And you just keep going down a rabbit hole and another rabbit hole and another rabbit hole. It doesn't end.
The
book was written a long time ago, and it's been changed. Words have been changed. Names have been changed. The Almighty God has a name. What is his name? Is his name Yahweh? No, because there's vowels that are missing. So there's so many different things that you could break down the Bible and have an argument about. And then you got
I think these are like non-points, really.
How many different Christian religions do you have? Do you know there's like over 200 Christian religions? Of one religion,
there's 30,000 of them.
No, but like 200 main. There's over 200 main.
Here's a main point, right? Everyone that really studies the Bible comes to a conclusion. They either just blindly accept the whole thing, or they realize that something fucking happened and this shit is corrupt.
Well, I would say this is the era of the concept of sola scriptura, which is something that Southern Israelite holds to, which I would say is not even a biblical concept in and of itself.
Yeah, but too bad you didn't say that to him when he was here.
I would have. I wasn't trying to come on your stream and be a dick to your guest. I mean, I was trying to be polite and honest with him. I was trying to ask some legitimate questions and add.
Oh, you're not going to be a dick to the guest. You're just going to come on here and be a dick to me, like.
Okay, so that's what you're going to do. That's what you're going to do now. You're going to be a fucking dickhead to me now. Okay.
I was a little bit of a dick.
If you want to start, I can. But yeah, go ahead, buddy.
I wasn't the one starting, sir. You're the one.
I was a dick.
I was just asking you why you didn't ask him that. I
didn't have a chance to ask him that. I was trying to have an actual conversation with the guy and try to sort out what he believes. I mean,
interesting.
I could come on here and be a fucking asshole and just tell him that he's wrong.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yo, honestly, I know I was a little bit of a dick, right? My bad. But honestly, it came from a place where I was trying to save that man from something that I was entrapped in. So that's why I was a little bit, you know what I'm saying?
It's not your job to save him, buddy.
No, I feel you, but like I was stuck in that belief, right? And if somebody hadn't put the reality to me, like, yo, this doesn't fucking make sense, and this is why, I would have never seen the light, and I might have still been saying a fucking Shema 3 times a day, bro, blowing fucking ram's horns. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that.
It don't make no fucking sense.
I think you got to keep religion simple, believe in the Almighty Creator, and try to be a good man. And what do you mean by being a good man? Well, I mean, you do have like the 10 Commandments. It kind of covers everything. I mean, so if you can do that, I think you're okay. I don't think you have to go to the extreme of all this craziness. I don't think the Almighty God wanted it so complicated. I think you just got to be a good person and believe in him. And I think if you do that, I think you're covered.
That's kind of what EBT kind of believes as well, because he doesn't believe in sola scriptura. Isn't that not right? So So what's your like, like what's your deal? What's your argument against it or whatever? Let's go with that.
Oh, me? I don't have an
No,
argument
I'm
about
talking
it.
about no, I'm talking about EBT and Sola Scriptura.
Oh, okay.
Well, I guess I would hold to a concept of prima scriptura, that the scriptures do hold a prominent place within the faith, but
What?
there are
So
external
that's the
things.
same thing, isn't it?
No, it's not. No, sola scriptura would be the sole doctrine of the faith, is the scriptures.
So
Yeah,
this
like
is just it just is just the genesis of it or something? Prima?
Sola is all of it, and then Prima is like that. It's important, but you don't need to incorporate every word of the Bible.
Prima,
Right.
like primary, like prima
Yes.
materia. That's another word that they use.
Yeah. I'm just what the concept that is called is prima scriptura.
It's the primary source, but not the only source.
Right. Yeah. So we would use tradition. We'd also use natural theology. We'd use things that philosophy outside of the Bible. Everything would. It's an all-encompassing, universal type of faith, is what I would.
Is that not more in line with what like Jesus was actually teaching? Because they weren't walking around with Bibles, preaching, you know what I mean, scripture bars at each other. Like they would just.
Well, I mean, Jesus did constantly quote the scriptures, though. I mean,
He knew
but
them.
the scriptures were not, the Bible
Yeah.
that we have now.
They didn't have them like that, So he knew the scriptures well. Like I can sit here and quote scripture.
Well, because he would have had to have been in temple reading them, though, as a
He
child.
was.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like he knew the scriptures, but like they didn't necessarily walk around and with the Bible and sit there and try to pull out like, all right, Psalms 19, it says this. You know what I'm saying? They didn't. That was more along the lines of the legalistic aspect of like the Pharisees and stuff, where they were.
But I mean, how often does he say, "Have you not read that it was, have you not read that it was written and all, all that kind of, have you not heard that it was said?" And he's constantly quoting
Right.
scripture.
No, definitely quoting the scriptures. I'm just saying that they didn't have at that time a New Testament to walk around with.
No, that'd be silly, because I mean it's being written as it's being developed. I mean,
people are
and
saying,
then even the one line that the Protestants like to use, that all scripture is God breathed, but that comes in the New Testament. So how are we applying that to the books that were assembled in the New Testament canon, or are we saying that that's whatever? Because there was no established necessary Old Testament canon amongst the Jews. So how do we know what is scripture at that point?
That's right.
I don't think it's so important anyway. I think if let's just say a person knows the Bible inside out, the Old Testament, New Testament, and me, I'm a humble man and I don't really know it too well, but I go amongst this earth and I become a good person. I follow more or less natural law. I know what's bad and what's good. When you lie, even the liars, they know deep down that they're lying, and you could see it in their eyes, in their face. So when you do something bad, it's inside you. So if you're a good person and you try your best to obey the Almighty, where just normal, natural things like don't kill people, things like that, don't steal. Well, I think I'm better off than the guy that knows the Bible inside out, because what does that mean? It actually means nothing. So what? You read the book. I don't think the Almighty God is going to judge a person on knowledge. He's going to judge you on your heart, what's inside you.
Yeah,
that's right.
I say Christianity
I keep
is not
telling
a religion
people,
of a book. It's not a religion of a book.
if you throw the 10 Commandments out and you follow those 10 Commandments, it almost covers everything. I mean, I don't see anything else that you need to do other than that. I mean, well, what else do I got to do? I got to walk around with, like they were talking about before. What do you call that? Tonsils or whatever?
Fringes,
and all this shit. I don't think you got to do any of that shit.
I hold to the concept that the 10 Commandments are essentially typological for natural law, and that's why in the scripture they're written on stone. It's giving you an allegory to them being, in a sense, natural laws in and of themselves. That's why God directly wrote them upon stone.
Yeah. So I mean, if you follow those 10 commandments, what else do you need to do?
What do you think it means when it says, yo, the law is written on the heart of man, right? It's that at the end of the day, you can do things that are wrong and you'll know that you're a piece of shit when you do them. It's just that some people have been able to overcome that feeling. That's it. Every person that's bad, they know they're bad. They've just been able to overcome the feeling of needing to be good.
And I think
fear, the whatever you want to call
I think
it.
the most important thing out of everything is you have to repent. When you do commit sin, you have to be, you realize you did it and you have to ask the Almighty Creator for forgiveness. And if you don't do that, I think that's the biggest problem. And most people that do sin now think, it's no big deal.
You got to realize at some point when you're not living right. And essentially, repentance is realizing that you're not living right, and changing what you're doing. You know what I mean? To living right.
Well, see, this is why Mike was still up here, because now that we're getting into the conversation of sin, so he rejects all of metaphysics. So
it's gonna take you too long to get through a discussion with him because there's just so much there, just the concept of the soul would be a whole.
Don't Calvinists reject free will?
But do you think the Almighty Creator really wanted it to
Calvinists
be that
are also
complicated?
Trinitarians, so I don't understand. There's lots of questions to be asked. So
I don't think he's actually a Calvinist, to be honest, because most of what he said isn't Calvinism. You know what I mean?
I think he actually rejects Calvin. I've listened to a talk he did reading one of Calvin's books, and he was saying that Calvin was essentially a Gnostic too, as well. So there's a lot of questions I have for the guy to try to understand his positions and everything. But
Mike, you think that was Man of God that was on?
No, I'm just saying, if you're a man of God, why are you out here fucking?
Oh no, because there was a guy called Man of God that he had his own
you're following
show,
the laws, right? And then you say, I'm just saying, when people sit here and say that they're following the laws, right? They're obviously dedicating themselves to God, right? But then they don't realize that if you're going to sit here and say, I'm following the ones I can, but you're not really doing that, you're kind of a hypocrite. And I'm pretty sure God hates hypocrites. I'm just saying.
Well, there were a lot of laws written for like the priests to follow. We're not priests,
What priests, bro? I'm talking these are
no, but those 600 laws or whatever you're talking about. There's ones that like the priest in the Jewish temple had to wear certain clothes.
I understand. You remember how I was
ridiculous.
You remember what I was doing a year ago?
Are you out of control?
Oh, Gem Apologetics is in the chat. Awesome.
No, I'm saying
bless you, Gene. Yeah, you're welcome anytime, friend. I'll reach out to you somehow. Yeah, bless you, brother. Yeah, I'm actually, our friend Neurojack is a fan of your work as well, Gene. So yeah, man, bless you, brother. Yeah, but yeah,
think about this: if the whole world walked around and obeyed the 10 Commandments, we wouldn't have a problem. We wouldn't have any problems. Why are we going to make it so complicated? Why is religion so complicated today?
I mean, as long as people could figure out exactly that there's only one God and they wouldn't confuse that part of it, then you could probably make it work.
And like he said, EBT with the Trinity, I mean, there's a lot of things that,
Trinity straight nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ is sitting there talking to himself, going, Father, forgive them, for they don't know what they do. Come on now.
Well, so you might have more in common with Southern Israelite than you think, then, buddy. He rejects the Trinity as well.
I just use common sense. Like, I don't think Jesus was in the desert and the devil told him, pay me homage and I'll give you the world. And it was actually God he was talking, the Almighty God he was talking to.
EBT.
No, it was his son.
EBT, the problem with the Trinity, right, that I find, the biggest problem, it's like a fallacy, is that it's a logical fallacy, is that it's one thing, right? So they're all separate, but we want to combine them into one to make the other two also God. You see, there's no reason to unite things that are separate in their own sense. We can have a hierarchy, right? The hierarchy is laid out in the Bible. It's that you got the man is the head of the woman, right? It says this, and it says Jesus is the head of the man. and then God is the head of Jesus. So there's a clear distinction that Jesus laid out.
Well, yeah, there's monarchical Trinitarianism, which believes in the hierarchy within the Trinity as well.
I'm just saying, it doesn't have to be a Trinity. They want it to be. Like you have to read the Trinity into the Bible. It's not there. You see, if you were to read a Bible and you didn't know anything about it, you would not come out of that room a Trinitarian. You would have no idea. It's a monotheistic religion.
Well, that's often the argument that Unitarians make, but I'm not trying to have a Trinity debate tonight. But
in terms of,
I would say inherently it's not logical.
Yeah, but he has kind of a nuanced view in terms of the Trinity, I think. But in terms of Arianism, they do have a subordinationist kind of view. So it would kind of be like a monarchical situation where God's on top and then it's Jesus, but Jesus still has a fundamentally high place within the schemata of like universal laws and those types of things. Is that not right?
Yeah, and this would be part of the alleged schism between the Eastern Church and the Western Church being, the filioque, whether or not the Spirit proceeds from Christ as well, and it gets super complicated, and I don't think we need to take it towards a Trinitarian debate. Gene would be a great one to have on the panel, though, to talk about that. He's quite the scholar on the situations, but I am not. I'm not equipped to have that conversation for sure.
Yeah, I'll reach out to Gene. We'll have a special with him too. Definitely. We'll get it popping with this type of stuff. And
you should get Sam on too. I'm sure Sam would come on your channel. Shamu.
Who's Sam Shamoon?
Yeah, I'm sure he would come on your channel.
Yeah, I'm sure he would come just yell at me. Like the Christian Prince, this dude just started just screaming at me. So yeah, I don't know how much of that I could take consecutively, but I did have a little screaming match with Andrew Wilson from the Crucible. So it is what it is.
That was recently, or
no, I'm talking about the debate I had there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The last debate I had there. All right.
I just think you could take religion and throw it out the window because there's too many of them. And I just think keep it simple because you just sit there. Nobody really knows. Nobody really knows the truth. Nobody's there. We don't know what's true in these books and what's not true, what was rewritten, what was, they played around with words and things like that. So
where does the word religion derive?
Well, I start a new religion called Keep It Simple.
Well, yeah. So
be a good person.
Religion. That's a religion.
Where does religion derive? The word. It comes from rebinding.
It's for control. I mean, everybody wants to control people.
It's generational mind control. It's the rebinding of the generational mind.
Catholic Church did a great job with that.
Well, I would say that people should be binded. I think their thoughts need to be binded to something, or else they're just going to waffle in nonsense.
I mean,
hey, greetings.
I agree with that part, but keep it simple.
How are you
Instead
guys?
of making it so complicated. Well, they'll sit there and argue over the Trinity. And in reality, does it really matter? If you're a good person and you believe in the Almighty God, you believe in Jesus, whether you believe he was the Son, a prophet, or he is the Almighty God, he's an avatar in human flesh. I mean, is it really that important? No. I think if you're a good person, that's important. I think you're going to be judged by that. You're not going to be judged. The Almighty God ain't going to say, well, you didn't believe I was part of the Trinity, so you're going to hell. No, I don't think that's the problem.
I don't
the problem
think that.
is we make the
either.
problem.
I don't think that either.
People make the problems.
What's the problem?
The problem is there's too many religions and people are arguing over things that are irrelevant.
Honestly,
I wouldn't say they're irrelevant.
Most of them are. Not everything. Most.
What's your main contention? What's your main I mean, I don't okay, that profile picture that showed up was kind of shocked me there. But I was just gonna say, what is
what profile?
The person who commented, who was giving you props, they had some weird like troll doll version of Trump. It's kind of shocking material.
Oh, me? I don't know.
No, not you. But anyway, so you were talking about the Trinity or something. I only came in like a minute ago. I had to go get my headphones. So what's the main contention about these divisions and stuff? Like, what's your main issue, I suppose?
My main issue is we should stop arguing over things that aren't important. I don't think it's as important as we think it is. I think it's important that we are good people. Okay. And we try to do good instead of doing evil. And I think that's the most important thing, to be humble.
May I ask you, are you a believer yourself? Like, where are you getting this good idea from?
Well, I am a believer. I believe in the Almighty God, the Almighty Creator. And I believe that, to me,
that the God of the Bible, though? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, the God of Abraham, let's say. You know, I believe if you follow those 10 commandments, it kind of is the playbook. I mean, it covers everything. I don't think I have to sit here and worry about, well, you know, let's say I follow the 10 commandments and I kind of do it all, right? And then I got to sit here and go, well, I don't believe in Jesus as God in the flesh. I believe in he's maybe the Son of God. Oh boy, I'm going to get in trouble if I don't really figure it out.
Okay, here's my 2 cents on that. I would agree with your general statement that the vast majority of people shouldn't be judged on their theological prowess, because the Bible says quite clearly in Deuteronomy that the religion is made for simple people who are able to understand it. So it can be a long religion with a lot of great things in the Bible, but it shouldn't be so complex that nobody can wrap their minds around it. So I do agree with you that there's too much fighting over Christology and Trinitarianism. Like, the first 700 years are just these debates. Definitely agree with that. But at the same time, I would say that, you know, I mean, I don't really know what your idea of good person is. You mentioned the 10 commandments. Like, what else would it entail?
Let me break this down a little better for you. Okay. Let's say, I don't know what religion you are. Let's just say you're a Christian.
Yeah.
And you believe in Jesus, you know, whether he's the Son of God or he's God. Now you got a Muslim that doesn't believe in Jesus, okay? And he believes in Jesus as a prophet. Now the Christians, I mean, I don't know about you, but almost every Christian faith I know says, well, the Muslims, they're doomed. So you're telling me a Muslim, that's, let's say, a doctor, that sacrificed his life and went to Africa and sits there and helps poor people, and he could have made hundreds of thousands of dollars in his country. And he's a good man, and he does all these good things, and he doesn't really sin. He's not going to make it. Like, he's going to go to hell. And a Christian, just because he believes in Jesus, is not a prophet, but Jesus is the Son of God, or Jesus is part of the Trinity.
Yeah.
He's okay. I don't believe that.
Well, here, let me make it simple for you. They would not receive salvation, but it's not about Jesus being God. Whether you believe he's God or not, you have to believe he died for your sins. That part's non-negotiable, and Muslims don't believe that. That's the main problem, not whether he's God or not.
Well, see, there's where I disagree with you.
The God part takes up a large amount of the Quran, and I would argue even the New Testament doesn't make that the most important feature. Christians have. The New Testament doesn't make that the most important feature. You have to believe that he died for your sin. That is what the salvation entails in the New Testament. Otherwise, what's Paul talking about?
Well, see, there's where I disagree.
Yeah, that's where it gets hairy, bro.
See, I think that you're telling me, let's say there's 1 billion Muslims, that they're all going to get wiped out. And I don't believe that. See, I believe God's going to judge you by your heart.
Why is that wrong, though? Like, what's the matter with that?
Hypothetically. Because I don't believe my almighty God that I follow is going to kill people that are good people, that are, they're innocent. I don't believe that.
So God never kills people in mass.
He does, but he don't kill people that are good. He kills people that are evil. They're wicked.
Right,
but you're worshiping
God is
that's
the
evil.
judge. But God is the judge of what's good and wicked, not you. That's the
I
problem.
agree with that 100%. But we're trying to make believe that we know what's in God's heart, and we don't.
I mean, look.
I don't know what he's going to do. You may be right, but you may be wrong. Right. See, I don't know. But
if you're a Christian, then you believe the law is written in your heart, right? And you also believe in the 10 Commandments because that's what Jesus said. He said that all laws hang on two, right?
That doesn't mean that you ignore the others, though. I have to clarify that.
He said all laws hang on two.
Right. That means if
You're
you
not-
don't do those two, you can't do the rest. It doesn't mean only do those two, ignore the rest. That's the distinction there.
I don't think you fully understand what he was saying, but
Sorry, that's kind of a weird generalization considering you and I have never really talked before, but go ahead.
he broke it down, bro. He said, love God and love your neighbor.
Okay. That's
Right.
what the commandments hang on. But if you don't
Right.
do any of them, then it's what nothing hangs on.
So he wasn't
Nothing's
worried
pointing at
about
anything.
stupid stuff like washing his hands. He wasn't worried about picking grain on the Sabbath.
You know
he
why,
wasn't
though?
worried about healing.
There's
He
no
wasn't worried.
salvation in the Ten Commandments either.
I didn't say that, but I say,
He
do you want to
wasn't-
know why he rejected the washing hand thing? It has nothing
He
to do
wasn't.
with
All right,
the
so
Old
the
Testament.
washing of the hands was a tradition. It wasn't actually a law.
From
right?
who? Yeah, from the
You know what I'm
rabbis.
saying? He's talking about the pork and, oh, okay, well, we're talking about words here. We're not talking about the pork. You know what I mean? Look, I understand the whole rhetoric of Christianity.
Well, I
But-
would disagree there. I don't think that chapter has anything to do with pork.
All right,
honestly.
so let's rewind a second back to the Trinity, right? You want to know the main problem with the Trinity?
Not
Is
really.
that-
I've studied all the 7 ecumenical councils.
yeah, God doesn't need to be a Trinity,
Yeah. Okay. So.
right? God doesn't need to be a man.
Okay.
So what is the problem with that? Like,
That's not what we're disagreeing about. We're disagreeing about the law. That's a different subject.
so in the law, are you saying you follow the law?
I'm saying I follow the law not for salvation, though. It's not
So
for
what-
salvation.
What law?
The law of the Old Testament. The law
All
of
of
Moses.
613.
Yeah.
Oh boy. All right, so you're gonna put a hoop in your daughter's ear and sell her into slavery.
You're misreading the context of that.
Do you kick your wife out of the house when she's on her period?
No, you're just supposed to avoid uncleanness, which is exactly what it prescribes.
Also, now you're interpreting the law in your own context.
No, this
and-
is
and
what
following
this is
it.
what Jews did in classical Judaism, and this is what people did in the New Testament as well.
What
They didn't
Sabbath
actually
do you-
kick people out.
What Sabbath do you hold?
What do you
what
mean?
day?
There's
Like,
only one. Even the Orthodox
day?
Church in the year
I'm
1054,
saying what day?
they recognize this. I'm getting to it. Sunday is a different day than the Sabbath. Sabbath is Saturday.
So you just picked. So you pick Saturday
I don't pick it. That's what they have said traditionally, and that's what the
every
Bible says.
Saturday. Every Saturday.
What's the matter with that? I don't understand what this.
Well,
Why are we getting into this subject now?
I'm going to explain it to you.
Okay,
so
go ahead.
The Sabbath is based on a lunar calendar.
Yeah,
Are
I
you
know.
aware of that?
Yeah.
All right. So in order to actually be on the Sabbath, you would have to calculate the lunar cycles, which you're not doing if you're just going on every Saturday. That's not a proper
I didn't
Sabbath.
say I was going on every single Saturday, and I'm still novice on the lunar cycle system, but I do have actually a calendar that I look at for that. So
Are
I'm
you
not
wearing
just blindly
fringes?
going, oh, Saturday, we have to do Saturday. Obviously, that's based on the Roman solar calendar.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Are you wearing fringes?
Yeah, you're supposed to.
Are you wearing zeets or fringes?
ZZ, that's what you're supposed to do.
It's not a fringe. That's a zeet. That's a Jewish invention. That's not Israelite stuff. That's not of the Bible. It's supposed to.
Yes, it is. It's
supposed to go around
actually-
the whole border. Okay, now here we go. Do you read the Shema 3 times a day?
You're supposed to.
Do you read it?
Well, yeah, you're supposed to.
Okay, so when you're reading it, did you read the part where it tells you to put a blue ribbon, right, around the borders of your garments, not the corners, the borders,
Yeah.
with fringes?
You
Not
do realize this
tassels.
is what the this is what the
tassels.
chapter of Mark 7 is about,
But it's
right?
not tassels, it's fringes. Are you
Okay.
wearing fringes with blue ribbons
Listen.
around the corners of your all organic cotton garments that are not mixed fibers and have
Do you know why you're not supposed to mix fibers? Is because you're not supposed to emulate the mixture that the Levitical
mix
priests wear.
animals and
It's not a
plants,
general
right?
rule.
Okay, but do you wear mixed fibers?
Yeah, because it's not a general rule. You're just not
You're
supposed
burning-
to wear what the Levitical priests wore. That
Are you
makes-
burning down your neighbors in idolatry?
They aren't doing any, as far as I'm aware.
Well, you're not paying attention, okay? Because the people who are worshiping Jesus as God are in idolatry. So you better start burning some churches.
Hang on. What exactly is your religion? Before you get into this diatribe, you don't even know what I believe, other than the fact I said we should do the law and not for salvation.
Yeah, I
didn't
know. We
say
have
I'm
to
like a
start
rabbinic
there.
Jew. Like,
No,
what
we
do you
got to
think I am?
start there because look, we got to start first to figure out if you're a hypocrite because that's way more important than anything else you're going to say. Because I don't want to even entertain a hypocrite's version of salvation if we can't even get past.
It's
the
not
fact that you're
salvation.
claiming to
It's
follow
not
the law.
salvation. That's your
And
biggest
I've
error.
followed the law and I've found that you can't actually do it.
Really?
And so that's why when you sit here and say you're following the law to the best of your ability, I'm going to actually question you on it because I know the law. I know it better than you.
Okay. How do you know the law better?
I followed it. I lived it.
Okay.
You're not following the law. You're following your own imagination of what you think the law is.
Buddy, can you please tell us what your background was?
You're interpreting the law yourself now.
I'm asking you what you were previously, because if you were in rabbinic Judaism,
you're going to be saved by any works.
You're not. You're not.
Of the flesh.
You're not listening.
The law.
So what are you
He's not listening to me at all. You're just assuming that I'm saying the law is for salvation. I never said it was.
I know. That's why I said that. I said I know the verse that you're modeling your life after.
Which is what?
That you're not going to be saved by works of the flesh. Yes, I know the verse.
No, that's not the verse. No, Acts chapter 15 and the vast majority of the New Testament talks about.
Here's the point. Are you actually following the laws, or are you just saying you're following the laws?
I'm doing them to the best of my ability. I've only recently begun following them.
Is it really to the best of your ability, or are you just interpreting the laws to make them fit your ability?
No, I'm not making them fit my ability at all. Everything is up to God.
You're not interpreting any laws correctly, and you're just doing whatever you want.
That's not true at all. That is the entire. Okay, you're just kind of going on to a rant here.
Do you know how to play
entirety. I'm going to talk now because you're just accusing me of stuff without actually saying.
You got to let him talk.
Go ahead.
This is getting into nonsense. The New Testament goes at length. Mark chapter 7, Matthew chapter 23, and Acts chapter 15 all talk about the fact that the rabbis tied up the law with useless burdens and made it impossible for men to do. You're not supposed to do those parts of the law and make the law into a matter of painstaking.
So where do you get those parts? How do you separate the laws?
Profane versus unclean foods is one of the biggest ones.
Okay, but what's your criteria? Like what Bible
the New
verse
Testament says? It literally says, "Do not do the profane form of the law," which is what the rabbis invented. Only do what is unclean.
So how do you determine that from your Bible? When you can pull the 613 laws directly out of the Old Testament, how are you separating them profane and not profane?
There is no concept of profane in the Old Testament. That's the point. That's the point. There is no profanity regulation in the Old Testament. It was an invention that takes place outside of the confines of what's actually written in the scripture.
No, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. So you're saying you follow the laws that you are able to, and you only follow the ones that are not profane. And I'm asking you.
You know what profane means? I don't think you understand what I'm talking about here. Profane were inventions by the Pharisees.
I'm not defining what you're talking about.
It's added rigorism.
I'm asking you to elaborate.
Rigorism is what
I'm literally elaborating right now.
The
rabbis added food.
In a certain context, and you're elaborating in a parallel context that doesn't give me the proper.
No, I'm not. In Acts chapter 10, when Peter has his vision, Jesus says, "Rise up, Peter, kill and eat." Peter says, "Not so, Lord. I've never eaten anything profane or unclean." Jesus says, "Do not call what I've made clean profane." He never says anything about unclean. The unclean regulations are already given in Leviticus.
Okay.
That's what you have to follow, not anything else. In addition to that, when we get to the topic of the Sabbath, the Sabbath was made for man, not man made for the Sabbath. So Jesus is saying that the Sabbath is meant for you to relax on, not freak out about whether or not you accidentally broke it by walking 10,001 steps instead of 9,999. That's not the point of the Sabbath. Point is to rest. He was just clarifying the law of Moses in the New Testament. That's what most of it's about.
You know how the Jews sat there and figured out all kinds of crazy loopholes to get around these crazy laws?
Yeah, we don't do that.
That's basically what you're doing in a much lesser context.
So, Gene, let me ask you: you believe in salvation?
Right?
Yeah.
You're not physically
rejection of the
right. You got to let other people talk.
Hey, I'm going to talk to Pops now because you keep misrepresenting what I'm saying.
The truth either.
Okay.
You
know wait. Let me say one. Pops, hang on. Let me say one last thing, and then I'm going to let you and I will go back and forth. All I am saying is that we should follow what's in the Old Testament. There are additional laws that were invented by the Pharisees of Jesus' time that he tells us not to follow. I'm not selectively choosing parts of the Old Testament. I'm saying we should follow what's in it, not for salvation. Pops, go ahead.
All right. So you believe in salvation with Jesus?
Yeah.
So you believe that if you don't believe in salvation with Jesus, you're damned. Like
there's no guarantee of your salvation.
Okay, because we got 2.5 billion Christians in the planet, and then the other 5 billion are different, religions. Okay. So you think God's gonna wipe out them 5 billion?
No, he could see a way to save people outside. That would be his mystery, not ours. All we
Correct.
know is that you should be getting your salvation from the Bible, from Jesus Christ. I can't recommend you to do Hinduism. There may be a case of a
agree with
Hindu
that.
who God, wills to become a Christian maybe near the end of his life and he becomes a good person. Fine, whatever. But in the most part, we believe people in our covenant are saved and people not in the covenant are not. And by the way, that doesn't mean everybody gets tortured for eternity. Those aren't the only two options. It just means they may not have eternal life in the resurrection.
I agree with that part. Okay, we're on the same page with that.
Nice.
Because some people believe in, no, there's only one way, and that's the only way. And I don't believe that.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Pops, let me say, I like that we're having a calm discussion here. I don't know what, Rad Guy just got very aggressive on me, within 30 seconds of me opening my mouth. So I appreciate we're having a nice, calm discussion here.
No, I understand. Let me tell you who that guy is. My son, actually.
Really?
And he's been down that rabbit hole that you're going in. And my son can read the Old Testament in Hebrew. Okay, he knows how to speak Hebrew.
Good.
He's went so deep. I'm talking about 5 to 7 years of nonstop study, reading everything you could find in creation of religion, okay? Trying to figure it out, because that was his goal.
That's what I've done, yeah.
And he came to the point where when he did find, you found the Old Testament now, and then he found flaws in it. And then he found flaws in the New Testament. Then he found flaws in everything. And he just kept finding flaws that kept making him question and going down another rabbit hole. And it got to the point that he couldn't figure it out.
Okay. I think that
nobody can.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think I've figured it out. I would not be arrogant enough to say that. I think other people have figured it out, and I'm taking their scholarship. So I do not claim that I myself figured everything out. I would just say that I think the reason most people falter on the law is they think it's for salvation. It is not. And if you miss a point of the law, the punishment for the Old Testament was, if you the most important laws, if you were actually in a theocracy based on biblical law, you would be punished physically for that. It has nothing to do with your salvation. So if people are if I don't do the, like you said, the tassels right, I'm going to go and burn in hell forever. No, I don't believe that. That's clearly not what the New Testament is talking about. Though that's what a real Judaizer is. A Judaizer is someone who does the law for point system for salvation, following the Sunnah or something. I don't do that. That's not what the law is.
I agree with you 100%.
Okay.
I'm on the same page as that too, because some people just think it's like a point system. It ain't a point system. You're going to be judged by your heart.
Yeah.
No matter what people want to tell you, you're going to be judged on your actions, what you've done in this world, and your heart, what's inside you.
Pops, let me ask you a question here. So we were talking originally about the Trinity when I came in. I do agree with you, like I said earlier, that this constant fighting about Christology has caused just misery in the world. So I agree. There is no point in debating these extreme, unfalsifiable metaphysics that the Bible never gets into. Because I've seen it. I've seen my friends, I've seen people on YouTube talk endlessly about these tiny, minute Trinitarian dogmas that they will discuss for 9 hours and nobody can ever provide a solution. So I definitely disagree with sitting around pondering things that you can't prove. Also, welcome to the two guys who joined. Nice to see you, I guess.
Yeah, what up?
But common sense with the Trinity, you have to just use common sense, though. I mean, I get everybody that's a Trinitarian, they always got a different answer. But here's my question. Yeah. Jesus is in the desert for 40 days, 40 nights, whatever. And the devil approaches him and says, pay me homage, and I'll give you everything in the world. Now, you think for 1 second that if Jesus was the Almighty God in a human flesh, do you think the devil would approach him? No. Come on now.
Well, here's the thing with me. Here's what I say. I'm writing a book on all these topics we're discussing now, like metaphysics, Trinity, law, stuff like that. One of the big things is that, the early Trinity is not the Trinity that we have today, which is mainly influenced by St. Augustine and Thomas Aquinas' idea of the Trinity. The earliest Trinity was basically the Father's the one God and the Son has the Father's essence. Not there's an essence out there somewhere and 3 people are identical and equal and they're all attached to it. But the Son is beneath the Father in ways, in terms of authority, in terms of all this stuff. why, the Son is the one who's sent to the earth, not the Father, because they're not literally equal. That doesn't make any sense. So I do agree with you on that point. Yeah.
Absolutely correct. I mean, even when what was it? Lazarus asked him, "How do I pray to How do I pray to him?"
Yeah.
And he tells him, "He don't say pray to me." Some people say, "Oh, you got to pray through Jesus to get to go." No, you don't. He's not the middleman.
Well, he's the mediator. You do have to pray. You pray to God the Father. You can pray through Jesus Christ and with the Holy Spirit. That's the traditional formula. Not I'm going to pray to 3 different persons equally, and each one is only going to get my prayer separately. That's basically tritheism.
Yeah, but he tells you how to pray to, right? He gives you, our Father, whatever, who art in heaven.
Well,
So
there's
he gives
actually
you-
there's an Orthodox priest named Father Thomas Hopko, and he was a kind of a student of Archpriest George Florovsky's theology. And basically, he said every prayer that you do, whether to a saint or to Christ, all of it goes. Its root, its source goes back to the Father. Otherwise, we're basically just doing idolatry. That's what he said. And I think that makes a lot of sense. Like everything is really a prayer to the Father, but you're going through these different layers.
I agree with that. I just don't. I don't know if I'm in on saints and stuff like
That's
that.
fine.
But
Yeah, we don't have to talk about that stuff. Who are these guys who joined, by the way? I don't want to talk over them if they're trying to hop in. Cecil and Pinoid
welcome.
News.
Welcome. Buzz, man.
Pinoy News don't care about
Pinoy
religion.
News.
He just wants
How y'all
to.
doing?
He wants to break America into like 6 pieces. Right, Tommy? Tell him,
I
burn
don't
it
know.
all down. Tell him.
Yo, I don't know if we can hear you.
I care. Listen, I
speak up,
care.
Pinoy. Oh, there you go. Yep. Okay, for sure.
Yeah, I
Go ahead.
I care. You know what I'm saying? Like I care about religion. Hey, how you doing? I care about religion, right? Like I'm Roman Catholic, but like I don't think about it the way any of y'all do. Like y'all think about it in the universalist version. I think about it in like a cultural version.
I think of it in a tribal version, not a universalist version. But okay, I get your point.
Tribal version is correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, like the whole reason why like you argue about like what you are and are not supposed to do is because what you're doing is you're looking at like different cultures from different places with different people in different times as to how they were doing what they were doing. And that's how your religion should be dictated to you, is based on your culture, your area, your people, and how you live every day. You know what I mean?
So.
That should be like
I disagree with universalism though, so I'll give you that point.
Yeah, like so, like for instance, like if you grow like watermelons in your area, you should have like a watermelon festival, and like you're like everybody's going like looking to like reach back to religion to find a way to be able to like bring stability back to our lives, and it's not it. You're missing the culture. We're supposed to be attached to the land.
It should be both. It should be both. I definitely agree with that.
Like the whole idea of love your neighbor. You know what I'm saying? Like be attached to your neighbors, your community, your family. Celebrate the people who are born in your like the idea of like
Can I interject there for a second?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you're right about love your neighbor, because Christ was talking about your neighbors within your covenant, not like, oh, hey, there's a guy next to me who wants to burn down my house and kill all my children. I better love him. Like that's not what love your neighbor is about. It's about within your own people.
Yeah, it's like your people, like your neighborhood, your community, your family, like the people who surround you, you work with every day, you trade with, like you go to your local, like your community events, all these type of things you deal with, you have to like go and trade with in order to like, you have to love these people because these are your people. Yeah, you're supposed to be attached to them in that manner where like I don't survive if you don't survive. Like my next door neighbor, he's a firefighter and an EMT, right?
Yeah.
Like my next door neighbor, he's a firefighter and an EMT. So like, I need him in my community. Like what if my house catches fire? What if like I get sick? I need somebody to take me out. I need him. So like,
is it just me or is his internet kind of going out?
When times are hard, he's out here working. Tommy. He ain't, he's making much money because it's all about.
Tommy, you're breaking up like crazy. It's kind of he gets bad reception.
Yo, can I turn off my cam?
Yeah, I might.
Can I turn my cam off?
Yeah, for
turn
sure.
Your cam off. I think it's lagging you out.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It lags me out.
Okay.
You don't need the camera.
Yeah, Cecil's always here.
Hey, bro. Hey, I don't think you're paying attention, is what he said.
Oh.
When you were talking about you burned down your neighborhood and gave it adultery, you were like, nah. And he's like, I don't think you're paying attention, motherfucker. That'd be rolling. You know what I'm saying? No, but straight up, just don't be gay, following 10 commandments. You should be good.
I would say more
That's
than
not
10,
how this works.
Yeah. Go ahead, Paranoid.
You lost me. Sorry, you lost me.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, you gotta have like a culture. You have to have social rules. You know what I mean?
Yeah, don't be gay, following 10 commandments. You should be good.
All right. I was just going to say the
This is the
culture
problem.
part's very important too, because like he's saying, this is the thing. All right. The Bible, the prophets who wrote the Bible, they wrote it living in their culture. Like most of them were not isolated, living on like a different planet, not knowing what's going on in the world. So yeah, like the culture wasn't necessarily influencing theology, but it was the other way around. And so the theology was happening in an environment. And so you're right that like an environment is important. I mean, the way we are today, I assume most of you guys are in the United States like myself. The way we are today is based on like English civilization, post-religious, post-Protestant civilization, and a lot of Catholic influence as well. We wouldn't be in this world without that, but the cultural part is very important too.
Yeah, that's the mentality. And like, look, this is all like where we're at today is the end result of like Unitarianism, right? Like John Locke literally like had like most of the Unitarian people like living in his house when he like did his writings and shit that influenced the founding fathers like thoughts about the Constitution and how they set the government up. You know, I mean, this is all like
I would say deism. I would kind of specify it's
Right.
these kind of deistic types, these post-Enlightenment types who wanted to bring back like Greek philosophy. It never left in the first place. That's a whole nother topic. But anyway, I think
That's right.
you're mostly right on that. Like the Unitarians are not the same as those like historic Arians and semi-Arians were nothing like Unitarians. Like Unitarians are basically just kind of a weird abomination of the war between Protestants and Catholics, the whole Reformation versus Reformation.
Yeah, they ran out of Italy and ended up in Poland, and then they ended up running out of Poland and they got ran out of there, and then they went to Britain, and then from Britain most of their ideas ended up getting formed into American ideologies. And then like in America, like we ended up having like cultures, especially in like the Northeast and the South, but then the Protestant Puritan culture ended up spreading over everything, which is this universalist ideology, right? And now just everybody moves and does whatever they want to do. You know, I mean, goes to other neighborhoods and nobody knows anybody. Everybody's atomized, and this is really the problem that we have. Like having a religion
industrialization was a big problem too. I'm sure you would agree.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yo, man, listen, rest in peace, Uncle Ted. Right, but like you know, right? Yeah, man.
There you go.
One of my heroes. right. Yeah, but like the whole mentality is that like we're settling in. Like we ended up colonizing an entire continent, right? And we're settling in right now, you know, and
well, you
like
guys
we're having you know, I mean, America's did. I mean, yeah, so like we're settling in at the moment and everybody's reaching for something and we don't know what it is. What you're doing is you're reaching for a culture, right? But like you're reaching for the religion because the religion is what used to organize the culture. It's like where you went to a church every week, right? And it had in multiple functions. It wasn't just the worship. It wasn't all that. It was also you're checking in with your neighbors. You're talking like
I agree.
people around you.
We need to
seeing
be
what's going on in
around.
your
We need to
neighborhood,
be
like you're bringing
physically.
that up, all that stuff. This is all.
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, we need to be physically around people, and look where we are right now.
Yeah,
We're in
that's
the
what I was going
internet.
to say. So let me interject real quick. Silver-tongued Cavalier says, "What's Gene's opinion on enlightenment, dark enlightenment, and technology?" I don't know what. This is the first time I've ever heard the word dark enlightenment. I mean, I have opinions on the enlightenment and technology for sure. I mean, honestly, I just think that technology
dark
has
enlightenment is kind of an accelerationist angle to the whole thing, like neo-reactionary, and they have like a bunch of different iterations of that. But yeah, go ahead, Gene.
Yeah, I was just going to say the enlightenment was truly the word.
Shout out Mobug real quick, man. Just shout out Mobug, right? That's my boy. I love fucking Mobug. One of my favorite fucking authors. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just...
Moldbug. Yeah, that's right. Moldbug is one of the progenitors of the ideology. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, Mobug. I'll definitely check that out. I suppose I was just going to say that personally, what I think for the Enlightenment was definitely there were issues against the way that the Catholic Church had operated. Not just the Catholic Church, but a lot of the kind of heretical hermit organizations that would end up getting a lot of their popularity in Northern Europe, and that's one of the reasons that provoked the Protestant Reformation. But the Enlightenment itself was kind of the work of Greek Hellenistic philosophy. So with Hellenic philosophy, they were using these ideas like moral universalism, like you were talking about universalism as well. And all these ideas originally come from Plato's Timaeus and a bunch of other works of Hellenic philosophy. Like if you look at the Bible, it doesn't appeal to universal morality ever pretty much, but it certainly does in Hellenic philosophy. And so the Enlightenment was kind of a searching back for this pre-Christian spirit, but the great error they made was assuming that the Christian church did not use any Hellenic philosophy. So they thought what they were doing was new,
Yeah,
but
that's
in
right.
fact they were just extremists of what already existed.
That's fascinating that you said that, because the Southern Israelite who was here earlier, he kind of made a very similar point to that.
Yeah, I've talked to him before. I know all that
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. I agree on definitely on the Hellenic philosophy. I mean, this is one of the major things that I'm writing in my book. You know, I have a book coming out in about a month. I'm not just going to do promo on here or anything. Just wanted to point that out. But yeah,
No, you're welcome to promote it and come and have a discussion about your book. You know, I definitely put that in the thesis of part of my work as well,
nice.
that I wrote. Yeah.
By the way, Machine Lies, I just want to say thanks for having this open panel thing. I haven't seen you since, what was it, months ago. I was on the Crucible, my first ever debate. That's when I first met you.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I called it. Did I call
You called
there?
in, you were debating that guy Synth for like 5 minutes, and then you disappeared.
Oh my God, I can't believe he denied that about Jeremy Bentham. And I got into such a heated argument with Andrew Wilson on their Discord about it.
Really?
You know? Oh yeah. Yeah, because I brought up that work and the Panopticon and all of his different works on pederasty. And I mean, he's a hedonist,
Right.
and they're saying that he didn't write a work called basically defending pederasty.
If I remember, his big argument against you is that you like misquoted the title or something. Therefore, your argument's wrong. It was a
Yeah,
really weak
but-
argument.
Yeah, but there's several ways in which that was published when it first came out. So you know, it was published in an academic journal under the title that I wrote for it. So I don't know, you know, and I could show everybody where I got that information, you know.
Yeah.
So on which I sent to him, and but again, they didn't really address the argument, you know.
Yeah.
They got caught up in the minutia of it, and that kind of makes my point, you know, to an extent.
I would just say that
and can
go
I
ahead,
throw
go
in?
ahead.
Can I throw in real quick before like y'all move completely off the subject? The Enlightenment. I think the Enlightenment actually started off with Machiavelli, right? You know what I mean? In the end of the day,
Right.
and like the English have a really hard. The Anglos have a hard time giving anybody else credit for anything, right? Like real shit. Like you know when Adam Smith was writing about his pin factory, there was giant factory estates in Italy and France. You know what I mean that were doing like tons of trade and industrial work constantly, you know what I mean? And like there's so much stuff that like we think of the Enlightenment as just starting with the Scottish, right? And it was Machiavelli and the Italians.
Yeah, but then again, if you know the history of Machiavelli, you know he's imprisoned by the Medici family, and they take the the papacy at the time. So you know, and the reason he's in prison is because of his support of Pope Savonarola, you know, who's this big Protestant hero, you know. So I mean, it's just a fascinating history. Even he was I guess subject to certain forces, certain religious tensions around where he was, and and then you see in the Prince, you know, his great championing of Cesare Borgia, you know. So even in that, there's a weird, you know.
Well, like he like his whole mentality, right, was to look at things from like an idea of statecraft and you know, getting rid of like the traditional like moral obligations and moving people more towards like his idea was like, look, Britain and France are massive, right, and they're united, and like Italy was just a bunch of city states that ended up losing their empire after the Silk Road got shut down because they were the British, the French, and the Spanish were going around the bottom of Africa to go get trading in India and China, right? Listen, man, yo, look, the Prince is great. You want to read something that'll blow your hair back? Real shit. Get you Niccolo Machiavelli's The Art of War from 1520.
Yeah, that's a real one.
Right.
Or the discourses. You know, the discourses
on Livy.
Yeah. That's actually, he considered that one his major work and not the Prince. You know, so that's another great one.
Oh, it's much bigger,
And
right? There's like 15 volumes to like the fucking
oh
discourses
yeah,
on leaving. You know what I mean? Like that's a great work. You know what I mean? I handed that, yo, Pops, I handed that to Mike and it fucked him up for like a year and a half.
yeah.
Tell him about what. Show him your map of America. What you think should happen? Go ahead. It's gonna probably
Man,
happen.
listen,
Something. Civil War's coming.
I know it will. I know. Listen,
Show him
I
your
am
map.
3 or 4 years ahead of everybody else. Man, listen,
Show
I don't have
everybody
it
your
loaded up
map,
on here right
man.
now, man. I don't have it on here right now. Like I don't have it loaded
Oh,
up. You know what I
I
mean?
was
tell
just
them
gonna
what
say
you
one
think
thing real
anyway. The
quick.
country's gonna divide into like what, 5-6 sectors?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I'd like to
based on
see that.
geography. You know what I mean? Because geography dictates like culture. You know what I mean? As a whole, like
They're
because
making the
like so
movie
like say
about
all
it
right in
right now.
Appalachia. Yeah, and like in Appalachia, like that's where I live. Like we all have wood burning stoves. We have heating oil for heat and coal, right? And like California and like a bunch of other places are trying to ban these things, and they're doing it on a federal level. And we're over here going like, what? You want us like not to have heat in our homes? Is that what's going on right now? Like you can't
They
have
do.
like people who don't live in our geography dictating our laws. That's not how this
Correct.
works.
It's like somebody living in Florida is going to tell you you can't have like a wood stove. Well, that's because, in Florida, it never gets below 50 degrees, let's say. So
Yeah.
who are you to tell me how to live when I live in a place where it gets down like -10?
Hey,
You
Silver
know?
Tongue. Silver Tongue. What do you mean by that? Jewish oligarchy, Eastern Orthodoxy? What are you asking exactly? In the comment section.
Yeah, I think he's talking to the chat. Yeah, like and this
Yeah,
this
right.
is this is the problem that we have, right? But like, yeah, anyway, so like Machiavelli wanted to unite Italy, right? And that's kind of like where stuff was kind of at the moment. You know what I mean? Savonarola wasn't a pope, just a preacher.
Yeah, I think I accidentally said Pope Savonarola, but yeah,
Yeah,
but yeah, he was against the Pope at the time, because he like burned a bunch of church property or whatever. It was like his famous like rebellion against the thing. But yeah, yeah, I was talking about that earlier. But yeah, thank you for that correction there. And yeah, but
Yeah,
the Medici
anyway.
family, the papacy. But yeah, who was I'm sorry, I didn't mean
Yeah,
to cut
like
off
yeah,
whoever.
yeah, go ahead. Like man. Listen, Machiavelli
Yeah,
is
go
really
ahead.
like where the Enlightenment started at. You know what I mean? And like that's where everything actually started at and stuff. You know, what I mean, the end of the day, and like he don't get enough.
I would say
credit
it's
for, like,
earlier.
what
I
he
would say it's earlier than that, but I do agree in principle that's where most of what we're dealing with now came to fruition from the Enlightenment. Yeah. I agree
Right.
with that.
Yeah. You know, all the founding fathers read Machiavelli, especially guys
Yeah,
like John
because
Adams and Thomas Jefferson.
yeah, because
For sure.
because Machiavelli kind of famously rejected science. He kind of rejected like Aristotle and like those types of things. So I think it's really the
The West still does,
Enlightenment.
in my opinion.
Wait, I'm sorry. What was that, Jim?
I was going to say the West still does reject much of Aristotelian logic and much of what he taught. I mean, I think that modern science is kind of just a reworking of ancient philosophy for the most part. I mean, it's kind of easy to deal with. I deal with a lot of atheists in my quote YouTube line of work, so this is one of the subjects that comes up a lot, and that's why I was talking about universalism and stuff earlier. But yeah, please continue with that. You were talking about Aristotle.
Gene, you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's Gene.
Yeah, he has an excellent
What
YouTube
is it?
channel. We put it.
The link's in the comment section. It's just Gene
Yeah,
or Gene Apologetics.
Yeah, let me go back up to where Provo was dropping this link out
Oh,
here.
I don't see it.
Yeah, he had him. Yeah, here it is.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, bless you guys. Yeah, you guys go check
Gene
out.
Apologetics.
Oh yeah, Gene Apologetics.
I'm gonna subscribe to it. Let me just go find it.
Thank you for that,
Yeah.
Pops.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
I'm probably going to head off in a minute, but I'm waiting because Silver Tongue Chevalier said he was going to come onto the stream and he wanted to ask me.
He's an old friend of the show, pretty much a co-host. He's kind of like the Christian half of the show. I'm like the Muslim half. We try to do this this like thing here, but
by the way, what's up with
Machine
this?
Life? You're a Muslim?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Hey, what's up with the Raccoon City guy? Is he like mentally ill or is he just joking around?
Raccoon City. I thought that was Pinoid News for a second. Is that not you, Pinoid? Yeah, I thought you were Raccoon City. In the chat. Okay, here comes.
No,
your,
not me.
Hey,
No,
hey,
no,
Gene.
no.
Hey, hey, I'm not. I know my question sounded really rude, but that wasn't the intention. So I'm just.
Yeah, this guy's the silver tongue guy. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't think it was rude. What's the question? I just didn't understand it.
Well, if the Enlightenment is a Rosicrucian invention and it led to modern technology, that's the first part of my question. What do you think about how we reconcile the technological progress with the fact that it only came about because of a Rosicrucian influence on Christianity?
Well, I would actually say that a lot of technological, I don't want to use the word inventions because I'm trying to think of the word for that, but I guess technological innovation actually came through Calvinism as well. So I would say that just because something starts one way doesn't mean that it completely invalidates everything after. So it could be in God's will for Christians to have some kind of a wake-up call via the Enlightenment, not that the Enlightenment's good. Like the judgments of God are all throughout the Old Testament. Like he'll use something bad to teach a lesson and then eventually leads to clarity. And that could be one of it. And the other point that I would say is also that I do think that the progress of technology outside of like the fields of medicine and health, but even then that's kind of a gray area, has mostly been kind of a negative. And we were talking about obviously Saint Ted earlier. So I would agree with a good amount of what he wrote. I wouldn't say I agree with literally everything, but there's obviously a drawback to all the technology. And I don't think Christians or any of the Christian churches could have foreseen the world that we're in right now.
Sure, that's a very thoughtful answer, and I ask myself the same question, and I think that I kind of feel somewhat similarly. But I guess my follow up would be in that vein would be like it's definitely a gray area, but do you see it? Do you see that in general it's a bad thing for Christianity because it seems to put a limit on or seems to interfere with the something akin to free will?
Interfere with, well, first of all, I have to say, look within, the guy who commented that. If I saw you in real life, I would probably give you a blasphemy punishment for what you just said. In any event, on the free will part, I would say that I think free will gets taken a little too far, and we are definitely there is some kind of impression on us based on our environment and on what God wills for us to do. Doesn't mean that we have zero agency or anything, but I think that, I mean, recently I've been diving into the Reformation a lot, and I think Calvinism is kind of grossly misunderstood by a lot of people. So I guess with the concept of free will, I think we have agency. I think we have the ability to make choices, but free will is not really my number one concern. So I don't know if that's like a non-answer or anything.
Well, if we're just
got really ugly.
well, if we're saved by the weight of our heart and by our deeds to some degree, and I guess and also I guess for Christians we say, well, the best path to that would be via the church and via our beliefs to some degree, but it's certainly not the only thing, right? And we're kind of seeing that. For example, I'll give you a great example.
Yeah, go ahead.
In World War II, Christians were slaughtering Christians because they were kind of informed that this was a necessary evil that justified a just war, quote unquote. See what I'm saying? Like, how do we actually measure that as Christians? Are we held accountable as murderers because we were tricked into this war, or was the war actually just and we're not really held accountable, for example, right?
Well, I would say that the concept of when murder is wrong is a really interesting topic because it says in the law, do not murder. It doesn't say do not kill. And there's a reason for that. Like war can be justified and war is done all the time in the Old Testament and talked about in the New Testament. So to answer that question, I would say that God knows us better than we know ourselves. And so if someone really was, as you say, influenced and impressed too much by their local culture and what they thought was the best thing that they were doing is what they did, like say a German soldier fighting against the Soviet army, and let's say he committed a lot of war crimes, but he thought what he was doing was necessary. That's different than someone who knowingly goes, I'm going to reject the morality God has given us and defy him to his face. That's completely different. So definitely if someone thought what they were doing is best.
Or like when a bunch of Bible thumping Christians harass the shit out of somebody and they go flip out and like do something wrong.
Yeah,
you know.
can I throw something in? Can I throw something in real quick?
Anyway.
Yeah, so Jesus, actually, there's a point where two Galatian soldiers come up to Jesus and said, we want to go to your father's house, but we're soldiers and we kill people. And Jesus looked at him and he said, he said, it's not, he said, you're soldiers, that's your job is, to go to war and, kill people.
Right.
You're welcome in my father's house. Just don't extort your power. Don't overuse your power. Don't extort the people and abuse it.
Well, this goes directly to my last question. So let me say this really quick, and this will be it for me for now. Really quick. So this is the thing. What responsibility do Christians have for maintaining their own political system, if or their own systems around them? I.e., the church and the state, right? Like, do we have a responsibility to take control over those things and prevent evil from happening, or are we just going to say, well, we're in this situation and we'll just accept what our orders are and we're not really accountable? Do you see what I mean? Like, that's kind of like a hard decision to make, right?
Just don't harass people for not being a Christian, and I won't fuck you. I mean, they won't fuck you up.
You won't fuck us up? What is that? I'm messing. But yeah, I was just gonna say
slip.
Okay, I was just gonna say that, and this will be my last answer, but then I have to go. I would say we definitely have a responsibility to prevent evil. I mean, Paul quotes the Old Testament when he says, "Put the evil away from your midst," and the Lord's Prayer, which should be said every day, says, "Do the Father's will on earth as it is in heaven." So we do have to do something on earth. This idea that we're supposed to be like Gnostics, just kind of floating through the material plane, is definitely not what Christianity is about. Obviously, there's more important things than just carnal lust and base animal desires. But then people take that too far to think that both Paul and Christ were saying, oh, the world doesn't matter at all. Like, the world does matter, but, basic animal desires are not more important than the will of God. And the will of God is to have order on this earth. That would be my answer to that. By the way, one last thing. Lanzaretum is talking a lot about a lot of topics. What's with the evil subjective stuff? Like, I guess, like, what's his position? I can answer that before I go.
Well, in my few conversations with Lanza, I don't think that he's a moral relativist or anything like that. So
I would just say that, I mean,
I don't know what his angle is. I think a lot of times, like, Lanza's really a funny guy. That's the thing about him.
I think with the war,
yeah,
with the war thing, though, you kind of got it wrong a little bit, because I'm gonna explain it. The Germans, let's say, in Russia. So if you're a Russian soldier, you're saying I gotta basically protect my country because they're coming in and they're evil. Well, 99% of those German soldiers are not evil, and 99% of the Russian soldiers are not evil. So if everybody just, like I said, the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill, laid down their guns and nobody went to war, there's only the evil in this planet is a very low percentage of the planet. Let's say it's 1%. But the 1% seems to be ruling the 99%. So the 99% goes to war against each other, and they're justifying it by saying, well, I'm protecting my country. But if the Germans would have laid down their guns, then the Russians could have laid down their guns too. But it seems to be that the people are getting persuaded by evil to go to war. Like, if you want to say Germany was the bad guys, okay, great.
Actually went on whatsoever.
But 1% of that country made the other 99% of that country go fight. Just like a cop today.
Look, like real shit.
He's not supposed to.
If you go and you surround a local town that like I live near, and you start starving them out and like you're bombing them out to the point where like they're eating each other, I'm gonna go kill you.
Yeah,
you have to do it.
When did I disagree? When did I disagree with that? I think war can be justified many times. I don't think this idea that killing is wrong always. It's not always wrong.
I think
Yeah,
you're
like,
correct when you say
yours
like
is
if they're coming, yeah, you have to do what you have to do. But the problem is that the guys that are considered the bad guys didn't lay down their arm. You know, they didn't lay down and obey the laws of God. That's the problem. It's
Right,
the
but
99% of the good people that are actually still obeying evil.
right, but this is the thing. I don't think they're held accountable for what your 1% idea.
Well, you
They're
should
not.
be held accountable because you know what's right and what's wrong. I
No,
know people that never went and served in the army. They just wouldn't do it.
all right. Well, my last answer, and then I do have to head out, would basically be I disagree that killing is always wrong. Killing the punishment for a lot of things in the Old Testament and the New. I mean, Paul straight up does blasphemy punishments. I think it's in 1 Timothy 1:20. And in 1 Corinthians 5:13, he says, purge the evil from your midst. That's pretty heavy context there. But the point being, I disagree with this thing that like, action is evil and like inaction. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, Pops, but I just think that based on what the Bible has to say, weakness can be considered just as evil as force. And so when people are too weak and too complacent, they tolerate all manner of evil. Anyway, I have to head out. So, Machine, thank you very much for having me on here. It was nice to talk to Pops, Neurojack, the Rabbit Guy, and a few other people.
All
guess
right,
I'll
you have a blessed night, Gene, and
You too, man.
I'd love to talk to you about your book, and also
Let's do
send
that
you the
sometime.
book that I wrote. I could send you a PDF of it, or
Okay, I love that.
or something like that. Invite you in our Discord, and there's not that many people in there, but yeah. But yeah,
Okay.
brother. Yeah, I'll definitely reach out to you. I'll put my email up on the screen here. Just so you have it here.
Perfect.
Right
I'll be
before
right
you
there
leave.
now.
Yeah, and then I'll reach out to you soon.
Yeah, feel free to add me in your Discord. I'd love to be a part of that. This is a
For
great
sure. Yeah. If you send me just an email, just say hi, and then I'll send you a Discord link, and then we can go from there, brother.
Machine Lies 0 at Gmail. Cool. All right, I'll email you in like 2 minutes then.
Yeah, thank you, brother, man. Yeah.
All right, see you guys.
Okay. Talk to you soon, friend. Yep.
Good night.
Take care now. Yep. Okay, and Pops, please, Pops, and Pops. I don't know if Pops has a channel. He's just
Yeah, Pops has a channel. You can't fool Pops. You can't fool Pops.
Can't
It's
Fool
a great
Pops.
channel.
Okay, for sure. Let me look that up. Can't Fool Pops, and I'll put that on the screen for sure, guys. Can't Fool Pops. Thank you so much for joining, and of course, Intelligent Imbecile and Pops, you guys are welcome here anytime, man. It's been a real pleasure talking to you guys, man. For real. As he's known as the Bunny here. Everybody just calls him Bunny, and of course his wife in the chat. So yeah, I know he's still out there.
Talking about Mikey?
Yeah.
My boy Mikey. Mikey's my man. He helped me out with me and
Mikey
him started the
from
cartoon.
Staten Island.
Yeah.
From Staten
Mikey
Island
from
and the
Staten
Ozarks.
Yeah,
man. He's a good guy for sure. Yeah. He's chill to hang out with. Can't Fool Pops. There it is, guys. So subscribe. So sub to Pops, and hopefully we'll see him around. Seems like a God-fearing man and all that. So yeah, man. Bless you guys, man. And we got another panelist joining us, Brother Talcott. What's going on? You doing okay?
Feeling blessed. I was enjoying the conversations earlier.
For sure. Thank you for joining.
Some of the recent ones, though, I had to hop up, and I didn't have to. I felt like hopping up because I felt some disagreements. Thou shalt not kill. I agreed. I think it was with what Pop was saying. It's up to put the weapons down. Every single individual. Thou shalt not kill. And the 1%, as it was offered, the 1% that has gained control, it's through deception, manipulation, and it's enabled. It's foolishness. Humanity doesn't have to live this way.
Well, that's what I was alluding to with my question towards him is like, is it a choice that we live this way or is it not a choice, essentially?
I mean, like, I don't know. Jesus said, like, yo, if you have a cloak and don't have a sword, sell your cloak and buy a sword.
Well, it all comes down to how we're justifying our interpretation, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, hippies just need to put the bong down, man. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Put the bong down, Jack.
Yeah,
No,
man, like, yeah,
dude.
like,
I
bro,
think
Jesus
that
wasn't a punk, man. Jesus literally said, like,
think
sell your cloak and buy a sword. In other words, get your strap.
what this is, that is such okay. Oh my goodness. See, this is the problem. These contradictions. The man of peace says, "Get your cloak and get a sword," and at the same time, when the soldiers came, he scolded those who were with him, saying, "Hey, what are you doing?" Right? No.
Well, he also
Jesus
threatened to
wasn't.
stone soldiers, didn't he? Like, when the Galatians came to him after like he had performed a miracle and the crowd were singing his praises, they asked Jesus to make the people be quiet, and he said, "If I make these people be quiet, the rocks will sing out for me." He didn't mean the rock. He didn't mean the rocks and the mountains would make noise. He was telling them they were going to get stoned. They were going to get rocks thrown at them. Jesus wasn't a punk.
Okay. He didn't promote violence though either. He didn't promote.
He just threatened violence upon these dudes.
Well, there's a big difference between self-defense and conquering other people.
How is that self-defense?
He offered mercy and forgiveness to those who harmed him. He wasn't saying pick up a sword and go to war. He was a man of peace, of light. The way to know the Father is through him, and the Father was shown through him as mercy and grace, revealed the truth with compassion.
Jesus kicked the money changers out of the church and whipped them and flipped over tables and threw them out of temple.
Okay. Whipped them and threw the table. Okay. That's not the same as going off to battle and going to war against fellow human beings. I mean, it's symbolically. Why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we flipping the tables on the money changers? Why have we not confronted the corruption that is? This is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, because people like you tell everybody to be a sheep.
Well, what he's saying is, no, that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is, to what degree do we have the responsibility to call people out when they lie and they trick people to do things against their morality or their ethics?
To answer your question, Jack, I think it's because too many people don't want to put their bong down, and get up off their ass and throw the money changers out of the temple. That's my 2 cents.
I actually think too many people have been, video games and sports and entertainment, all of this stuff keeps people happily distracted and comfortable. It's the old bread and circus. Nothing
Sports is great. It allows you to bond with your fellow man.
Yeah, it's great. Allows us to bond with our fellow man while the 1% continues sending our sons and daughters off to war, while the militaries are continuing to fund the murder of other human beings. Yeah, let's get into sports and celebrate bonding.
Hey, let's celebrate manhood. Yeah, let's celebrate manhood. Wait. How about we'll all just become female and universalist, and we won't do anything? We'll just be soft and weak and lambs, just like Jesus.
You are just filled with nonsense, aren't you? It's just overflowing.
Like, no, I'm a man. What men do. I'm a man I'm a father of 8 children. I teach my sons to be warriors. I don't teach them to lay down.
Praise God.
Yeah, when pushy Christians are freaking communists come and try to tell you, well, you just need to be a part of our group so we can keep an eye on you and socially interact with you, and I just tell them to fuck off and stop harassing me. Okay, I follow the 10 Commandments. I'm not gay. That should be good enough for you. You are not God. I don't have to answer to you about anything. All right. So I'll do what I want. I'm not breaking the law, and I'm not breaking God's law. So just leave me the fuck alone.
You know what?
I mean,
I agree with you, Cecil. I do agree. I fucking love
no, it's
people.
fake Cecil. It's fake Cecil with the kitty.
This is awesome.
Yeah, man, my kitty.
Oh, cute kitty.
Yeah, and if you look real, notice I said Christians and communists, because if you look real closely at those two groups, despite the fact that they claim that they're opposites and they hate each other, a lot of their behavioral patterns are like very similar. See, I'm a mental health professional now.
Why?
That was a joke.
Look at him. He's video gaming it up right now.
He's causing no harm, and I kind of agree. The people that want to cause no harm and just live a simple life, God bless it. I can appreciate that, but for those of us who want more, life has everything and more available. It's up for us to believe that we can accomplish it, and then to set out and try to accomplish it. And I believe the world is ready for transformation.
Yo, I got a phone call coming in. I'm gonna have to holler at y'all. Yeah, I'm saying I'll be back later if you're still here. Peace be like one.
For sure, man. Bless, man. Thank you for joining the panel. Yeah, and you're welcome anytime, man. Yeah, for real. And I subbed up to your channel as well. So yeah. Pinoid News. Yeah, you guys hit that channel up. I'll drop it out here in the chat for you guys.
Had some interesting conversations. And you host a very dynamic panel, my brother. Your streams. You get a
Yeah,
little
well, it was kind of a wild ride because I had booked this guy, to show up today, and then last minute he got sick, so he got a little hesitant to come on. So then I started presenting my whole spiel about Enlightenment philosophy or whatever, and then he just showed up by chance, the Southern Israelite. So guys, go check out Southern Israelites channel. We're gonna show a debate by him later, so you guys can go and subscribe to his channel because he did pay us a lot of tribute with his appearance here. And also Gene Apologetics. Then we had another Christian apologetics channel come and have a discussion. And even though it would have been very interesting to have them on at the same time, actually I learned about them through these guys, Toilet Bowl Earth and Enslaved by Truth. So they were also interested in the show. So we had a lot of Christian viewers.
Yeah, and I generally default to James' theology in general, but I definitely have a lot of questions, and I think his answers gave me a lot to consider. And I wanted to ask Pops and or Rabbit, did what they said to Southern Israelite? I want to make sure I understand what he said, because this is what caused him to jump off the panel, which was it seemed that they were saying that the Bible was compiled by the Masonic order, or was that a different order? I didn't catch that part, but that seemed like a very interesting point that kind of ended the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they had a lot of interesting ideas, especially the ideas um, that Southern Israelite was bringing up about Teilhard de Chardin. And I think we should do actually a whole show on the philosophy of Teilhard de Chardin and a few others, Paul Tillich and a few other recent Christian thinkers that had some unique concepts in terms of, yeah, and I think there's a lot of ways I could introduce that to people. So I think the next show will be a show about Teilhard de Chardin and his thoughts and philosophy and his
Yeah,
contributions and his influence, really, you know.
yeah. ABT said that he's a Jesuit guy and that the Catholics rejected that Chardin's take. I don't even know who the dude is. I just wanted to point that out, and I wanted to ask Truth or Cop to explain a little bit about what the Sefer Bible is and what his kind of general theology about Christianity is. I would be very curious about that.
Yeah, thank you for joining Grant H and Soul Read Analytics. Obviously, you know, blessings to you, Soul Read. It's good to see you out here. You know, we're doing this now. What you talking about? Just yes, let's all meditate on what we've had so far. It's been a good time to ruminate on many lessons that we've heard. You know, well, what do you? Well, I mean, it's interesting. You know, it's all been very interesting. Yeah, blessings, guys.
I went out to dinner this evening amongst the normies, and
Right.
it's a fascinating experience. How humanity works, how different everyone is, and yet they're all kind of the same. I mean, I left the stream with the conversations. We have a lot of discussions about consciousness and deep philosophical conversations on God and freedom. And then I go to the bar and NFL game is on and I'm watching it, and it took me like a couple of minutes to even figure out what it was I was seeing, because it's like so foreign to me now. And now I'm back to a different group and some amazing conversations. And all of this is happening right now, today. I mean, there's still people at the bar probably watching the silly game. And that was Dallas and something, I think is what I saw. Anyway, here, take it back away from me, please. Thank you, brother. It's an interesting observation, though, the human experience. When you allow yourself to just kind of step back from it just a little bit and see it, but don't let it be you. That makes sense.
Do you ever
Yep.
miss hanging with the normies though?
I miss people. I do. I miss conversation. I don't miss having the conversations I used to have, though. I was thinking about that, spending time with my buddies. We were constantly just looping in memories, looping in the past, or talking about work, talking about politics. Just not really, not really anything of substance. And that's why I am attracted to some of these panels. There's some interesting, fascinating conversations being had. But I do hold a little bit of envy now that I'm considering it. It's not envy, but it's to be able to just go and talk about nothing and watch a game just because it's on.
Well, on that note, Jack, if you had to date a woman, would you date a normie or one of us?
Oh, she's got to be conscious. She's got to be conscious, and
That's a high standard, though.
well,
Like,
Yeah, I like my women to be conscious too, bro. Especially like, when we're having sex
no,
and
but he's
shit.
talking about
Yeah,
like they have to share his belief systems and his worldview.
I know what he's talking about.
Like
I know.
crazy. But I'm saying, like, how can you? Don't you think that's a high standard, Brother Talcott?
I know she's out there. I know there's a woman who's been preparing herself, doing work on herself, growing into a better woman. And
But
she's
I
been
mean,
preparing.
in terms of your like, what do you mean working on herself?
Like she's becoming more conscious. She's becoming a greater version of the girl or the woman she used to be, and she's preparing herself to meet me one day.
Gary Baxter. He said unicorn hunters. Yeah.
Right.
It kind of sounded like that,
I don't know. Here's the thing. I used to be real, I don't know. I was a confused man. And I had a lot of issues with women, objectified them, and I got nervous around the real pretty ones and got horny around all of them. And
You gotta have a little bit of objectification. I mean, you're not gonna get anywhere without a little bit of it.
I don't know what you said.
He said you got to have a little bit of objectification. You can't get away without just a little bit of it. I think that's pretty much what he said, to paraphrase. But yeah,
There's some accuracy. My path, though, my path has been weird. I really, I have not had many opportunities to interact or even see real attractive women. It's been bizarre.
What?
It's my
what
life.
are you talking about? Like, what? I don't know. You just go to the grocery store. They're everywhere. I don't understand.
No, I swear.
Attractive women are not around.
I live
this
in
is America.
Spokane. I live in Spokane, and there was maybe it was a joke, but I think it's kind of true that Spokane is not known for real attractive.
You got to go over to Idaho, man. you're close enough. Go to CDA or something. Come on now.
No,
you gotta come over here to Dearborn. With these really big, it's pretty much just a flat line of just big-breasted Lebanese ladies.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? I mean, I see no
I've never
problem.
been to Spokane, but Seattle, by contrast, I don't know if you've ever been there, Jack. It's full of attractive white women.
Yes, I know. There is amazing beauty and diversity that's around and out there, but for whatever reason, on my life path, it's like, I don't know. I swear people like scatter or something when I'm coming, and it's been a bizarre experience, and it can sound weird. Here, the point is, the last time I was in relationships, I was real confused, And I don't know that I've ever been in a healthy relationship because I was so
Nobody
confused.
has. I mean, like I haven't heard that exists, on Earth. So,
It's true. I know healthy relationships happen, and now I know how.
like
Now I know how to
relationships,
have one.
like they either like survive and get really weird, or they just break down. So I mean, it is what it is. Isn't that right?
No, the
Well,
way here.
isn't that what they say? They say you get to love each other's like silence. Right? If you could just sit there with somebody and just be fucking weird, then that's one way of, that's
Well,
ultimate connection, is it not?
yeah. Well, I'm pretty focused though on my future now. And I don't think relationships will get in the way. Now that I found a goal for myself and a purpose, I think she's either got to have a purpose that aligns or she's got to be willing to join and offer support. And like I said, I think there is in my future, because it's something my heart longs for. I think in my future there is going to be some healthy relationships, but it requires the opportunities.
Yo, Truther, is this you right here? I can't hear you. Truther, we can't hear you.
Is that him?
I don't know. I think it probably is. I just gotta make sure real quick. But yeah, I think his microphone is malfunctioning. Yeah, that sounds like he's got a microphone malfunction.
Hear me now, right?
Oh yeah,
There he is.
Yeah, there you are.
There
Yeah,
he is.
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Welcome
it was
to the
something
show.
in the StreamYard. Some hacker was coming in and had to shoot out a line of code to fix the situation.
Good job.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Or the USB was unplugged from the microphone. I mean, that might help. Either one.
Well, Truther, I just wanted to ask you what is the Sefer Bible all about? Because I'd never heard of that before.
It's by an American company, so for one, I like that aspect of it. But they developed some sort of a team over in Israel, and they looked at the historical texts and as far back as I could find through. I don't know specifically what books they did this for and what books they didn't. So I'm not gonna lay too many claims, but they transliterated all the names. So like instead of Jesus Christ is Yeshua HaMashiach, and instead of God of the armies, it'd be like Yahweh Tsevot, or the other ones like that. It transliterated it back to the way that those names would have sounded, not just the names of God and the names of Jesus and the names of the people, but also the names of the places. And then they added some books back, like they added the Book of Enoch back in. They have their own testing process for what that what they allowed there. I'm not attesting to any of that because that's a foreign territory to me.
So, what's your general Christian denomination, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm not a Christian, but
what's your religion, or do you have one?
Just being in tune with nature as much as possible. I don't really give myself a definition there because I feel like anything would be a man-made label.
Truth or Cop, can I ask you, have you ever heard of the God of nature being mentioned in the Bible?
The God of nature? No, I don't serve the God of nature.
No, that's not what I was asking. Have you ever heard of the word? I mean, I don't know how.
No, there was a discussion about that recently. How in the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah.
And then TML played that song.
But what about in the Bible? Have you ever heard of that?
No. Have you ever heard of breathing air in the Bible? Does it tell you to breathe air in there?
I don't know, man. I was just wondering if you've ever heard, because you said you worship nature, so I was just wondering, if you've ever heard of the terms nature's God or the God of nature.
Well, I heard you guys had that whole discussion. I don't know what my opinion is there.
I wasn't really asking for your opinion. I was just wondering if
Oh,
you
have I heard? Yes, I've heard. I told you I've heard the stream where you guys had the discussion. Yes.
He was asking if it was in the Bible, if you knew of it mentioned in the Bible, if I understood right.
Not to
Yes,
my
you did,
knowledge.
Jack.
How would I
Yes,
know?
you did.
No,
You don't
I'm no
study the
Bible
Bible?
expert. Mildly. I take the Jesse Lee Peterson approach, man. I read it. I don't sit there and study it too much.
Yeah. I swear that there somewhere I heard a reference of there's being the God of nature or nature's God or something like that being talked about in the Bible. I'm not a Bible scholar, so
Oh, you actually think it's in there?
yeah.
Oh no, I have no idea.
Well,
See, I'm on right now.
God controls nature. I mean, that's obvious in the Bible. You know, God is the controller and the creator of nature. You know, it says that in the first few lines. You know, but I mean, in terms of nature's God, that kind of means something different. You know. You could
Yeah, it's a
say
lesser God. It's a smaller system than the whole it's referring to. Right?
Well, I mean, see, the ancients like Plato and Aristotle and those guys, they kind of believed that the universe was eternal. You know, so what they believed was that God existed alongside nature since the very beginning.
Mhm.
So that was their personal belief, but the way that was worked out was basically different. Like in Plato's view, like basically God was like a mind that existed on top of nature.
Yeah.
Basically nature was an imitation of the forms. So God basically formed these forms that existed in heaven, and these forms were like perfect beings, you know so basically all of nature is a diminution of these various forms, which are geometrical in nature. They're mathematical. But being mathematical, they don't exist in this world. They exist in a sort of higher dimension. So he kind of thought that God has to create through these basically these forms. So in other words, these forms kind of are like nature's code. And the reason why nature has a code is because God is a God of reason. That's what Plato argued. But then in terms of Aristotle, he thought that it's kind of different for Aristotle, because he thought that there's just like this stuff like matter that exists alongside God since the beginning of existence. And God sort of and this matter doesn't really have any form at all. It starts off just completely formless, right? And he said that God actually molds the stuff matter through something else called the void, and kind of pulls it towards its perfectibility, you know? So he said that nature seeks its perfectibility or its purpose through, time and change and all these kind of things. So he started with nature. So Aristotle actually rejected the forms, and that's why in the famous work, The School of Athens, by Raphael, the famous work, you see Plato and Aristotle in the center of the work, you know you know and Plato is pointing to the sky, so he's saying it's the forms, and then Aristotle's is shown going like this, and he's saying no, it's back down to earth. So Raphael actually shows this in the School of Athens painting.
Raphael. Do you know the name? Or can you pull it up? Can you pull that
Oh
painting up?
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. It's a very famous Renaissance painting. It's called School of Athens. Right in the central motif is Plato and Aristotle, and it's remarkable that this work is in the as late as it is. It says School of Athens is a fresco by Italian Renaissance artist Raphael. The fresco was painted between 1509 and 1511. And it's a very, very famous work. Let me see if I could share this here. It's very easy to find. But yeah. Yeah, right in the center, Plato and Aristotle, in the 1500s, guys, and shit like that, So I gotta zoom into these guys right in the center. See that Plato pointing upwards and Aristotle going like, nah, homie, it's down here. Right?
Fascinating.
You guys see that shit?
As above, so below.
Yeah, so they have exactly. That combines the two systems, So yeah, so that's kind of what these guys, Jeem and Southern Israelite, go on about. How important that is for the development of Western civilization. How they say the Enlightenment started in the 16th century, but these guys see this Renaissance painter is saying no, it's about Plato and Aristotle. When in the ancient system, in the ancient times. So they're saying no. These ideas of the so-called Enlightenment, they happened way before. And who was keeping up Plato and Aristotle? It was the church. They were keeping up this facade of Plato and Aristotle. So that is really what they're coming at. So if you guys missed the first 3 hours of presentations in this show, that's precisely what they were about.
The first Hegelian dialectic.
Yeah, exactly. The foundation of the Hegelian dialectic is exactly what I described. Those two different cosmologies, essentially. That resulted in the birth of science. And also on the other end, on the opposing end, the Christian metaphysics. So.
Truth or cop, and this is actually a question for everybody, but I was curious what everybody's like general political position is. Like what do you think is like the ideal political model based on your morality, regardless of your religious, belief?
The more local, community oriented, the better. But not on a national or federal scale. I mean, that's where that gets insane.
So like a confederacy or something?
I mean, whatever people naturally organize with, not something forced on them by a larger society as a whole. Would be my opinion.
Is that because of your belief about nature, or does that have any relation to your nature worship or anything? Or
I don't worship nature, no.
Yeah, he never said he worshipped nature, though.
It's like if I'm in tune with something, I can tell the information continues to follow. There's a synchronicity, there's a pattern in the information that repeats and repeats and repeats. And when I'm wrong, which sometimes I'm often wrong very slightly. So, missing the mark, right? So, learning how to hone that in.
That's part of life.
Yeah, but there is sort of deist like Spinoza who did worship nature, though, but yeah, what about this statement? He worships God through nature. Boom.
Me?
Yeah, I mean, how does that
I think that everything in Western medicine is so freaking terrible. I'm trying to really watch my language. The Chinese understood that the herbs and the winds of the body and the different spirits and the elements. And, I'm not arguing for Chinese society, but their medicine, and they were based on thousands of years of people, empirical evidence saying this works. Now, all of a
That's
sudden,
right.
we have a society where everything's been hijacked. So I certainly don't agree with this society where everything's being sold as a commercial product. Meanwhile, the natural remedies are being restricted. Like, I see the fruits of the tree and I see where they're wrong. I mean, that's where my opinion. I can't see everything though.
Yeah, I
So
was
what do you,
being colloquial about the nature worship. I mean, you said something about ask what your religion is. You said nature, so I mean,
No, I said
I wasn't trying
being
to.
in tune with nature, getting back to nature for sure. Because as a Western society, that is what we lack. We lack that in tune with nature dynamic versus the East is probably too in tune with nature.
Yeah, sorry I interrupted you, Michelle.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
the Chinese medical community is like far more advanced than the American medical community, which seems to just be all about making money off of people.
Yeah.
The Chinese and it's mostly based on like ancient techniques, right? Like instead of using anesthesias, they'll just go in with some acupuncture needles and like turn off your nervous system or whatever and perform like surgeries that would kill somebody over here if they weren't using that. It's like I totally agree that the Western society is like weird with their medicine. China knows what they're doing though.
And I see the medicines in this. It travels through the legal system too. Healing law, it travels through the legal system. We're treating the symptoms, not the problem, and you see
Right.
that in the legal system too. It's the same exact principles being fulfilled. We're going to treat the symptom. We're going to give you this thing. It's going to kill your pain, but it's not going to stop the pain from developing, even though there is a way to do that. We're not going to look at that. We're going to sell you this drug to stop the pain for a moment. And when things get worse, we have other drugs we can sell you down the road.
Right. And with the legal system, we're not going to stop the problem at the source, right? We're just going to put you, the end product of the system, in a program, most of which don't even work, so that we can proceed to make money off of you.
Yes.
So I concur. Yeah, the legal system and the medical system are parallel in that respect.
The systems are the problem. People have become dependent and controlled by systems that were created by other people. And it's fascinating. I agree with what Truther's saying. What we've got in the Western world, it's backwards. I think the Eastern approach, what we know as the Eastern medicine, is more of a holistic approach, a natural approach, more in tune with recognizing the body, the spirit, the mind, and nature all together. And I think that's where we can change this world. We can change the world we live in, and I think this world we're living in is changing quite dramatically right now.
Yeah, we're having access to so much more information for sure. And we're able to communicate directly on a broader scale. But of course, that's being infiltrated, by it and hijacked. But
whoa, this is crazy. I got the angel and the devil right there.
Oh, let me take my background off.
It's crazy.
That was from earlier.
Did you just get back from a Satan worship meeting? What are you
I
doing?
did. I just got back
Oh
from
my God.
one of my midnight rituals, even though it's early night.
God.
Hey, show them the Baphomet. Show them the Baphomet.
That's awesome.
Well, you probably can't see it. It's underneath this Christmas tree and has lights wrapped around it, but it's in there.
Baphomet's too gay for me, man. I can't take it.
Well,
That's why I likes it.
Not too gay for me.
Fascinating.
What's
not
the
gay, not gay enough for you?
Yeah, really. Sorry, I'm doing like 5 things at once.
They're pressing me. I had to press you, Jeff. I'm sorry. The whole panel's pressing me.
Truth.
All
I didn't
of
even
them.
realize who was
They're
on.
all
Hey,
pressing me.
how you doing?
How you doing, bro?
What y'all been talking about?
Oh my. Well, I tried to spark up a discussion about Enlightenment ideas, and I wanted to talk about some of those concepts. And Yeah, and I kind of started in ancient times, and that's what was the big shocker. You know, I was gonna say this is a big shocker, but then I had a guest on, and he found that conclusion was all too readily available. You know, so I don't know if you believe, because Jeff, you're actually a believer in modernism, isn't that right?
It depends on
Or
what you mean
support
by that, because I'm
well,
also very much a classicist too. It's like I see it all as part of one big Western culture. So there's aspects of it here that I like. I'm very eclectic. I take what works. Pragmatism, based pragmatism. But it's all built on the old stuff anyway. Like
What is
modernism is
pragmatism?
not modern.
Pragmatism's a new one for me right now. I
Really?
could look it up, but I don't know all these freaking scholar words y'all got. Y'all are
Scholar
debating.
words.
Yeah, you got scholar words.
Pragmatism
going
was
around.
It's like the
American
American
philosophy.
philosophy, kind of.
Yeah. Does it work?
Charles Sanders Peirce, and also William James.
William James.
Yeah. William James is a big guy because he was a kind of a proto psychologist before Freud.
Yeah.
And
Well, so was Shakespeare.
yeah, and him and
So was Plato and Aristotle in a way.
I thought you were more of a Heraclitean, Jeff.
Who, me? Like I said, I take from all of them. Heraclitus and Parmenides, I can see both of their visions, even though they look like in complete contrast to each other.
Yeah, I was surprised as to how many times the Southern Israelite brought the name Parmenides into the discussion.
Yeah, he loved to name drop. He brought a lot of names, 4 or 5 in one sentence.
Well, I was just like, whoa, Parmenides. I don't know. And Parmenides came off to him as a bad guy when I would kind of put the debate between Parmenides and Heraclitus in the favor of Parmenides. Yeah, I'll put that.
I was all excited about him that you had him on. I'm like, yeah, this is going to really up your game.
Yeah, I didn't get to really push
elevate your show until he got to the flat Earth, and then the other panelists started come on.
Well, you didn't like that.
But I realized this guy is completely crazy.
Dude, the flat Earth,
like all the rest of them,
rails everything. I can't do it.
Well, he didn't go into it that heavy, but he's also a young Earth creationist as well. So he's both.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
He did say he was from Mississippi, and he was wanting some like white Anglo-Saxon paradise.
He's a rare mix. Yeah. He's a rare mix of both.
Well, I had high hopes at first. I'm like, with guests like this, we'll never see Tommy on here again.
Well, Jeff, he is pro-Israel though.
Yeah, I had to give him that. He has the correct position on Israel.
You're a Satanist and you're pro-Israel? Please explain. What is this?
Yeah.
What is this?
How about that?
What did I just do? Oh, where'd all the people go? Oh.
No, I put you up, Jeff, because he asked you about the Satanism and Israel.
Oh, to put me
Does
in the spotlight.
Does Satan support Israel, Jeff?
I support Israel because I support Western Enlightenment liberalism over Bronze Age barbarism.
There you go.
Although as a Satanist, I probably should be supporting the barbarism. I'm too based of a Satanist. Sometimes I feel like I'm a bad Satanist.
Holy cows. Some of these conversations, oh my goodness.
It's what keeps you coming back, Jack.
It is. Actually, there was a conversation earlier, and I've been wondering if I should share this, and I thought, why not, Jack?
Well, now
You're
you should.
already where you are. There was a discussions on the religions and a lot of different things, and people were humble. People are humble. I don't know the answers, is the answer I hear from a lot of people. But what if you do? What if you do know the answers? What if you have figured it out? Then what?
That's the problem I have. Yeah, now what? Do you have the answer? Me and Flo were talking about this the other day, and Truther, in fact, about humility and ego.
Well, for me, the answer is truly love. It's what was.
You have another one?
No, the conversations earlier. That it's all in the greater picture. It's known through the law, the 10 Commandments. You don't do harm to others. You know, the golden rule, and you honor God. And then that breaks down to 2 rules, which is love God, all your heart, your soul, your mind, and love one another. And one another does not have to be confusing. Love your neighbor.
What about yourself?
Well,
it is to love your neighbor as yourself, is how I recall it.
yes. Most people, I don't think, love themselves, though, honestly, because there's confusion about God. And when we have confusion, then we don't have the value, the self-worth. We feel lacking and lost. And then we don't love ourselves very much. We love ourselves with distractions, with entertainment, with devices like drugs or booze, hookers, gambling. I've done it all. Love is the answer.
It's hard to love what you don't fully know. And I don't know if we ever fully know ourselves.
There you go. So, why do we think we have to know? Can we love that which we do not know?
I can't. Like, other people may be able to. I know for a fact I can't. I'm way too nosy, curious,
Can you
and
love?
I have to have that.
But you were with someone and you say you love them, but did you know them all the way? Can you ever
There you
really
go.
know another person?
There you go. Great question.
No, and I think that applies to yourself too. You can't ever really know yourself. So it's always partial. But within that partial, there was enough of a foundation or a mutuality or this sense of reciprocal knowing. I mean, plus, like when you live with someone, you build this experience with them. You come to know each other through mutual sharing of the same experiences. And so it was knowing in that sense. And then, well, there is that mystical sense of like your souls merge and stuff like that, but that's really more metaphorical.
Well, the idea is loving even those things we don't know, because you're right. We don't know
That's hard to
ourselves
do.
completely.
Loving the unknown.
It can be. But
And there's like what 9 or 11 types of love that the Greeks had. So love is a very broad word.
our minds can bring a lot of reasons for confusion. I call them excuses.
Or caution.
Well,
Caution.
right. Cautions.
I've loved before it got me in much trouble.
According to who? Or according to what standards?
According to me and my life and my psyche and the aftermath.
So, as a Satanist, are you like, you believe you're entirely in charge of the outcomes around you?
No, I wish I were. But I try to be to the extent that I can. Like internal locus of control, personal agency, personal responsibility.
And why wouldn't you just, like, you don't think that there's a higher order to things? I mean, you're getting air from trees. There's a whole system set up to make us survive.
Yeah, but I'm not going to worship the air and the trees just
not to worship it.
No, he's just in tune with nature like you, Truther.
I'm not that in tune with nature. I pretty much stay in my bedroom, and I love nature when I have the chance to be out.
Neurojack, wrong.
But I don't see it as this. There is something like, I guess if you want to use the word spiritual about nature, I've talked about like being out in the desert before and having quasi-spiritual experiences that help me to begin the healing process. So there is something about physical nature that can have some kind of like higher effect on your emotions.
Do you mind if I tell the story about your mushroom stuff?
Okay, whichever one.
Well, you said that the last time you called out to God was when you were on shrooms. So
oh yeah, I was having a bad trip. It was the worst trip of my life, and I was praying to Jesus to make it go away. And I said if he made it go away, I thought the cops were at my house trying to arrest me on drugs. I thought I heard them in the living room talking to my mom, but it was just a TV show she was watching, a cop show. And I was in my room, like under the covers, looking out the blinds like this constantly.
And did what you
And I
asked
said,
for
Jesus,
happen?
please, please, please make this not be real. And if you do, I'll go to church next Sunday and I'll try to start believing in you. And it wasn't real. And I got what I needed, and I didn't follow through on anything I said, and I quit. I didn't believe in Jesus or anything, but it got me through my bad trip. So, like, instinctively, that's what I resorted to, but probably because that's the deity I was raised with. If I had been Buddhist or Muslim, I probably would have called him Allah, or who's the Buddhist god? Siddhartha? Confucius? Buddha? Somebody.
I know him as Buddha.
The Buddhists are basically methodological atheists, so they don't.
Yeah, they're non-theistic Buddhists. Like I'm a
Buddhists
non-theistic,
are agnostic.
and there are
They
some
don't have a
non-theistic
god.
Christians.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Oh, hey Cecil, nice of you to join us.
Like I said the other day, bro, I'm always with you.
Here, this is
speaking of demons.
Gen X Jeff. This is fascinating. I'm fascinated by people. Okay, truly, and what I hear in you is you've had life experiences that caused you pain, brought pain, and so the idea of love, it is a little scary now, and it's my opinion based on words I've read and from others that God and love do go together. And so a loss in faith in love is a loss in faith in God, probably. A loss in faith in God is a loss in faith in love. I think there's a connection there pretty solid. And I honor what you're saying, though, too, about the self-responsibility and the self-control, the self-focus. Those are very important aspects for us to grow with. But my mind got open to love, honestly, and with the words too. I had to listen to the words of others because I didn't know what love was. But now I've imagined it enough and felt it enough that I know it's real.
Love is you just comment allegedly, you know.
I think my love scared him away. I do that. I have that effect on many people.
No, I think he accidentally dropped out, but yeah. But you can never be too sure. But yeah, but I think, but yeah, Jeff's a friend of the show, so I'm sure he'll be back, or maybe he just his situation got, because sometimes, the computers crash. I mean, all types of shit happen, man. Who the fuck knows? I hope you're doing all right.
It was Satan. It was Satan. He didn't want him to hear the message of love.
That might be it.
Raccoon, you're welcome, dude. I definitely want to hear you out, man.
The universe works in mysterious ways. Very mysterious.
Yeah, Raccoon. Throw up your what do you call it? Your donation stuff. We'll get you a cig.
Yeah.
Well, Raccoon's out here, offering public service according to their name. So
yeah, if you have a Lucy, as we call them in the hood, or you could bomb, if somebody could, Raccoon
get that
needs to
naked
bum a
night.
cigarette. Yeah, let him bum a cigarette off you so he could keep it moving out here, But yeah, bless you guys, man. If you see Raccoon, give him a squizzy. Arnold Schwartz a squizzy,
Is that truth, or are you going to vote for Trump or Biden?
Am I required to pick? I ain't voting. I don't vote. I didn't vote any. I voted one time in high school, and that was it.
You are among friends, my dear man. You know, if I had friends, say no more, sir.
I think he's
Raccoon City, we just
figure
offered
out.
to get you some Lucy's, bro. What's up?
Let's
Come on,
do
dude.
this. Let's get loosey goosey.
Yeah, Trump's gonna save America.
I don't know. Would you guys want to talk to the people like Trump, Biden, people in Congress?
Not without knowing
would.
everyone in between me and them.
I'd want to do it with witnesses, obviously.
Yeah.
But I do want to speak to these folks because, frankly, I don't have faith in the system. I don't have faith that there's going to be viable candidates, and I know the candidates who've been selected in the past are not acceptable. Not according to facts. And I'm not a real judgmental person. I just have standards about people being honest.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Cecil, what did you, somebody was doing, the lights flickered and the computer screen like reset itself and then the router completely shut down.
That was Jesus getting you back for not keeping that promise.
I don't know, our demons.
I don't know. It's right after you told that story. You're gonna blame something outside
that was
yourself.
freaky. Sorry about
You're
that.
responsible for yourself. You know, you're a person who identifies your own aspect in the world. Don't be selling yourself short there. There was a message to you directly there.
I don't know. I
I
don't know what it was.
I don't know.
I think the message, it happened when Jack started talking. So the message might have been, don't pay any attention to Jack. Let's save you from this.
That's a possibility. I'm not sure.
I'm just kidding, Jack.
It's possible.
Could it be Satan?
It could also be that. That's for sure.
I think God still controls that.
Right.
I think God controls
But it was
all.
right after he told the story of he prayed to Jesus on shrooms. He said, "Please don't let this be real."
Yeah,
And
but
it
then,
turned out
and
it
then Jack
wasn't.
and then Cecil popped his little head in, and then Jack started talking. So there were a couple of events after
All
that.
right. Well, we could, maybe.
It's when I was explaining love. Gen X, Jeff.
Yeah, that's when it happened.
It wasn't time for love yet.
I told you. Yeah, I even said, I said, do you have another answer?
Well, what do you?
Nope,
well, what do you
just
think
love.
about? Oh, what do you think about love, Gen X, Jeff?
Well, it depends on what you mean by love, because there's like the word is used for so many different things. But I've had experiences of a few different types of love with other people, and they were intense. And I don't know if I could do it again. I don't know if I think it might be burnout. But I have had it before, or at least had the strong illusion of having it. I think, okay, I'll tell you this. When I did have it, especially the good version, the healthy version, it was absolutely the best thing in the world, and I would wish it for everybody. Like, so if you have the chance to have it, absolutely go for it. Just make sure it's with the right person. It's a healthy form
Do you
of
think
love.
it
It's gonna
exists outside of?
enhance you.
Do you think it exists outside of romantic?
Like, yeah, I have friends, close friends that I would say I love, and like families, parents, children. I love my
Do you think
family
it
in a way, not the
exists
same
outside
way
of?
that I love my ex, but I love my family.
Do you think it exists outside of humans?
Like, do animals love?
Well, just I guess let's just move beyond living things.
No. Well, what else would it exist in? No, I don't think it. I'm a naturalist, though. I don't think there is anything other than physical
Well,
matter.
is love transcendent in nature?
It's transcendent. It transcends something in human nature. So mentally, emotionally, spiritually, if you want, it's transcendent of our ordinary sense of ourself and our ordinary waking consciousness. I don't know if there. You mean like, is there this mysterious force in the universe out there, independent of us, called love. I'm not a dualist, so I would say no.
What is the force that we're communicating over an invisible force right now? This information travels through the air at several points for us to communicate immediately. It's
Yeah, but
there's
it's not love.
yeah, but it's there. It's physical.
It's bits and
It's like
bytes traveling through wires.
yeah, but it's also traveling through the air,
It's
and so do
information.
yeah, and so do chemicals. Chemicals transfer information, right? And
Mhm.
the smell transfers. There's a
Yeah,
lot
and
of
being
unseen forces that we've identified, and there's certainly some that we haven't.
yeah, but I'm not going to make any assumptions or claims about those that we haven't. I'm going to let the scientists worry about that.
But you are of those things. You have them in you. You can know them personally yourself.
Yeah, if they're out there, like there's weak and strong nuclear forces in the atom and dark matter, etc. Yes, they're in all of us if we're out there. But how does that connect to love?
What is it that holds everything together?
So love is a physical force, like a force in physics.
You know, I should have stayed silent with that.
No, I'm glad you did.
No. Why?
I'm
Go
glad
ahead.
you did.
Because I
Fight
said
for your right to
something.
party. You know,
I
it is
said
what it is.
something that I can't prove, and I don't know that I could adequately explain. But the energy of the universe, the ether that from which all things come, I think it could be a field of love. It's in the
That's
awareness
kind of
of God.
to think
What's that?
about. That's kind of creepy to think about.
Well, it's like
I don't know
it's
why.
a form
But
of
even
magnet.
if we leave out this like mystical, super physical love and just focus on the human version that we actually all experience, even that is, I think, powerful enough
Yes.
to make a case for.
Yeah. You could start there.
But it's also something very rare and unique. I don't think it's something that all humans can have between each other. So when you say like love everybody or love your neighbor, it's not going to be that kind of love.
Okay. Love. I think the agape love, which is the one, the real deep love that is the mystery in the Bible, if I'm understanding the term right. Love of just being, right? So that love is just coming forth, not aimed at anything in particular, not tied to any event or person, but just being love. I think that's what our natural state is in some way.
Like babies and toddlers. You talk that hippy dippy type of love.
Maybe.
I don't
Jack's
know.
a love extremist for sure.
I am a dreamer, man.
I look at babies and toddlers, and I think our natural state is pretty selfish. Not in a bad way, but self-absorbed or limited to our own immediate experiences and interest.
It is. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just the things we need the most, like air. Like we could never make that come to us. That's what I mean by nature. We need that every moment of the day, several times a minute, unless you're really trying to show off. But like you need that all the time, and that's where we transfer information. We transpire information through the ether, the spirit, which is what the mind. That's the collective mind. And then there's an overseer of that. That's my claim. I won't go too deep on that.
I'll go with that.
Okay. I can respect it as a vision. I don't have a reason to accept it as fact, but
right.
It's a nice vision.
Do you have a reason to resist it as fact?
Yeah, because the fact that I don't have a reason to adopt it. I don't necessarily resist it. I just don't adopt it.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
I think. I don't know. I think honestly, it's in our design, in our mind's processes. We overcomplicate things. I think we all know deeper truth than what we can explain, what we can articulate. We know things a lot more than
in
what
our
we-
bodies.
Yep.
And I'll say this: if people do believe in this deeper type of love, or really any kind of love, and they're trying to actualize it and express it and feel it for other people, I think that's only a good thing. Like I think they're doing something very noble trying to do that, whether it's real or I believe it or whatever. I'm not going to stop anyone from trying to do that.
I started
As long as
trying.
it doesn't get like unhealthy or codependent or lead to like their own destruction.
What if from a pragmatic standpoint you found that the best way to do that is for you and everyone else to become a Christian or a Muslim or something? Would you just do it out of pragmatism?
They'd have to make a pretty strong case for that.
Yeah,
That's a reasonable response. Hey,
Wizard.
Greetings.
Greetings, everybody. Greetings, everybody. That's a hard question, isn't it?
Which one?
What is love? I think when it comes to love, love enters so many different aspects of life that it expresses itself in many forms. And that, therefore, my consideration is love isn't necessarily a feeling, but rather an effect, an observable effect. And this is even Jesus. You can see him as being angry when he turned the tables, but he did it through love.
Yeah, I heard somebody make that story today. Talking about he was like, Jesus was whipping people out there. You don't think he was an extremist? I was like, no, it was like one example of one thing. Come on, dude.
Right.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. It's love expresses itself in so many ways. You really can't define it as one thing itself. It's a matter of interactions and the effects thereof. So again, somebody going along and flipping the table of a 12-year-old child that's got a lemonade stand is one thing. Jesus flipping the tables of the bankers in the temple is another. One is definitely love, as the other one is definitely something different.
So, because love is described as like an attraction to somebody, I'd have to agree with Wizard's definition. It's more like closely related to, like, I don't know, magnetism or some type of compelling force. Maybe magnetism is a bad example.
No,
But,
yeah,
you know,
it's kind of like it drives you and compels you at the same time. It's not something that you can really do anything about because it's already there in your heart. You're driven to do it and you're compelled to do it. You're drawn to it, everything. It's just something that's there. And again, it's not necessarily something that's good or bad. It's the intended effect.
right, it's an effect or some type of force that's being exerted, like gravity or magnetism. Or, I don't know.
I think effect is at least a good place to start because that's something that we can, I think, more easily articulate and talk about as a direct experience.
Jeff, can you hear me?
Like Jack said about overcomplicating. So I think the
Yes,
effect
I
is
hear
the
you.
least complicated way of looking at it.
Jeff, I wanted to ask you something about what you said. You said, before you said this, you said you don't really believe in love because you don't believe in duality and duplicity. Or
Well,
duplicity.
the type of love that Truther was talking about, this like supernal force that transcends like physical reality, or this love that's independent from us, this force out in the universe.
Well, I didn't make those claims specifically, to be clear, but I'll let you slide with it. Just continue.
And I said I was a dude, so I don't believe that there's any supernatural force other than the natural forces that we
You
already.
said you were a what?
I'm a monist. I'm not a dualist. I don't believe in physical matter and then something else that's supernatural or soul or non-physical. So if it's that type of love, it's like a non-physical, supernatural type of love that I don't see any reason to worry about.
What I said specifically is how we're communicating through this right now, the StreamYard. It's through the
Is
ether, it's
love?
through the air. No.
Yeah, I didn't
I'm
understand that point at all. I had to ask you what the connection with love is.
I'm showing you an example. Maybe it's like a side example of. I'm not talking about love specifically. I'm talking about information traveling, but by
Like
various
something
unknown means.
non-physical? Yeah,
Like
but
how we communicate right now, we are communicating non-physically immediately.
right, it is non-physical, but it's not non-natural. I'm a naturalist, not a physicalist.
Yeah, but I'm just saying this is just an example of how information might travel from one point to another immediately. And
But
this
I
is
don't think it's traveling supernaturally.
right, but it's the show Black Mirror. It's a black mirror. It's a dark reflection of ourselves, and it's showing us what we have inside of us. It's a mimicry, a mockery of God's creation at the end of the day. That's what I see in it, and that's how they control us through it. That's my ultimate belief with this technology. Okay, but
Why are you using it?
because it's a black mirror. It's a tool. It's just like a hammer. I mean, I could pound a nail into a piece of wood with my fist.
But if you see it as a mockery, does that create some kind of emotional barrier or resistance to using such a tool?
Solomon had control over the demons. He didn't run away from them.
You know what creates a barrier is labeling yourself to death. Now, this is just my opinion. You have all these labels for yourself, like monist, and you used a few different ones. But I'm wondering, does that get in your way of being more open-minded? Because you're just trying to think of everything in terms of pure logic. Doesn't that sort of pigeonhole you to put all these labels on yourself?
No,
This
I
is
don't
for
think it
Jack.
does. I use them descriptively. They're not prisons. I use them descriptively to communicate, to help people understand better. Because people that know what dualism and monism is, it's going to have a specific meaning, or naturalism or physicalism.
Are
I
they
don't
open
like
to
wake
change,
up in the
though?
morning and think of myself as a monist and go about my day as a monist.
But are they open to change though? So
Uh-huh.
what I'm saying is
They've changed before with new information and new like we're always updating our models.
Then what were you before you were monist?
Well, when I was very young, I was religious. Grew up Catholic. I wanted to be a priest. I was an altar boy. So I believed in God and spirit and soul. So I guess I was a dualist as a child.
What happened to make you not believe, or is it too personal?
No, I started studying science in like 6th grade, and about the same time as the Tooth Fairy and Easter Bunny and Santa Claus and all that.
Yeah.
God went right along with them.
I can so understand that, brother. I really can, because that's the same stage in my life. I don't know if you guys went through the same thing, but I went through this stage where it seemed like I lived my life in a daydream, because that's what I wanted to do, because I didn't like the life that was before me. So I started assessing it in my own view, and I ended up daydreaming all the time, just to get out of it. It's funny how that works.
Would you not want to be open-minded? See, I'm stuck on this. But it's just because it's something I'm arguing with myself.
You talking about me in particular?
No, this is mostly to Jeff. Like, why would you want to limit
I
yourself?
don't think I think I'm
adapting
fairly
and growing?
open-minded.
Well, you can't be when you label. I can't think this way and this way because I'm a monist.
That's your opinion. You can have
Or I
that
can't
opinion
do
if you
that or
want.
vote this way
I
'cause
don't think it. I don't think it interferes with my ability to be open-minded.
Okay.
I listen all the time and change my mind and opinion when I hear a reason to. I'm not likely to change my mind about naturalism anytime soon.
Oh, that's what Neurojack was saying. You call yourself a naturalist? Yeah, I said like to get in tune with nature and get back to nature, right? Because that was, but that's.
Oh no, that I just meant in the philosophical sense.
Those aren't the same thing. Roughly speaking,
But I do like being out in nature.
Yeah, naturalism is basically just like materialism, but it's a form of materialism that's also monist in terms of, it says that there's only one substance, which is physical matter. So
That's fascinating.
I believe everything can be explained naturally without resorting to supernatural.
But
hypotheses
is
or
air
explanations.
physical in that, Jeff? Is air a
Air,
physical
yeah,
matter?
air is physical. Air is made of atoms. We can
Why is it
study
okay?
air.
Is it possible that information travels through air?
Sound waves travel through air.
Yeah.
So I guess some
So
forms
does
of
vision
information
too.
do
Yeah.
color, light, like.
Well, those are the two basic forms of information are traveling through the air. In a way.
Okay.
And that's the very beginning of our vision and seeing. And we already know we have a limited light spectrum. So we really need to
Yeah.
broaden our minds and consider the broader light spectrum at play and what we might be missing.
Well, we have technology that lets us see into the infrared, ultraviolet.
It's called your eyeballs and your spirit and your
Well,
soul.
my eyes
your
cannot see
heart.
infrared. Yours might be able to, but mine cannot. I have
But they
limitations,
could. They
like
could.
biological and
You could see
limitations just from
waves,
being
yeah.
human, the way our brains are structured and all of that.
I'm
We
seeing
see the world in a very human way, that like with our human minds and brains.
right.
And
That's why
fish see
everything's
it in a different way,
anthropomorphic.
and bugs, ants see it in a different way.
I'm seeing and identifying, Jeff, with your love for science, because I personally feel like very science oriented to the fact, and it's been pointed out to me, and I'm learning along. Do you want me to shut up so you can present that?
no,
Graph?
absolutely not.
I'm thinking
No, I don't want it. If all the people on the panel, I don't want anyone to shut up. You would not be one of the people I want to shut up.
I'm seeing the problem. I see the problem in myself, somewhat in you. So, you may not agree with me, but I'm saying because we're so science oriented, our decisions are really lacking a lot of emotion, or it may seem so. But when you look at the converse, a lot of our decisions that are based on science are emotionally, what's the word I'm looking for?
Stunted?
These decisions that we come to are very much based on emotion at times, which is exactly the opposite of what you think about science. And then if you take out the emotional awareness and the emotional component, it can make you be closed-minded when you don't want to be.
Yes,
And
I
like
agree.
in biology, everything that needs to survive and live has to adapt and change. It cannot stay static.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree so far. And I'm not a robot. I'm a very emotional person, highly emotional person. Like most of my life has been learning to manage my intense emotions. So it's not incompatible with logic and reason.
No.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt, but I want to say thank you and see you guys later. Peace.
No.
Lindsay said no. Take care,
Yeah.
Jack. Good
Be
to
well,
see
Jack.
you.
Yeah, thank you for joining.
How did
Yeah,
you get
thank
your
you.
name upside down? Hecklebus.
Yeah, I think the brother Wizard is having some mic issues. Is that is that right, Wizard? Try speaking up real quick. Yeah, I can't hear you at
You
all.
sound like a
Yeah.
robot.
It's coming up. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah.
I
Yeah. No
still
problem.
somehow heard what he said, but he was absolutely roboting.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Like it was roboting perfectly. Yeah. So yeah, it is what it is. But yeah. Thanks for joining for Jack Talcott.
Okay, mic check, mic check. Awesome.
You passed.
Yeah, they're throttling me hard. Yeah, the upside down, Jeff, that's just a text generator. You can look online for a text generator, and they have all kinds of them.
Oh, and it generates it upside down, and you just paste it into your name.
But just search up text generators.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite little play games.
Oh.
So I take it, Wizard, your original language, the one you made, is written upside down?
Coincidentally, no.
Oh.
But coincidentally, it also does not have grammar punctuation, so that does kind of construe it a little bit as a little unique.
Yeah, but I had I tried to have these opposing energies between Gen X Jeff and Jack Talcott. You know,
Opposing?
I think there are some opposing factors
Oh,
there.
I mostly relate to Jack. Like I feel very much simpatico with a lot of what he says.
Well, I think
except for the hippie stuff and the anti-capitalism stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
But
that type.
the psychology stuff, I feel like I'm pretty
Has
much
he
in
ever been
harmony
on
with
your
it.
show? I feel like we should invite him somehow.
Oh, he's welcome to come. It's
Yeah,
an open
I
panel.
feel like we should have seized the
In fact, we'll
opportunity.
be there tomorrow, New Year's Eve, and all day New Year's Day.
Yeah, because he would be a good guest to have on your show as well. You know,
Does anyone have Jack's producer's email?
I have his email, and yeah, I mean, I
You
have
have a
his phone number.
producer?
I could just call him and just tell him to come on the show. You know, so yeah.
Oh, Lord. He will have a producer one day, the way he's moving.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sure he wouldn't be opposed to hiring like a producer or studio to produce his show. He is like a professional. I mean, he has a brand, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, who has a brand? You know,
We
I
all
imagine-
kind of have brands or try to.
I don't know. I'm definitely not a brand. I'm more of like a statement or a sentence. I don't know. It's like, you know, it's more of a concept, you know, than a brand, you know. But yeah. And with the concept, the thing is that nobody really owns it. You know, that's kind of the point of it. You know, I mean, it's not an organization, it's just a person, you know. So I don't know. You know, I don't really have any supporters, you know, but I do have people who like to talk to me. I guess that's a start. Right, but like other than like being interesting to talk to, you know, I really have nothing to sell, you know. So
See,
yeah,
that's
what would
the thing I noticed too. You really can't sell the truth, and if people really wanted it, they'd go look for it themselves. So I find myself wondering about this loop that I'm going through myself of putting information out for people that really have no fucking interest in it. So should I really keep doing this? Should I
Well,
really keep doing this? I mean, really.
Are you able to stop if you decide you shouldn't?
well, that's where it goes to that love thing, you know, and I do think that it's beyond living things. You know, I think that there's a love, you know, just around, you know. I do believe it's an energy, a living energy, you know. And yeah, you know, it's definitely on par with something like just mind or you know, just whatever mind is. I think it's actually love or heart, you know. I think the heart is really the mind, you know. So I think people have it confused, you know. I think the mind is really the residue of the heart, you know. And I think that is really what people are missing, is that, you know, that I mean, obviously, I mean, if you look at the body, I mean, the heart has more nerve endings than the brain, doesn't it? You know, so I think the heart is more powerful. You know, I think that it's more universal. You know, you know, I think that you know, the heart is really what people think of as mind instead of thoughts. You know, the brain produces thoughts, you know, but mind comes from the heart. You know, I mean, you know, it's totally a different type of thing, you know, because it has to do with consciousness, you see, you know. So that's a greater energy, you know.
And this is reminding me of like a wizard and Jeff probably know this answer here. The crystal radio, they used to teach them how to make, like teach people how to make them. And it was a piezoelectric crystal or something, like a quartz crystal of some sort.
Yep, and it takes very few parts to actually make a usable radio.
Yeah, it's like it was like a wire, the crystal, and then I don't know what else, but it was very simple.
Yeah, I think you can do it with a total of 5 components. I'll have to look it up again.
But that reminds me of like the penile gland, you know, penile power. Shout out to him. It's like it's a crystal, and it's just sending out signals and it's picking them up.
There is I saw a scientific paper a while back that there's this theory that the brain actually works like an inductor and not like a neural network. It was very interesting. It's kind of along the same lines that you're talking about. And then there's the like mirror neurons where we supposedly pick up and react to the neurons in other people's brains.
Tongue has the second most nerve endings. Uncle Fatty. Wow. In the comments down there.
Oh my gosh.
When you guys had when you guys were on shrooms, did you feel like your third eye opened and you could see with it?
I definitely saw some. It wasn't necessarily localized to the third eye, but I definitely saw some shit, like internally. Well, internally, but it would kind of manifest externally too. But it came from within, and it wasn't just visual; it was tactile, experiential. It had at least 3 dimensions to it.
Well, see, isn't that kind of like isn't that kind of like the thing though? Like, if it's experiential, then isn't that kind of like proof that it is something else external? Because you're
Hey,
it wasn't external. Like I wasn't like the demons and dragons and Indian spirits I was seeing weren't real. They weren't actually in my room. But they were vivid and realistic enough. That's why I'm actually a phenomenologist more than anything. So as phenomena, they were very real.
I love hearing that, Gen X. Great topic we're discussing right here. Neurojack, I have a quick question for you. I just thought I'd interrupt and cut off the conversation. But have you ever taken mushrooms?
Very limited experience. Very limited.
So you have. I've dabbled in medicinal psilocybin mushrooms myself, and I've shared some of those stories. But what was your experience?
I think mine was a low dose, but my basic experience was severe distortion in time perception and disorientation, and certainly an awareness that there is something. The best way I would describe it is something serpentine, or something, some sort of consciousness seemed to be there. I'm not going to say that it was trying to communicate directly with me, but something external was certainly present in my. I mean, that's the impression that I got. But that's the only 3 things that I can say for sure. And I say serpentine because, like, when I closed my eyes, I definitely saw like there was a geometric pattern that was moving and seemed to be alive in some sense, but I don't know what that meant. But that's the extent of my experience, basically.
Oh, hell yeah. So that's pretty much confirmed you're not a Fed just by answering that question and saying you've done those drugs. But maybe you're lying. I have no clue. Because I've looked into applying for the federal government, and they don't really allow people who've taken those kinds of drugs to join their ranks. But one of my experiences I thought was strange, and I've had this happen maybe 1 or 2 times. Is the interruption of my technology or my devices, in other words, my cell phone, where it wasn't operating correctly. And I thought maybe it was me being under the influence of a truffle mushroom or what have you. But I when it happened again, I thought maybe there is a frequency within my body that's actually disrupting this technology that we call a cell phone. And when you change the frequency of your body, maybe it can impact the things around you. And we all know that. But have you had any experience similar to that, where you're like, oh shit, the lights are flickering, my phone's not working as well as it should, or something to that effect?
Sober, I've had that experience. So yes.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Sober. Who's this guy? New guy joining me. Cool.
What's up?
Oh, hey, Chris.
It's a fad.
You're a fed?
Awesome,
dude.
I saw you on earlier. I thought you were Illumitami.
Why do you think it's Illumitami? I was dressed.
He
I was
wears
dressed.
the shades and he has the bald head.
I'm wearing the exact same thing I was wearing on our stream earlier. We were on.
I know,
our
but
stream.
I was on my couch.
You look like a 6-year-old Illumitami, that's for sure.
A 6-year-old Illuminati? Okay, well,
Because I was going to go on the panel.
Are
I'm
you
like,
a
shit,
Satanist?
Tommy's
Is this
on.
another Satanist? We have a fellow Satanist on here. Is this what this is?
No, he's a Gnostic.
Oh, okay.
I'm a Mormon, so that's cool. But anyways,
yeah.
Hey, you like mushrooms, dude? Bottom, very bottom. Cool.
I used to enjoy them. I haven't actually come across them in quite some time, but
yeah, they come to you.
I used to like to make tea and experience a night that felt like it lasted for 2 weeks. Yeah, it was fun.
That's pretty cool, man. I like tea quite a bit.
I mean, you can just eat them, but they had a tendency to make me more sick if I just ate them than it did if I just
take
made
longer
them.
to kick in too.
Yeah.
See, I do it ritualistically, where at least, I mean, you go through phases of these things. Early days, it's more maybe.
Neurojack is triggered ritualistically. I can just feel Neurojack, please. Your pulse, I can feel it. Please.
Well, so for me, are you trying to? So ritualistically, what I mean by that is, of course, before you might take some of these Santa's gifts from under the tree. Look at this predator supporter laughing at me, and child predator supporter up there with the bad man mustache. But so some of these things, right? You fast for a couple days. You put your body in a state of being to where it's ready to receive these things. So for me, I'm not going to eat any animal products before I eat a truffle mushroom, right? I'm going to have my body be as pure and clean as I can. So I'm not running off of any other animal's energy. I want this thing to solely reflect me. And sometimes when people, they do them, they just do them like willy-nilly, right? No planned procedure, no set and setting, and their experience is based off of that. So I think when you actually approach this from a more medicinal, ritualistic perspective, you get a better outcome, 100%.
Yeah, you gotta set your intentions right for sure. That's very important.
Well, what would the intention be, though?
Well, it depends what you want to do, right?
Well, what would you recommend? I guess is what I'm asking.
So if I was someone who struggled with nicotine, tobacco, or alcohol addiction, right, I would set an intention to 3 days before I even took any truffle mushrooms or morel mushrooms, which are delicious mushrooms when you cook them in butter and salt. And so
Lion's mane is fire.
Yeah, and so lion's mane is great. I cooked some last week. So I would set the intentions 3 days before and think about everything I eat 3 days before I eat that. And 3 days is just my days that I pick, and I fast the last day. And if I could do last day and a half, and I pick what I want out of the experience I'm going after. So if it's to release addictions, like let's say nicotine or alcohol use, or any other addiction you might have in your life, then you set that, and then you're primed and prepared. And after that, my experience is after doing that, right, becoming nicotine free, tobacco free, right, off of one experience. right? So it's worked for me, right? So like, why would you do these things, right? It depends what you want out of them. And I think you can really do some creative things with this medicine.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is, are you saying that you're looking for purely pragmatic material gain versus spiritual or
So,
metaphysical
so
gain?
hold on. Shout out to Benton. He's in my chat real quick. What's up, Benton? And so what I'm saying is, like, are you saying material gain is me not consuming nicotine or tobacco products and not engaging in the capitalistic endeavor of buying those things? Because that seems not materialistic. That seems more like
What is the
opposite.
fruit? What is the fruit of the labor, right? Like you're doing a labor there. What is the fruit? The fruit is that you're less reliant on the system.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So are you? Yeah, thank you, Truther Cop, for being more eloquent than I.
Well, I mean, I mean, I guess the question then comes like, why? I mean, are you saying that you want to quit tobacco for the purpose of not feeding the beast system or something like
It
that?
could be for your own personal health, right? It's not a healthy activity to engage in tobacco use, right? And it's detrimental to be addicted to nicotine because you become what would the term be? Maybe just connected to the outcomes of not having the product, which would be like irritability. That's the main one I might think of. So like not to be connected to those things would be the main goal, right? It doesn't have to be a labor against the system. It could be individual self-pursuit to become a better person.
Well, are you saying that not using tobacco makes you a better person?
It makes you, for like not comparing to other people, right? You should always be the better version of yourself. But like, if you want to live a long life and support the things you're working on and the gift God has given you, you should want to
Yeah.
expend that.
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, like I guess my second or third experience with shrooms, I did them with the explicit intention of the fact that I had just gotten fired from a job I really liked, and I just really wanted to feel something else. And then my friends came over and said they were going to watch Chronicles of Narnia, Flying the Witch in the Wardrobe, and they took me with me to that. And we sat in the very front row, and that was an amazing experience that I had no plan for. So I don't know that you necessarily need to have intention to have a good time on shrooms. I mean, it's a true story, but I'm mostly just making a joke.
No. I've had those experiences as well, and those have been primarily most of my experiences. And then I got into the psychedelic experience. What was that? Who, like, a few authors behind that book. Are you familiar with the book? It's written by Timothy Leary and Richard Albert, Ralph Metzner. I've had those experiences as well. Oh,
I think I know what you're talking about.
Getting
I
feedback.
can't remember the name of it, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Oh, there's me. So yeah. So when I read that book, it changed my whole perception of like the actual use of the substance, right? And then once you've used the substance enough, and then you read that book, then also it provides greater insight into the previous experiences you've had. 100%. So I recommend the psychedelic experience. So it's a good book. I have a copy of it. I love it. And it's also related to, I'd like to hear the Machine Lies ideas about this, but the Tibetan Book of the Dead. And are you familiar with that at all? TML, I'm almost certain you have to be.
Oh yeah. I know about that. The one that's written by Hoffman and Leary. I'm
Certainly.
familiar with that work. Definitely. Entheogens, as they called them. Fascinating stuff. I definitely have had experiences on a number of those substances, and I think the types of figures that appear are not I don't think they're really constructed by your mind. It doesn't seem like that. It does seem like that the drugs are putting new information in your head somehow, although I don't know how that's possible. So I mean, I think either the drugs are containing chemicals that encode these experiences, or I mean, it's clearly like a tape being shoved into your head from the outside. So
Video drone
whatever
kind
is
of thing. Like the video drone thing with like the cassette tape in the stomach.
So,
Yeah,
since we're
like
on this
yeah.
topic, has anyone here ever had a shared hallucination with a witness who saw the same thing?
Yes.
Yes, me and Lindsay. Yes, we have. Not the Lindsay that was on here. Than my wife, Lindsay. She's behind me.
Yeah,
Right.
I
So that
have.
suggests something different, right?
I have as well.
Oh, this is just us. I see.
Which I see as evidence that there is something, metaphysical occurring, or at least, a sixth sense perception type of thing going on.
Yeah,
I've had things like that happen sober too, though. It doesn't. Yeah, I haven't necessarily needed drugs to have psychedelic experiences. The most psychedelic experiences I've had have actually been sober. So, and I don't know why, but this is the way it was.
yeah, but that's possible too. I mean, of course that's possible. So like that's actually even better, really.
Yeah, I've
we
had
have those natural tools.
I've had sober psych. Well, what do you consider sober? So my psychedelic experience when I was sober was after I've done 8 hours of continuous yoga, and I got to see the particles in the air, right? Like air particles, right? Or I don't know what people might call that, but I could see the mist of the world. And I was sober as a gopher. I've been doing yoga every day, and then I just went to an 8-hour session. And in the middle of the session, I had to stop because I didn't know what was wrong with my eyesight. I wear glasses, right? And I said, so, this is weird. I'm seeing things in the air. And I put on my glasses, and it's even clearer than I thought before, right? And so, that to me was one of the strangest hallucinatory or like a hallucinogenic experiences I've had doing yoga is when I saw the particles in the air, right? And they were everywhere. It was almost like gold or light, and they just filled the entire room, and they were in front of me. And I just sat there like amazed of like what was going on. But I've had other like epiphanies, you might say, doing yoga or Kundalini yoga or things of that nature. But they're very dissimilar to when I've done other substances that elicit maybe those responses.
I mean, I've had them without doing anything at all. I've had them after some meditation before. I didn't really done yoga, so I mean, I've had definitely had some things after some degrees of meditation. I definitely had some things seen some things after if I was just like once again sober, awake, but just like couldn't sleep, like had insomnia for a couple of days. And I don't mean like shadow people type things when you can't sleep. I mean like had like strange things happen. Nothing I'm going to go into on stream tonight, but it's just take too long. It's just too much explanation. But I mean, I've had that, and I've had a lot of them have just been like just kind of randomly, just like bizarre things have happened. And I mean, I've also experienced some crazy lucid dreams and shit like that too, and some other stuff. But I mean, I don't know. I honestly have experienced on hallucinogens. I've experienced fewer psychedelic things than I have without hallucinogens. For some reason, I don't seem to have the ability to hallucinate per se with drugs. I never have been able to. Like I've taken acid, I've taken shrooms, stuff like that.
Yeah,
All I had was like like I had a really fun time at Chronicles of Narnia. I watched Scrubs season 2 all in one night once, and on acid, had a lot of laughs and made a bunch of had a bunch of funny jokes that weren't funny when it was over, things like that. But I never really saw anything that wasn't there on any of those things. But I saw things that shouldn't have been there sober. So
because you already had the vision before you took the drug. Like you have that
Right.
gift, right? For at least
I
for a
guess
moment.
so. I don't know.
In your life. For a moment.
I guess so.
I don't know. It's a moment of clarity for your ultimate senses.
Probably so.
I think that's called being an artist.
Good point. Good point, Cecil.
Beautiful topic. Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no. I got nothing more to say really. I'm not gonna be staying too much longer. I just came by to I just want to come by it and say everybody. So I saw everybody was on. I want to come by and say hi and just chill for a minute.
Hell yeah, dude! We're having a party tonight, dude. Hey, shout out to the Machine Lies. One of the best panels I think to end the year with a lot of great guests. Right, Mr. Rabbit, that Southern Israelite, Truther Cop came on. You had EBT, Neurojack, Gen X, Jeff is here, and
Planet. Oh, Planet now.
Provoke Planet right now. But and Hacklebus, shout out to Hacklebus. He is a content creator. Give him some love. And Cecil Drake as well, who's just kind of like an enigma who shows up to panels, which is fun. Cecil is just his own thing, man. I got nothing but love for the guy in some sense. Of course, as long as you're talking about what he's interested in. If you're not, then he'll be sure to let you know. But anyways, my point is this: great stream tonight, TML. Love the topics. Jim, that's right. Jim was amazing, and it was nice to see him come by. Some of these bigger names taking an interest in the conversations TML is having. It's real good stuff when people are discussing some of these ideas and getting into the, I hate the word nitty gritty, but of Christianity, philosophy.
That's how it's got to be. I mean, shit's moving fast. You got to get into the nitty gritty of these things. And a lot of this shit might go over people's heads, but it's recorded and they can click on the little names and stuff. So that's why there's all of these schisms, if you want to call them, you know what I mean? Because essentially you could bring it out for people to look at a later time. So there's a lot of secondary sources, primary sources, things and ideas that we discuss here, but it's all up to you guys how much you want to get into the deeper aspects of it. And a lot of you guys might be making shows that are way more complex than my own, on these subjects, and I hope you do, and have me on as a guest, so it is what it is, guys.
So I love hearing that, man. And just like you're giving it up to the audience, TML, right? Like letting them kind of decide where to go. And for me, I'm more of a surveyor, right? I go wide, not deep. And then you meet people like Mr. Rabbit and Southern Israelite and even Jem, right? Shout out Jem. And these individuals go deep. And you get a lot more out of the conversations with those individuals. But the thing that makes that come out even more is when people who are maybe a little bit broader in their views and they can bring new questions to things. When two people go really deep into a topic, they become indebted to their beliefs and they just end up in a loop cycle of an argument. But people who are willing to be a little bit broader in their thoughts and understand their limits of their thinking and knowledge, then they can ask provoking questions or things of that nature that bring out a more fruitful conversations. And I think you've done a great job of bringing both those parties there. The people who go wide, the people who go deep. And you need to have both, right? And it's a great thing because you can't go deep and wide, right? You can't be an expert in Christianity and every religion, right? You just become proficient at these things, right? And a good example is law. You'll never meet a lawyer who practices every kind of law. You go to a tax lawyer, a family law lawyer, a estate lawyer, like whatever it is, these lawyers usually specialize in one thing. And our academic system even encourages that, right? You specialize. And these specializations are, I think, and at the end of the day, maybe a negative to society. I'm more of a Marshall McLuhan perspective where interdisciplinary is the best approach. But I mean, the time and day it takes to become a true academic of all the fields it takes a lot of sacrifice. And is the sacrifice worth it when it comes to even being aware or knowledgeable of all these things? It's a conundrum for me.
Amen.
Yeah, I generally think that's an interesting perspective. Yeah.
Hey, so Gen X, let me just bring some conflict content. There seems to be a lull in the conversation, dude. I'm a broadcast master.
Uh-oh.
Oh, slow down.
Well, you need to come on our show. Like me and Jeff, we do a show every day at 2, and Jack and Machine Lies were there earlier today, and like you can come on our show and
Broadcast master.
feel free to come and teach us how to broadcast.
Indeed, he is. He ain't nothing to play with, you know.
So
if you wanna...
here's where so some people need some energy, some life into the discussion here. And so Gen X Jeff, as a resident Mormon Christian, and you being a self-proclaimed Satanist, why even engage in? And some people will say, "Oh, Christmas, it's pagan," right? And then they go down that rabbit hole of explaining why Christmas is pagan. But at the end of the day, it's first word's Christ. Right. First word's Christ. So you got a Christmas tree right behind you. Nothing wrong with that. I think that's great. I actually support you having a Christmas tree. But what are your thoughts in putting that Christmas tree behind you?
Well, it's a solstice tree, first of all. You can call it a Christmas tree, but it's a solstice tree. That's what it is.
You probably can't see, but there's a Baphomet at the base of it with lights on it too, wrapped around it.
Cool,
I
cool.
grew up. This is one of my favorite holidays growing up, and I love colored lights. Like it's just a thing I have. It soothes my brain. So I love the Christmas lights, the decorations.
That's a great thing. So you grew up with it. It's a cultural thing for you.
Yeah, it gives me an aesthetic pleasure to have a Christmas tree, and I like the Christmas spirit. I have all my family's Christian. They do Christmas, and it's a nice time of the year.
It is. You know what? It's funny how I think about Christ is a nice time of the year. Isn't that a funny thing?
It just works out that way.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, didn't you kind of say that Mormonism is kind of more close? It's kind of kind of like a Freemasonic, like Luciferian thing, though. Like,
I never said Luciferian. Now you're putting words in my mouth, but I don't mind that.
no, I mean, no. We talked about this, and you kind of
but I never said Luciferian, and I do understand the connection people make between Freemasonry and Luciferianism. I'm familiar with that, but in general, right? I don't think Mormons are synonymous with Luciferianism.
Well, I didn't say it's synonymous. I said, is it related? I said, is it related?
I would say it's more related to Freemasonry, and I explained the reason why, and I drew the connections in relating to, I think it was Mr. Morgan's death, the gentleman who was a Freemason from New York who was killed for writing a tell-all book, but it never got published, and that man's ex-wife married Joseph Smith. So then you just follow the rabbit hole and realize that Joseph Smith acquired this tell-all Freemasonic book and probably incorporated it into the Mormon religion in whatever means or ways he had at the time.
Right. Well, all I'm saying is it's you're kind of saying to Jeff, like, well, you're partaking in Christian tradition, right?
Yeah, he is.
But are you saying that Freemasonic tradition and Christianity are kind of like you can commingle?
Did he cut out? I don't think it had the conflict.
Well, first of all,
Mormons looking for.
Mormons aren't Christians. Well, I'm not really trying to go at you. I'm just creating content, Jeff. These are two different things. So Mormons aren't really Christians, Neurojack. You should know that. So when I talk about Christianity, I'm even separate.
Well, you just said, but no. But you just said I'm a Mormon Christian. You said that you're a Mormon Christian, though. So.
Yeah, that's like self-identifying. That's like when a trans woman says they're a woman, right? Like we both know the reality of that, right?
No, I don't know.
So like a trans woman isn't a woman, and I'm not really a Christian. And according to the eyes of what I would look at is...
Or maybe you're not really a Mormon.
Oh, I'm 100% Mormon. I was baptized in the water. I've been to the church. I've been in the temple. I know I've walked the walk.
You wear the underwear?
No, I do not, but I'd like to.
The Mormon drawers?
I'd like to wear it.
You have to go to that special store and that
So the reason I bring that up is and this is not to come at you there. I'm just trying to clarify. Like you're saying, because you're saying that I mean, I don't know what your intention is, but you're saying to Jeff, like, well, you know, it's kind of odd that you're participating in Christian
He didn't say it was
tradition.
odd. He just asked me why.
Well, I mean, that's it seems to be the implication, and correct me if I'm wrong.
He was trying to generate some dramatic
Right.
energy
Well,
for the
I'm trying to
stream, and I think
generate
he
some
found it
something.
with you more than with me.
Yeah, and it worked, right? So Gen X Jeff, this is why I'm a broadcast master, right? So and Neurojack, you ended us up in a beautiful discussion about these things. And if you want to finish your point, I think me and Gen X might have both cut you off. But to reiterate, no, I'm not a real Christian, right? I'm a Mormon, and I don't believe in the Trinity because I'm a Mormon. I got different views than most
Funny, I don't believe
Orthodox.
in Mormons.
What?
No.
Mormon is post-Christian.
Yeah, technically, but
So is
I don't
Satan.
believe in Mormons. I don't know. I throw milkshakes at them. I don't know. I think
you
they're
you
fake.
throw milkshakes at Mormons. You're an
really.
awful
No, not
person.
really.
I used to let him in, and I would tell them, I said, I'm atheist and I smoke, and I would light up a cigarette, and I'd say, but y'all are welcome to tell me whatever you want, and they would leave.
Well, you know,
I have had the impulse to throw a milkshake at one before. I never really did it though.
well, that's rather satanic of you.
I always
to
felt
even
sorry
think.
for them because they look
That's
so
funny.
nerdy on those bicycles. Like,
Yeah.
they look like dweebs.
Yeah. It's funny how you feel sorry for these people who have like 6 or 7 kids and a healthy family, and they have one of the best.
Well, no,
relationships.
yeah, but you don't see that when
I'm
they're
talking about the
just in
young
the little
ones.
white
I'm
shirts
not
on the
talking about I'm not
bicycle.
talking about the
That's
older
not
ones.
what
I'm
you
talking about the young
associate. But
ones.
I lived in Vegas for a while, and I have
Yeah.
lots of
That's what I
friends who
always
are
used to
Mormon.
call them too. They used to come to the doorstep, and then I'd be like, "It's okay."
And
I'm
Utah is
actually
one of my favorite states. Like, I would
It
probably
is.
move there.
Yeah, it's actually an amazing state, and it's
It
amazing
is,
because of its Christian belief, its culture, right,
and it's nature.
and its nature, and everything that Christianity has generated out of Utah has made it a wonderful state. I can leave if I rode a bike, I could leave it my car unlocked. I can leave my bike outside. I can walk down the street and not worry about being mugged. It's actually amazing when you think about how great it is to live in a Christian state. And I don't think you can go to other states and feel the same thing that I feel.
But you just said that Christianity and Mormonism were not the same thing, right?
Because I respect what Orthodox and Catholic Christians think about Christianity, and I would even acquiesce to say,
Boo.
well,
Boo
hey,
Orthodox, boo Catholics.
Wait
that's
a
fine.
second. But you said that you
Come
just
on,
said
hey
that
now.
you said Christianity made Utah great. But so is it Mormonism or Christianity? Is it
So this is like trans woman, right? So they're trans Christian,
okay? But you
right?
say Christ is king, but you say I'm not a Christian. So what does that mean?
Yeah, because I accept the fact that I can be wrong.
It also sounds like cultural Christianity, which I also
Of course.
am in favor of.
Of course, right? Cultural Christianity is the best. That's why.
So are you saying that Jeff can't be a cultural
So are
Christian?
you saying you may not even be a Mormon?
No, I'm an actual Mormon. I've been baptized. I've been in the temple. I've been in the church. I've gone to sacrament.
So it's the action that makes you the thing,
Hold
not
on.
the faith.
Let me finish. I've bared my testimony in front of congregations
You bared your
multiple times.
testicles in front of people. What?
No. You have a hearing problem. It's not because you're old. It could be another deficit that you have. But I've bared my testimony, and you're saying this is one of the guys who says, you know,
So it's because
testing
it's your
balls,
so
right?
it's because of your so it's because of the actions of being baptized and not your faith.
So Wizard, I'm going to approach you in good faith, and in meaning that I don't actually understand what you're asking me. So could you reiterate your question?
You just stated that you're a Mormon because you were baptized in this and that,
And I practice the culture and customs.
So I pose that maybe you're a Mormon because of an action and not by your faith.
No, I'm a Mormon in faith. I do believe in a lot of the Mormon principles and the religion. I think one of the reasons you could say the church is true is because if you look at the outcome of each of the 50 states in our United States, I actually wouldn't live in any other state besides the one I live in. And I've lived in other states.
Oh, are you in Utah? You live in Utah?
Well, yeah, I'm a Provo kid.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, duh.
Yeah, Provo, Utah. I live in the heartlands. I'm a true Mormon. I grew up in the culture.
You might even say he's a provocateur.
Yeah. Now you're getting it. Now you're
Now,
fucking.
but do you think? Hold on. Do you think that Christians should accept Mormonism, even though Mormons don't
No,
accept Christianity?
no, they don't. Christians don't need to do a goddamn thing.
We need to go to war with them. We need it. One side needs to win. One side needs to exterminate the other one. It's clear.
Yeah, I'm not wrong. I'm not bothered by being wrong, Neurojack. And I accept there's the flaws and the Mormon faith system. I'm aware of almost all of them. You'll never present me an argument that I'm not familiar with or I haven't heard. It could be, for example, related to the fact that in the Mormon religion, people speculate that Nephites, Moronites, whatever they fought with metal objects, right? But when you do archaeological excavation in the North America, South America, you're not going to find those weapons. So the Battle of Cumorah or these other places, you have a little bit of historical misalignment, right? And so then you ask yourself, what's going on here? Why are some things not lining up? This is just one thing that might be thrown my way, right? There's lots.
What's the Mormon interpretation of the Book of Revelation?
I couldn't answer that question, right? Like, but if I did answer the question, I would say we're living in the end times. That's why they're called the Latter-day Saints, right? So that's the easiest question to answer in some regard, because Mormons think this is the end time, and we are the Latter-day Saints.
Do they think that
Huh? Wait, two questions.
Self-proclaiming to be saints.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Have you seen Book of Mormon?
Oh no, I wish. I love it, dude. I've listened to
amazing.
a few of the songs. Yeah, I'm a big fan of it.
Amazing.
Yeah, of course it's amazing.
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
Sorry, here's my question. Do you think that do you guys think that the new covenant or that Israel is a physical like country, nation, or that the covenant is with the Jews and that
So you're asking things above my pay grade because you're asking you guys.
Well, you just said that you're a Mormon officially, and you just go along with whatever they wanted you to do.
And so when I say these things, if you're in tap to the Mormon culture, Mormon is now a pejorative, right? So Mormons actually don't like that term anymore, right? So I say the term Mormon, like I say, and I'm about to use this word in a clinical sense, non-clinical sense. This is comedy, satire, everything I'm about to say to this retard. Right. So Mormons look at the word Mormon like saying an ableist statement like the word retard, or you might use another pejorative to describe another class of people. Mormons actually.
I see the connection between Mormons and retards. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. There you go. So most people have stopped using the term Mormon, but I engage with the use of it because I understand my audience and most audiences don't want to hear me say LDS and Latter-day Saint over and over again. They're just already used to the word Mormon.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know that. I know virtually nothing much about the LDS.
You can say Mormon. It doesn't bother me at all.
So I didn't know that. So that's good to know, though. But I get basically my question is this: like, what do you think the special relationship between Mormons and people who claim to be Jews and Israel and Christianity and all that?
So people who claim to be Jews, that's a big question in itself. You got Black Israelites. We had the Southern Israelite on earlier. And you even have, I love how the machine lines got me on full screen. It's fucking lit. But you even have like Mormons claiming they're the lost tribe of Israel. And like there was another Mormon guy who went in extensive research to try to prove this, right? So testing the Native Americans, I think, to see if they were related to Jews. And so then that argument also comes up, which is an anti-Mormon argument, is when you do the DNA testing, Native Americans aren't related to Jews. So the lost tribe of Israel is not, in fact, in America. But is that answering your question, or am I just talking nonsense?
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, do you guys support Israel as a part of your religion, or do you
I would
guys
imagine,
support
yeah.
Jews
I
as
mean,
part of your
my
religion?
absolutely. My religion, unfortunately, is under the control of the New World Order, right? So Utah's great as well. Excuse me, Utah's pretty great, but definitely under the New World Order control and all the mechanisms behind it. I would imagine most large institutions are. For example, one of the UN headquarters is in Utah. So if you look up like videos of people trying to go into the UN in Utah. You get some funny videos about people being turned away and having United Nations police in Utah. You also have the Utah Chinese connection, which is also an interesting facet of Utah, and the fact that Utah and China might be more interconnected than we'd like. And we have 15-minute cities already being built. One right now been widely discussed. They call it the Point of the Mountain in Utah. It's probably known by, like, if you were to look up a city, it's by Lehigh and Bluffdale. So in Lehigh and Bluffdale, they're actually building one of the first 15-minute cities, and I would say in most cities they're adjusting their boundaries to turning them into 15-minute cities. But we're building one of the first, I would say, in the United States.
Do you have a general? Do you generally think that the New World Order is a bad thing, or do you think it's or do you just want to see what the outcome is going to be and then judge based on that?
Oh man, I love this shit. So is the New World Order a bad thing? So if you listen to my podcast, I'm actually pro New World Order, right? And then I'm going to bring it back to the machine lies and Heraclitus, and the quote, "What scatters gathers, and what gathers scatters." And the reason I bring that up is because I believe that these things are inevitable, right? People are trying to change the world, but these patterns are so cyclical, you can't escape them. So then you have to either accept the reality. Like, a lot of people want to change the world. They want to change the direction of the way things are going, but the leaves are going to fall. You're going to gather them up, put them in a bag, and then you're going to put them in a trash can, and then it's going to go into a dump, and it's going to scatter into the ground. Then a tree is going to gather up those nutrients and then spread it out to its leaves. And so my whole point is, you can't avoid the patterns of the world, right? And that's with the New World Order. That's just what's going to happen, right? It's unavoidable.
So you reject free will, and you basically think that it's not a self-fulfilling prophecy, but it is a prophecy of unchangeable future.
So you're talking like, so in psychology, which has to do with the individual, then you have sociology, which has to do with the group, then you have political science, which has to do with the psychology of the state, right? So you have three levels of these things. So when you talk about free will, I would say no, free will exists at the individual level, right? But you're not going to change the fact the sun's going to rise, are you? You have free will, but are you going to stop the sun rising, Neuro?
Well, I guess the more important question is, what is the agenda of the New World Order then?
It doesn't really matter, right? I think it's unification, right? And again, back to Heraclitus, what gathers scatters, what scatters gathers. It's unavoidable. And so other people realize these patterns are occurring. And so when they realize things are scattering or gathering, they allocate resources to benefit from that event. So the New World Order is frantically trying to gather resources to capitalize off of what's going to occur inevitably. And you could think about, is it Thucydides' trap, right? Are you familiar with that? Probably saying it wrong.
No, I'm not.
If I'm saying it wrong, you're probably not familiar. The Thucydides trap. It's like when two large powers gather. If you think about it, if me, you, two other people on the panel hold a bed sheet out, right? And one person on one end drops a metallic ball, and I on another end drop a metallic ball. Two forces that are strong enough, big enough, will eventually gather together and have a conflict, right? Does that make sense?
Sure. I mean, I'm just trying to understand, comprehend how. Well, I'm just trying to comprehend, you said that it doesn't matter what the agenda is, but it's an inevitable agenda. So, how do you know that?
Well,
I guess is the question.
Everything's inevitable, right? Like the sun rising. So in other words, people gathering power in life is inevitable, Neurojack, right? No matter what culture you live in, what society you live in, people gathering power, whether it's an individual or group of people, is inevitable. They could do it in the open, they could do it behind doors, but no matter what, people are going to meet together and they're going to gather the power around them, right? Like it's it's tried and true in every culture and civilization. People gather together and they create the world they want, whether it's to make Prada bags, missiles that kill people in the Middle East, or maybe they just want to sell sucker pops, right? They're gonna
Well, I mean, isn't kind of the implication of something like the New World Order is that you're making human beings in the image that you want them to be? Isn't that kind of like implicit?
Well, I mean, isn't the thing like, I mean, Mormons don't really care about the New World Order because they're all going to get their own planet or something like that anyway, right?
Yeah, that's Provoke Planet you're talking to right now. On my own planet, by the way.
Okay, and so what are you going to call your planet when you get it? I'm curious.
I already it's my channel. I'm Provo Planet.
Provoke Planet. Okay, hey, cool.
Yeah, I'm provoked right now. Oh yeah, dude. So good discussion, man. It feels nice to carry the TML's stream right now, man. It's fun. Bringing the ideas, bringing the questions. Broadcast master, you're looking at NeuroJack. What else you got?
No, I mean, I'm not. I know it seems as if I'm like coming at you like I'm so upset. I'm just curious. I'm very curious about what motivates people and what how people come to the conclusion. Because even myself as a Christian, I'm more than willing to admit that I have disagreements with myself and disagreements with others. And I call myself a Christian, but there's ones who would say that I'm not a Christian, and there's Christians that I would say are not a Christian. And so we all label things in different ways, and so the only way we're ever going to understand each other if we kind of just try and make that as clear as possible, right? So
Oh, certainly. And I don't take anything you say personal, NeuroJack. And I know you're just creating content, which is what I appreciate. You're a good dude, and I really don't have all the answers you're probably looking for.
Well, here's my last question for you. What was your intention of coming and making the comments towards Gen X, Jeff? Was it to kind of just
you want to bring it back
that,
full circle? That's pretty good of you.
Yeah, exactly.
So no, what happened there, NeuroJack, if you were paying attention, was nobody wanted to create content, right? So nobody started talking, right? So I, as a broadcaster, right, I can see when nobody's picking up the mantle, and I just saw an opportunity to create content, and I just did for about 20 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, it was great. From that point of view, you're absolutely correct. And I just want to know, are you willing to do any more Howard Stern-esque shows, like, with some, like kind of like how, some people might go and talk on like a show with like, porn stars or, something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. The 2024 year is going to be a big year for me. I'm probably going to move towards, TML inspires me. He's got these morning shows. Shout out to TML having these morning shows. And that's probably what I might move towards. I've done those before, right? But I might move towards something in the morning, something in the evening, and probably twice a week. So a morning show once in the month, an evening show once in the month, and of course an interview, Howard Stern, driven, where I want to interview people maybe like Hecklebus, maybe like Gen X, or
at least one special guest a month too. At least one special guest, new to all of us. One a month is your responsibility, sir.
I can do that, and I will do that. And with that, so like I picked up the mantle, and I just put it down for creating content. Who's up next? Or like, who's up next for carrying the show? I want to know.
I would love to step up to that mantle, but my wife wants to go to sleep, so I've got to go. But it's been great talking to you.
Oh, hell no. No, you needed to get into your Solomon Temple stuff, man. Come on, that's what I want to talk about. But it's okay, next time.
I mean, I would love to.
Well,
but
we'll be there tomorrow.
Yeah, while we're here in my parents' house, we're all in the same room. I don't have a separate room I can go into and
bring your parents on the stream. Let's do it.
Well, yeah, I mean they're in their own room, but me and Lindsay are in the same room. Lindsay's tired, so we have to leave at 8 in the morning. So I'm gonna go get some sleep before we gotta head out in the morning. We're taking a bus back to Dallas, so that'll be fun. So so good night, guys. It is
all right. We'll travel safely, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see you
Yeah, good
tomorrow.
night.
Have a blessed night.
What is he doesn't like it? Hey, I'll be back, brothers. Hey, TML, dude, one of the best panels of the year. And what is that music? It's Provo Kid music. If you actually work out at
Oh,
the
that was
gym-
yours. Sorry.
No,
that was
you-
Machines.
it wasn't my music, but it's music from my channel. It's
Oh,
called
okay.
Heist Money
Channel,
by
yeah.
Lucy in Disguise, and it's actually a great song, right? And I think it is. If you don't like it, then hey, man, I don't like Satanism, so we
I
agree
think
on
that was
disagree.
Kevin.
Well, you're basically the Mormon
Lucy
version of
in the
me.
Sky, Lucy in the Skies.
Oh no,
Except
I'm
without
more.
the New World Order stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well,
I
you
do
so-
think globalization is inevitable, but I don't think it's going to happen in our generations.
you're hey,
Meanwhile, this guy's a corporate Apple executive over here, by the way.
Me?
That's my assertion. I'm not sure.
Who Provo is?
You know, I could
that
be.
might be. I do have quite a bit of Apple stock, dude. I won't
He does
lie.
seem like techie geeky type, but a lot
Yeah,
of people out west
I'm like the
are.
Illumitami, but I didn't choose Tesla. I chose Apple stock. Hey guys, it's been a great stream. Heckle Buzz. We have our problems, but God bless you. Cecil, I hope you get a high score. Neuro Jack, you always bring the heat. Truth or Cop, you're one of my favorite streamers. God bless you. And TML, Gen X Jeff, you're one of the first Satanists where I met. I'm saying like, hey, he's autistic like me. And I like that about us, right? So TML, thank you for
Provo,
this.
let's do something this year. You know, we'll do like a special together, you know, some shit where,
Hey.
you know, and maybe I could send you some videos and stuff. Maybe I could get into video editing too, you know, we'll see how it goes, you know. But yeah,
Absolutely. And I'll say this. I haven't checked my email. I have about 500 in my inbox right now.
Yeah.
And I talked to you before. I had about 8,000 emails. So if
Yeah.
I did message you and I asked you where to send my book, right? Because I'm sending you a hard copy.
Okay,
So
cool.
you understand you got the last edition of my first. The last.
That's what's up.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the 33rd out of 50. So I published 50 books, right?
Yeah, I'll
And
really read it. Yeah.
the last book I have is for you, dude, and I just needed an address to mail it to. And I'm also going to include, people don't know this, I have a Patreon where I do merch and things like that. So I'm going to throw in, maybe I'll do it live on stream. I'll do a TML merch die, which will be a reverse tie dye because the dude only wears black. So I have to get something black, like a hoodie, and then I'll do bleach to make it. And then I might do red and black. We'll see what we do. But we'll do something live. I'll make your merch box and I'll put everything in a box and I'll mail it to you, brother.
For sure.
Whenever you're ready. Hey, peace and blessings, Neuro. I love you, dude. I took nothing personal, dude. I hope you come at me with some more questions next time.
Yeah, no, I'm here for the conversations, and that's what and you always do deliver, and I do really appreciate that because you know that's always been what I want, is just to have good conversation, man. And so yeah, I appreciate it.
Hey, God bless you all and Happy New Year.
Yeah, bless you, brother. I'm praying for you. Yeah,
Happy
man,
New
for
Year.
sure. Yeah.
And I'm going to make my way out the door too, guys. Bless y'all. May the new year bring you everything you need in life.
Yeah, for sure.
Heckle, likewise.
Yeah, thank you, Wizard. I'm praying for you. And, you know, yeah, that's also an honored guest. Him and Talcott have been out here since the beginning supporting this stream. So I really appreciate them. You know, they're what did Provo say he was? He said he was a content master or something.
The broadcast master.
Or something like that. Yeah.
Apparently he could facilitate your stream better than you do.
He can indeed. He can hold it down, you know. And I've told many people that. I've said, you know, many people, including you, Gen X, that you know, this is as much you guys' stream as it is mine. So, you know, I really appreciate.
Oh well, in that case, Cecil, bye.
Yeah,
time to go.
Well, no, we don't get
lights
to
out.
dictate
Last
the entire,
call.
well, we don't get to dictate the entire stream, but
Oh, okay.
but we do
Sorry.
get to. But we do get to.
Give me just a little bit of
But we
power
do get to
in my head.
contribute. You know, if there's particular people contributing, I
Cecil
know.
is like the most triggering person I think on these panels.
No, I've come to make my peace with
Yeah,
Cecil.
last time.
He used
Yeah,
to
if you
bug the
guys
hell out of
saw.
me because he took up slots sleeping.
Yeah, last time if you guys saw, Mike from Staten Island, aka Bunny Rabbit, aka Intelligent Imbecile, he came
That
at.
was Bunny Rabbit?
Yeah, the Bunny
I
Rabbit.
thought that was Illumitami under another intelligent imbecile.
No.
Because people kept talking to Illumitami in the chat, and I never saw his name, so I must have him blocked.
Yeah, perhaps.
No, this has been a very fun panel, I have to admit. Even from watching all those guys go at it over the religious stuff, because honestly, a lot of it I didn't even went over my head, but it was like very interesting to watch.
I was ready to
people.
come on the panel, and they kept doing all that religious talk. And what EBT, Bunny
Bro,
Rabbit, was his face,
you
Mississippi
should
guy?
ask Provo about polygamy.
Yeah, there's no way I would have.
Well,
been able to
I mean, I would, but I
hang that
mean, that's the I don't. I mean, I have a controversial opinion on that. Like, I don't necessarily think that it's anti. Like, I don't think that that's like the worst. Like, I don't think that's the main thing that people should come at. I mean, there's practical reasons, but I don't necessarily know that polygamy is like evil in and of itself.
I don't. Amateur theology doesn't interest me. I'm not a religious geek.
What do you think about polygamy, Jeff?
I know the Mormons tried it and didn't pull it off, and now it looks like the woke are trying to try it.
How
I
about you,
don't care what I do not care what grown adults do with their relationships. That's between the people involved. To me,
How about you,
it's when there's
Truther?
children in the picture that I tend to have feelings.
Well, some people say polygamy is bad or good for children. So,
Like adults could screw whoever they want if it's consensual and form
well,
whatever type of relationship patterns they want.
but what if they said that polygamy was either beneficial or not beneficial for children?
Well, who are they to determine what's beneficial for me?
Well,
I
for
can determine
children,
that
because
for
you
myself.
said
I don't need they to come and tell me what's beneficial for my relationship.
no for children. For children.
Oh, for children. I'm not worried about that.
We must
I
be
do
worried
think
about
the
children,
more
Jeff.
like healthy,
Please.
supportive adults the children have, like an extended family or a community or something like that, the better off they're going to be. Like always, the more people you have in your support network, the better. But I still think you need some kind of stable. I'm going to call it nuclear for now. You need some kind of stable, minimal adult household as well. I mean, what are we going to grow up in communes?
You're fucked up, Neuro.
Why is that?
Oh Lord.
Yeah, but fatty, it got forbidden after they tried to legalize it and got their
I can see
behinds
what you
handed
did there,
to them.
bro.
What do you mean?
Who
What do you
being
mean?
Me? Cecil? Me?
Never mind, bro. Never mind.
What do you mean?
Cecil's kinda
About
nerd.
polygamy or what?
I'm not sure what happened though.
I think we need functional families, healthy functional families, like at the bare minimum. I don't care if they're necessarily nuclear, necessarily male, female, whatever. We just need healthy environments for kids to grow up in.
Cecil, are you pro polygamy or anti polygamy?
Well, I mean, I think that in my environment, I've seen the most healthy relationships be monogamous. And I've noticed that polygamy is practiced amongst various people that live over there, Middle Eastern, or Hindus do it. I think Muslims do it. I maybe not. I'm not really too sure about that, but I know Hindus are allowed to have up to like 4 wives according to their religion. So I was just trying to find out what Provo's opinion was, like from a religious standpoint, whether he agreed with it or not. So
No, I would be curious to see what he thinks about it too. I mean, for me, I just think that most religions have some sort of version of it. You know, I think that even Christianity has had it happen in the past, and I'm certain that it happened in Jewish, context as well. So I mean, I'm just saying, like, there is a precedent for it. Now, does that mean that I think it's ideal? Probably not for most people in most situations. But I mean, also, you know, a lot of kings throughout history had, a wife, but then they also had like a harem of concubines or something. I mean, that's pretty
Yeah, but
universal as well. So,
we're in the United States, as in a liberal democracy.
well, they just don't call
Gofar's
it
given
those
some
things now.
insight from their experience.
Well, Bill Clinton,
Liberal
had a cigar.
democracy, Jeff. Do not twist America. No. It's one thing
Who's
to say
talking?
the republic
Okay,
versus
a federal
you
constitutional
said
republic,
a
whatever. It's
liberal
still a form of
democracy.
democracy.
Slow down with your claims about this nation, please. It is not
Truth
a
or cop?
liberal democracy.
Polygamy? Yes or no?
So he's okay. Then after this, I want to hear him tell me we're not in a democracy.
We're not in a liberal democracy. That's insane.
Truth
Yes,
or
we are.
polygamy? Yes or no?
Question to me now.
Yeah. What do you think about polygamy?
I think that, like, the polygons and stuff, like, when we see them in our mind, they form different perspectives in each of us, and we have to rely on what the creator put inside of us individually. So polygons and geometry here. What's going on?
Is that neutral? So you're just neutral on it?
I don't know.
We need the broadcast master back.
Yeah, we need Provo King.
How about you, Machine? Are you you guys are against that stuff, right?
Oh, did you hear his stream today when we were on? You have to ask.
Well, he said it wasn't about that he qualified it to because there's a religious stance and then there's a personal stance. They're not always going to be exactly the same.
He's let it go.
Yeah,
He's let
Mr.
it
E.
go.
He was trying to be cute. Oh, hey, Mr. E.
Mr. E, what do you think about polygamy? Yes or no? Because this guy is talking about polygons and shit up
I
here.
bet
Like,
E's gonna be a hard no. He seems
Polygons, polygamy. What's
pretty
going on?
entrenched traditionalist.
it's kind of funny. Machine, how about you? Are you pro or against polygamy?
What do you think about geometry, TML?
Well, I think I like what do you call it? I like rhombus. That's a cool shape, but
That's a good one, yeah. It's a good
but
one.
honestly, all shapes aside, I'm pretty much pro polygamy as long as it's men with multiple wives and not wives with multiple men,
Well, I guess the first question I would ask is, what do you think there's any solution to the problem that a lot of men are going to be without mates? Which some men are going to choose that anyway, like Jeff, of course.
No, because
not a
it's
choice.
actually
I
it's
would
actually
love a mate.
solving that problem over time because what it is it's a way to rapidly increase the population by having as many children as possible that know who their fathers are. See, you couldn't have that with women and multiple male partners because none of those kids would know who their dad is, in other words.
Oh, no. What I'm saying is you'd have a lot of men who couldn't find women as a result of polygamy is kind of the only question I would say.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that it would produce more offsprings over time. So
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So you're saying in the short term,
yeah, in the short
it may
term
be a
there wouldn't be.
problem.
Yeah, in the short term, yeah, you would have to capitalize for the whoever could maintain multiple wives. I mean, like obviously the men with the top resources available.
Yeah, but that's what the it started in the melanin rich communities, and then they expanded it out. The government became the community's paternus and took the role of saying, hey, the more children you have, we're just going to steal their fucking money and give it to you. We're going to be your father now. And the children get taken up into their system, and all that.
Well, if you had enough kids and you convinced them to go against the government, that wouldn't be the case, but that's another story.
Well, you don't have to convince.
Well, that's what
anyone
they're
to go
doing. That's what the woke
against.
are doing.
You don't have to convince anyone to go against the government. We just need to mind our own business and build something together.
Yeah, sorry I interrupted. Okay.
I don't know. I've been, like my last 2 marriages, for example, there's a lot of online presence, like my last like marriage, it was like there was a huge Facebook element to it. Like it was like Facebook was just starting up, and I remember like like her whole family, like once we got divorced, had like ghosted me on Facebook. There's like this huge element to it, and then in this relationship that I have now, we actually met on Twitter because she was watching the Machine Lives. So it's actually interesting that these types of things materialize. And at that time, I had like 27 subscribers, so it wasn't like my show was like generating, lots of female followers. So it was just a random person on the internet, essentially, who I ended up marrying. So I mean, to what extent is technology a sexual selector in our age? I mean, I think to a large extent, it happens to be because, people have profiles, they have cell phones, they have, they meet at, places that are determined by
Well,
the types of sites they visit.
not to cut you off, but I want to mention this because you reminded me of something I've been meaning to bring up. Like, I think that, I mean, I'm going to make an observation and correct it if you think it's wrong, but a big reason of why culture is changing in Islamic culture right now is because a lot of women are getting westernized ideas of what is best for them and their future and their lifestyle and their love interest and all that. And so even just having that reinforced in a social way of like this is the perceived status quo of the way you ought to be. Now a lot of women in Islam are not consenting of polygamy more and more, and they're not consenting of wearing the hijab, and they're not consenting of participating in the religion or culture or whatever you want to say it. And certainly you can make the same claims here in the West, but what I'm saying is it's happening in other cultures as well, correct?
Yeah, I mean, my wife is not from my culture or anything like that, So, she's totally white, and the I mean, she has white girl, energy, white girl emotions, and
No, but what I mean is like if you went to
Isn't
Pakistan
she
and met a
Jewish?
woman, if you
yeah, she's also Jewish. Yeah.
well, no, but what I mean is like if
Well,
you went to
Jewish or white,
Pakistan and
right?
found a Muslim woman and you would still potentially have the same um, perceptions that you find here in the West among women that you could find the same perceptions changing what it means to be an Islamic couple, even if you were to go over there,
Well, that's
right?
the thing. She's half Polish, Jewish on her, mom's side, and also Russian, and then Norwegian on her dad's side. So really, what it is that I mean, she was born in Russia, So I mean, a lot of the Slavic type of, culture, I mean, it's not really, quote unquote Western, so in a way, she's not traditionally, I guess you could say, Western either, but it's important to note that, like, you know, in terms of my whole, perception of what it is that, yeah, there's a modern standards of how you should live your life, but I don't really see that really affecting any of the religious attitudes. You know, I mean, I think that there's, I guess, there's an effect of liberalism and feminism to a certain extent. But I think that Islam really has its appeal. There's like a billion Muslims on earth, so I don't think it's really going anywhere, and I think that there's actually lots of women that prefer to uh maybe live that way, wear the hijab,
Oh
and
no, no, I agree. I guess what I'm trying to get at is like I've noticed that if you, it seems that like in Iran and in a lot of these places, like people are choosing to reject that culture.
yeah, like one of the
In
funny
some
things
cases,
was yeah, like one of the funny things is that in Islam, the female can't ask for a divorce, so it's only the man who can divorce the wife, but a female has to enter into the marriage contract by choice. So it's like if you're a female, you get to choose who you want to marry. Essentially, in Islam, you're allowed to. So if a man says, "Oh, I want to, like, get married to you," and your family's like, you should get married to him, well, they can't just force you to marry that person, even though a lot of cultures overseas, like especially in like India, like I'm from like Pakistan, so it's an Indian culture, so they still practice arranged marriages, but technically you're not allowed to force a Muslim woman to get married to somebody, what I mean, right? But if they do choose to get married, they absolutely can't ask for a divorce, and if you look at Western society, most of the divorces are female initiated, so not only is there a high divorce rate, but most of the females are started I mean, most of the divorces are started by females. I'm sorry, so bless, and we have another guest here joining us from. Hello, friend.
Hi, how's
Hey,
it
how's
going?
it going? Hey, how's it going? We got the somebody from the Sanity Machine podcast, or I don't know
The
whether to call
sand, I'm
them.
not like a cult. I mean, I just go there a few times,
Yeah,
but
exactly,
you make it
exactly. No,
sound like I'm just
no, well, I met you there. I was just saying I met you there,
yeah.
but
Who is this?
well, it's my Indian friend Kali here. So
Oh, hi,
we
Kali.
have an Indian sister here. Same race
The
as
brown
me.
sister.
Yeah, 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 the brown sister. Yeah, that's right. No, yeah,
Contributing to this panel
yeah, for sure.
tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah.
Not Russian or Ukrainian. I mean, that's initially what I heard.
That's not what I am, but
I was just wondering.
oh,
That's what I heard initially.
are you from India or are you born in the United States?
I was born and actually I was born in Africa, Central Africa. There's a
Oh,
big Indian community there,
Yeah, but
and
you
Muslims
have a
too.
different accent than like a regular Indian accent. It's very unique.
Yeah, she's African Indian. Hello.
A lot
How
of
the hell
people
am I
think I'm
supposed to
like
know that? That's
Danish.
very exclusive.
A lot of people think I'm like Danish or something. My accent, I don't know.
it does sound European. Did you grow up in Africa?
Yeah, I was born and raised there.
Ah,
Do you still live there, or I mean, in Africa or in the continent of Africa?
No, I live in the U.S. Unfortunately.
So you're
oh.
African, Indian, American.
Yes.
I just wanted to make that joke. That's why I was making it.
I'm kind of like I was reading I'm kind of Hopefully, I'm not a Twinkie or a banana. Nothing bad being white in the inside and look
Well, what's wrong with that? I
yellow.
mean,
There's nothing wrong
white
with that. Yeah.
white people want to be
Wait,
black in the inside, and white, and why can't we all just transmute
it's
ourselves?
cultural diffusion. Isn't it to do with skin color?
I feel like it's like when there's different cultures, it's interesting. Like we don't all want to look the same, right? If we intermarry, and eventually we'll all look alike, right? All the
That's the
races will
theory.
look alike.
Yeah, in theory. What do you think about that intermarriage and like I've seen these, I've heard it told that some Indians want to like bleach their skin white, but then most white people I know we want tan skin, and we like dark haired people, and like, what do you think about that?
I feel like Indians are obsessed with like white people just because they don't know much about the Western culture, but they feel like white people are like better looking, have better skin there. That's why they do lighten their skin. And I mean, what do you think, Machine Lies? Did you grow up kind of like with your parents and your
Yeah, they
family
have that.
members,
Yeah,
extended family members?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you're aware of the built-in racism in Indian society. Basically, we have a kind of a type of because we're always conquered by light-skinned people, but it's of different ethnic backgrounds. Like first it was the Persians, then it was the Arabs, then it was the Europeans. So a lot of these guys, they associate lighter skinned people with power and prestige and that sort of thing. And actually the people from northern India like myself, who have like like reddish, like black I'm like like some of my hair is like reddish, brown. You can't really see it on camera, but if the sun is shining, you can kind of see that I have a lot of blonde and red hairs for some reason, and I have green eyes and light skin. I'm like 6'3", so we don't really look like Indians. Like me and my grandpa and my mom. We don't really look that
I
much
feel like
like
you're probably
Indians.
mixed with a lot of different things from different generations. You probably can't go past your like great grandfather, like who your ancestors, right? So
Yeah, from northern Pakistan there, but they have so they have this built-in kind of racism, they have it in the music, and you can really see it on the actresses. They have this kind of very
lighter skin.
lighter skin, promotion of lighter skin. Like like if you look at all the Bollywood actresses, Bollywood is a major film industry there.
Yeah.
They'll have all the stars will be kind of light, these light skinned people.
Yeah, not just that, but I'm just saying, like, even if you go to the matrimonial websites, the first thing is they put complexion, height, complexion, and dark skin is not considered attractive.
Yeah.
Either you're coffee colored or you latte colored, or
But
like
I've
light
noticed
skin
that.
gets better marriage. So she can even be a fat girl, but if she's light skinned, she has a better chance.
That's
of
right.
Marriage partner.
But would you say that that's like what's your opinion about the relationship between, like, do you feel that the British or white people generally are like imperial or colonial, or do you think that it's more just like this is the way history has always been, where some people are going to come in with a dominant culture? You get what I'm saying? Like, how do you feel about interracial relations, like either with marriage or just generally speaking? Because this is a big topic, I think, in India and in America, but it's here. Everybody tacitly just kind of puts I mean, everyone says America's racist, but I think generally most people don't think of themselves as very racist in the United States.
United States is just, I feel like, a test country. It's trying to bring like all races from all different, countries, and I guess breed and create like an American, which is a mix of all different kinds of races and gender too, I guess. Now there's all these different,
That too.
so it's kind of like a test country. But in my opinion, like intermarrying with different races doesn't really work out. But that's just my opinion. But that's probably another like debate topic that we could talk all night. So
Can I just say something real quick? This girl just spoke more truth in 2 sentences than some truthers do in their entire career. Just saying.
Yeah, he's an adamant supporter of race politics. Let's just put it that way.
Who, Cecil?
Yeah.
Well, but
Cecil, well, you're a big old racist.
Well, no, but look, most places in the world feel exactly the same way. I mean, that's why, let's just, I mean, most other countries and people in those countries believe a similar thing to that. I mean,
About America or about their country? We
about
are
their
the
own
great
culture
American melting pot.
no, about their own culture, their own, like, most people in other countries don't want to mix their culture or their,
yeah,
you
I feel
know.
like you forget history too. Your ancestors, everything when you intermingle like that, it confuses. That's what I think.
But
It's
You don't
important. I
necessarily.
feel to
I think
keep
it's possible to do both.
history.
Nero, listen to what she said, dude. America is just like a test country.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the question then. Why do so many people want to come here then? Why do so many people want to be here?
They
Because
draw
they
these
want
people from here. It's a Disneyland here. It's a wonderland here.
Yeah, but
They
why is
lure
that?
these people from third world countries, other countries, to come over here. And
Well, are they
I guess
being
it might
lured
be
or
like
do
an
they want to
experiment.
go or both? And I'm not trying to interrupt you. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, I
I'm
was
just
just
saying,
saying.
even you as a white person, if you've been here in America, you've been brought from somewhere else also. So it's been, I feel, going on for a really long time.
No, you're correct about that. I think that's something that a lot of white people don't acknowledge, and I think, and I don't want to get too deep because that could be a whole nother deep discussion. But yeah, but you generally seem to think that it's a negative mixing of cultures and stuff like that.
I think it is, but I feel like it just doesn't bring the community. There's this different culture. I think it's a beautiful thing when cultures, I mean, they mix together and I feel like it enriches their culture even more.
But
Like,
but but let me ask you this, just really sorry. I'm sorry to be annoying, but you're making me think of so much. Like, what is the general attitude that you get when you tell your family or friends who are, maybe from another country like you, or they're immigrants, and you say, well, maybe we shouldn't do this. Do they agree, but they still just go with it anyways? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, there's a lot of the younger generations, they want to become westernized because Western culture is spreading worldwide, especially through the internet. So as Machine Lies was saying, Bollywood is exactly like Hollywood. They're degenerated like Hollywood. They behave. The culture is not really Indian, and most of Bollywood is actually owned by Muslims, and even the actors are Muslims. They're not Hindu. So
well, what would be the motivation of such a thing? Like, what do you think the motivation of doing that would be?
the motivation of what?
Degenerating your own society and culture, and
I mean,
It's money.
The degeneration sounds like a side
I don't think
effect,
it's money. They don't care about
not
money.
like the
Whoever,
intent.
I think
Oh, they
it's more
care about
about,
money.
it's maybe something to do with our races. They're thinking in the future what they're already pre-planning. It's kind of like modifying us. They're just modifying our body, our race, gender, everything. It's
Who is? You mean in
whoever.
India specifically?
I'm just talking about just the controlling this whole system, not just India, but India is just one of them. But there's so many other countries like India with different races. There's Pakistan, there's Bangladesh, there's so many different, and they've been colonized. And if you want to talk about Africa, that's also a whole nother different,
I gotta cut out of here, but this conversation is going places. Nice to meet you all.
Yeah, bless you, Truther. Thank you for joining. And
Yeah,
I
take
feel like
care.
I'm being interviewed here. I don't know all the
Yeah, you
answers
kind of
yet.
are because you're the new panel. We've been hanging out with
I'll
each
be
other
like
all
the
night.
new person.
No,
Sorry,
you're
I just
good.
You're the
jumped
fresh
in.
blood.
I'm fresh blood right here.
Yeah, exactly.
And Firestarter's here. We could start grilling him if you. Although I know him.
What's up? Happy New Year in 24
Happy
hours.
New Year. Happy New Year.
What's going on, Firestarter? How you been,
Yeah.
brother?
It's been okay.
Yes.
What do you think? Is it Whitey's fault, Firestarter, or?
I guess if you could blame a group, it's partially white people. But
Come on now. What is your race? Are you white?
I'm Vietnamese, so I can definitely hate white people if I wanted
Why?
to.
Though? Like all white people? Isn't that shallow?
Well, the people that invaded Vietnam, so that would be like the French, Americans.
But none of them are
basically
still alive, are
everybody.
they? Well, just to be clear, the French and the English and the Germans invaded and slaughtered each other before they did that over there. But yeah, I
Oh,
get your.
just because they kill each other, it's okay to kill my people?
No, I'm
Yeah,
not.
but,
I'm being facetious. But
Well, I'm
No
not
one-
angry, but
no one killed you directly. Like you didn't
Okay.
have direct experience of that.
Well,
So why would you transfer the hatred for something historical onto
I don't
present
hate
day?
white people. I'm just saying if I did, I think it's
it sounded like
justified.
you did.
Yeah.
Or it sounded like
Anyway,
you were trying to rationalize or justify the possibility of hating white people.
Well, he asked me if white people are at fault, and if there is a group of people that are at fault, you could partially blame white people, but I don't
All
think
white
there's any group that's at fault. Maybe rich people.
yeah, rich people who are mostly white. But anyway, when I was working at Amazon, bro, there was these Punjabi girls, and their skin is like this, like cream, like mocha cream color, dude. And there's some pretty nice looking Punjabi girls, man. I'll tell you what, all their names end in deep. There's like Amandeep and Nandadeep and all these different
But I
types of
thought you
deep.
don't. But I thought you're anti mixed racing.
Well, no, my theory is
He's
that
saying they're white enough.
well, yeah. See, look at that. I was just like, and he was like, yeah, white enough. Yep. See, that guy's probably not even Asian. He's probably partially white too. He's on the white
No,
wavelength.
I'm 109% Vietnamese.
Okay. Are you Chinese or Japanese?
No, Jesus Christ.
That was a King of the Hill joke, bro. Calm down.
Well, King of the Hill is anti-white anyway.
King of the Hill, he's all, are you Chinese or Japanese? And he's like, we're from Laos. That means we're Laotian.
Yeah, and it's pretty much. I mean, I don't know if this is true or not, but it just seems like, the people from Xinjiang province and the Rohingyans and those people are kind of like the Mexicans of the Asians. They kind of like really are looked down upon in China, and they're kind of browner skinned people. They look more like Filipinos, so I mean, what do you think of that? The Firestarter, is there like some sort of racial hierarchy? I mean, same as Indians,
I'm pretty sure the Uyghurs are
the Uyghurs,
whiter.
Whiter, you say?
Uyghurs are basically white people in comparison to Chinese, and
Okay.
the Rohingya, I have no idea who they are. Is that the Burma thing?
Yeah, like and there's also Malaysians and Indonesians and Filipinos. You know, so there's this whole slew of people that are kind of Asian, you know, so to speak, you know.
Well, I think with Vietnam at least, um, generally the Vietnamese people are light skin Asians, like the Chinese and Japanese, and like 15% of Vietnam is like the brown skin people that are not Vietnamese. They're like the Hmong and the other people.
They're kind of related to Cambodians, right? Somewhat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Well, and I think there's an argument to be made that a lot of Asia has been, colonized in the way that people say that whites have colonized. The Chinese people have somewhat, made inroads throughout Asia in the upper classes. I think that's somewhat accurate.
Well, I guess China did that, but most of the other people haven't really. Well, China and the Mongolian people have mostly done that, and I guess the Aryans of India also did that. But after that, India didn't really grow too much.
Right. Well, I mean, some people would argue that Buddhism was basically an Aryan religion. Do you think that that's true, or?
No, not really. I mean, if you say Hinduism is, and then Buddhism came out of Hinduism, I guess.
Yeah. No, and I asked because you could make an argument, I think, potentially that, a lot of the cultures that people are fighting over are kind of hard to track down to one race or another, right? I mean, that's Christianity. What is it? A white thing? Is it is a lot of these things? I'm not saying they're arbitrary, but what I'm saying is they're a little bit more muddy, seemingly, than I mean, I'm sure that I'm pretty sure that there was a lot of wars among people before white people showed up on the scene in Asia, right?
Well, here's my controversial opinion. So I talk to a lot of the white racists online a lot, and they're all like the whatchamacallit. It's like the anti-white people call it the white man's burden. Do white people that like themselves call it something else, or do they also call it the white man's burden?
What is the white man's burden?
It's when white people are better than everybody, and the white people have to help everybody.
I've never heard of that. Like white savior?
Yeah, something like
That
that.
paternalism or maternalism?
Yeah.
I think that's a certain subset of white people.
Like they'll say white people are better because white people made the technology and they took over everything.
They
So
didn't. That
by
wasn't all made by white
definition,
people.
white people must be better. But in
The
my opinion,
the white people that are like really like themselves, they call that existence.
no, like the white nationalists, the white supremacists.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, they just call that being alive and existing.
Well, would you like to see a nation of Vietnam that was only Vietnamese people and no one else was allowed?
I mean, it's not like that now. And
I know, but I'm saying
it's
if you
okay
could
now.
make it happen,
Do you want to kick
would that be your
Joshua
preference?
Jones out of your country?
Well, it could have been, back when Vietnam also controlled Laos and Cambodia, but they let them go.
Well, what I'm saying is, do you think the Vietnamese people should be able to have a Vietnamese nationalist movement where they say no one non-Vietnamese is allowed to live here? Because you said that white nationalism is bad, so I'm saying, would you apply
I'm not
that
saying
same
it's
thing
bad.
towards?
It's saying
Oh, okay.
they have the thing, and I was gonna have a theory against that, but I haven't said it yet.
It's called National Socialism, Neuro.
Well,
Okay,
yeah.
well, let him
No,
finish.
let him say his thing. Yeah.
Keep popping in with questions.
Okay, my theory is in contrast to the white nationalists, is that the white nationalists have a white supremacy theory, but my theory is that white people got to America and just spread the virus, killed all the Indians, and because white people now have 2 whole continents, well, 3, including Europe, to drain the resources from, they can then use those continents to take over everybody else. So if China did the same thing, China would take over the world. Or if Africa did the same thing, Africa would take over the world. But it's just so happened that white people killed all the Indians and grabbed their resources. They were able to conquer everybody else. What do you think?
Well, in saying that, do you say that you said that other peoples would do that if whites hadn't done it, if the opportunity presented itself? And so I guess the question I would say is, well, having said that, do you think that the world would be better off had someone else done that, or do you think that no one should be able to do that?
I think it would be good to see what the Indians would have developed on their own if they survived.
Well, they did survive because we still have them.
I mean, no, not really.
So do you think they would have reached some advanced level of technology beyond what they've already had developed when we showed up?
I think so.
Do you think the world would be better off if we were living in a Vietnamese version of the New World Order?
No. I don't like the New World Order.
But you're saying that the way that we have it now with white people generally in charge, whatever that means, do you think that it would be better if, say, Vietnamese or Chinese or someone else were in
I'm
the
not saying
place
that.
of white
I'm
people?
just saying the white supremacist theory is that white people are better. That's why they took over. I'm saying white people took over because all the Indians died.
But they didn't all die.
Well, there was a lot of intermarriage as well, and other things that occurred. But yeah, I mean, I generally get your point, and I'm not saying you're totally wrong, but I'm. I guess what I'm saying is, like, do you say that it shouldn't be the way it is?
Like, imagine like if white people went to Africa, and then 90% of the Africans died, then Africa would be all white.
Well, white people did go there, and that didn't happen. So why do you think that is? That only happened to the people here in the United States, but not anywhere else in the world?
Well, because the Indians didn't have domesticated animals to spread disease.
So you're saying it was just the anomalous nature of the environment here in the United States that's different than everywhere?
DeFreak makes a good point too. We
Indians
came
were
here with
cleaner.
advanced technology from the start that we brought with us. So we had a technological advantage over the natives.
Well, not really. I mean,
Well, yeah, we did.
95% of them died.
Well, but do you think that the average white person thinks they're better because of the color of their skin per se, or do you think they're
No,
just
I'm
like
talking about the white supremacists. I'm not saying all white people are supremacists.
Well, are you saying that white nations are ruled by white supremacists who just want to see white people
No,
succeed
they're ruled
over
by
anything else?
Jews.
Okay, fair enough.
Mars, are you talking about it? We're trying to let him make his point. We're trying to understand. He's made.
Well,
his
I'm just
point.
trying to
We don't
qualify
understand it.
how he's judging things. So
Yeah, I just
I
don't want
can.
him to think we're
I'm
not
not
letting him
judging
make
you.
his
I'm
point.
just having a theory about why white people, conquered everything.
Well, you're saying it's because
We didn't
of white
conquer
supremacy,
everybody.
but then you just said it's because of Jewish supremacy. So
I didn't
that's
say
why I'm
anything
asking the
about
question.
Jewish supremacy.
But you
I
said
just
they're
said
run by Jews. So
Yeah, the current day. Jews didn't,
But-
take over Mexico. I don't
We
think.
conquered everybody because they died.
No,
so we
because
conquered, but you're saying
died.
that we conquered everybody except for Jews, is what you're saying. Is that what you're saying?
Because of technology is why.
Well, the Romans were white, and the Romans conquered.
Well,
the
then why are we ruled by Jews if we
Mediterranean.
conquered everybody else through technology? Why is it that we're not ruled? How come Jews rule over us, but we rule over everybody else?
Well,
So
because
is
you're
that a
greedy.
contradiction?
The Jews are abusing your greed to take everything you have.
Are you saying that people in other countries and other places and other races are not greedy?
Well, they're greedy too.
So are they ruled by whites or Jews?
Well, because they're not white, they can see a Jew and tell, oh yeah, that Jew, he's subverting me.
Wait,
but
what?
when he's living in Europe, he just looks like
Okay,
all the other white people.
I think he's made his point.
So
white
is it
people,
white?
like-
Mars,
over
why
the
don't you
world?
come up here and then have
White
the
people are very
conversation you want to have?
narcissistic. White people don't think that they can be tricked, so that's how the Jew keeps.
How do
tricking
you know what all white people think, and that other people that are not white don't think that? Like there's something
you don't
peculiar
think
to
that.
what white people think.
Oh, trust me, I've met some pretty fucking stupid white people.
Yeah, I've met stupid people of all different skin colors,
Yeah.
cultures, backgrounds, ethnicities.
White people just have I don't know, and I'm just basing this off of some data that I've heard smart people say. White people
Hello.
have a higher capacity for intelligence, and I guess that has to do
What?
with brain size.
Cecil, you fucking racist. Go back to your game.
No, bro, I'm quoting like Jordan Peterson and Stefan Molyneux and all these people. They have a higher capacity for intelligence because of their larger brain size on average. This has
Okay.
to do with coming from their
Jordan Peterson said that?
It's not the brain size. It's
Yeah,
IQ.
actually, you did.
Okay, well, give us a link. Hello, welcome.
Not the size, it's what you do with it.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So, but that's just, it's like, if I have a bigger battery, that doesn't
Do
automatically.
you think you're more intelligent?
I'm sorry?
Do you think you're more intelligent?
Then what?
Well, I have a better question. Are the Jews more intelligent than whitey because they're controlling us supposedly?
I don't know.
think
I
so.
think this guy Firestarter might be right about exploiting people's greed and stuff like that. But the point that I'm trying to make is that I've heard it explained. This isn't my personal theory, but because of the brain size, white people have a higher capacity for intelligence or mental capacity.
White people have bigger brains.
On average, yeah.
I think it's like darker races are more grounded to earth. Like if when it comes to with nature survival and then white people are more for survival with the technocratic.
I mean that falls
so in
under
that
the
way,
theory.
so I feel like in that way they have more power. White people intelligence of how to survive. Where if the darker races, if we weren't in this, if we were living in like in the jungles, cave, we would be better. We would be stronger physically and also more connected. We're more grounded in that way. The darker races compared to the white races. So it's not like the white races more intelligent or anything. It's just different. That makes sense. But that's my opinion.
Well, do you hold white people to a higher account for them doing the bad things they've done than
set
other
up
people
like
doing
that. They've been set up like that to be
it?
looked
By
as that.
by who? By who?
Exactly.
Whatever's control. I don't know what it is. There's something that maybe something made even all our races. Maybe we are the robots and aliens made all of us. And maybe like the Matrix, we're sleeping in a tank and we just keep you know.
If I can tell you my personal theory on that, I think that, like
So
you
I'm
said,
jumping. I mean, it could
the dark
be. I'm just
people are from
thinking.
Earth.
Kali, I hope you don't feel like you could talk because the white guys are talking. That's what someone in the comments thinks.
Well, Kali, I just want to say this. I just want to say this. If we are living in the vat and everything, then what's wrong with interspecies? I mean, interracial marriage?
Oh shit! You think we're different species?
No, interracial.
I'm interested in what.
No, we had a species. We had a species conversation a few days ago, so I keep getting that word stuck in my head because we were talking about interspecies shit. So
I'm
sorry.
interested in what Creek Mary has to say.
I'm just here
You just hear, okay. Well, please jump
I'm an
in if you have
Indian.
anything.
We're still alive.
Yeah,
I have
that's what I said.
Well, I just wanted to ask Kali one more time. Do you think that if we are living in a vat, then interracial marriage is still a bad thing?
I mean, we're just going to lose the previous culture. So if you're, for instance, Indian and you keep intermarrying, you'll just lose your origin culture. So if some people are okay with it, I'm not. I would want to know my history and my background, even though I was made here, just so I can know.
I don't think everyone's going to intermarry. I still think there'll be
I think now more
separate
and more
cultures
people
for a
are
while.
getting intermarrying. I feel like there's more interracial marriages, even in Indians. I'm Indian. I know a lot of Indians. Machine Lies is a good example. There's a lot of, I feel it's becoming very westernized. Even though they're not intermarrying, they are becoming very westernized. Western culture is spreading
Yeah.
everywhere. So
Yeah, I can see that.
as
do you
well
think that
as well as language, the English language, which is like the worst language of communication, in my opinion. You cannot really communicate your emotions very well with another human. That's why knowing the English language, that's why they go to therapists and stuff, because you can't communicate well with another human, so you have to see a therapist. But in like other cultures, Eastern cultures and stuff, they don't have therapists. They have the community, their grandma, their great ancestors to help them out when they're struggling in life. But in Western cultures, you're all alone.
Yeah,
What
well,
does how does
languages
language play
also
into
have
that?
like
language has a lot to do with it because we lose a lot of
Communication.
our words.
That's how we
And
communicate.
yes.
Yeah.
But
And the language I
communicating,
It's a
And the
big
thing
deal.
is that
Yeah.
there are a lot of concepts that are cultural. And one of the things I have learned is if you lose the word, you lose the concept.
yeah,
And it's hard to translate and communicate concepts to people. You have to experience things to know things.
yeah,
You learn it from your grandmother watching them do things. You learn it going out, in the woods with people. And those are concepts that are sometimes unique to a culture. I mean, I was a part of something called the Endangered Language Fund for a long time. And that was one of their main things. They wanted to preserve the languages, to preserve the concepts that are unique to these different people.
And for me, like English is my second language and my native language. I feel like I can communicate better, my emotions, everything. I can just voice it out better than
There are
in
words that are
English.
lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but do you think that it's being done to people or people are choosing? Because most Indians I know, they're like you said, they're wanting to change their culture, right? So, I mean, is it that they're being forced to, or do you think that it's a
Yeah, it's
choice?
all subliminal from just the internet, from television programming, social programming. So it's such a wide thing. It's changing.
It
It's
is.
sudden, so the question you're asking it's like you already know the answer. I don't even know why you're asking me this question.
Well,
Just
it doesn't
ask
matter.
around you and just,
Do they
if
have
you're
a
even on
choice?
this panel, you should know just
Yeah.
with the internet, we're all diverse here. I'm Indian, African. There's a diverse panel here. So some of these questions
Well,
you're asking me, I'm sorry, they're just kind of
well,
stupid.
do people have a choice, or are they being forced to do it? I mean, it does matter. I mean, are you
If you
holding
want to
people
make a
Force?
accountable?
living,
I don't understand why you're saying force. It's just like a social programming. They're just trying to
is it
make
a
English the
natural
national
organic
language.
process that's just happening, or is there somebody intentionally
No, there
behind
is
it
an
that's
intention. There's
engineering
something.
it to be this way?
Obviously, it seems like it.
if you want to succeed, if you want to get a job, if you want to move ahead in cultural, corporate world, if that's your choice, corporate world,
You gotta talk white.
you got to talk white. And I've heard that from different people. I remember one
Yeah,
of my Latino friends that I was working with. He got he got a lot of crap when he went home, and that's what they said. You trying to be white, and that's what we accuse people. You're trying to be white,
yeah. I
and
can't
that's
even
what
pull
it
it
is.
off.
See, I don't
Well,
really see it that way. I mean, I think a
It
lot of
is,
well, that's
Jack.
people.
because
I
you're
can
calling me
vouch.
white.
It is.
No,
It
look, look,
is.
look. Here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is most people who want to come to India from India to here are not coming here because they're like, oh, I love white culture. What they're coming here for is a better paycheck and a better environment, right? Like it's not,
Usually.
oh, I love white people's culture so much. I mean, I don't think that. I mean, it might be like it might be implicit, but I don't think it's explicit. You see what I mean? Like,
Well,
Well, your
they're
culture
coming
is
from
one.
Western culture, but I don't know that
Does it
that's
matter?
associated
Implicit,
exclusively with
explicit? It's
whiteness or
there.
white.
well, I'm
No,
just saying the way you frame it is important, right? Like, are you saying that they explicitly are like, oh, I just want to go to white country, or is it that they think that I'm gonna make like 10 times more money, and I get a 10 times better house, or at least not that it's factual that that's true, but they perceive it to be true. You see what I mean?
Well, do you have a problem with the Indians coming to your country?
It doesn't really matter in this scenario. What matters is their perception, is what I'm getting at.
Wait, why does their perception matter?
Because it seems that it's implied that people are uh, giving them a false perception for some purpose, right?
What is the false
Well,
perception?
she's saying essentially that the Indian people should want to preserve their culture, right? But if they don't want to, then is that because they don't want to, or is that because they are just looking at something pragmatic or greedy or whatever you want to call it, right?
It just happens.
So the cause is not
And it's
important.
been
Is that what you're
happening
saying?
since like human history. It happened all over Greece and in Hellenistic times. Cultures migrate and diffuse themselves.
It depends where they're born, so their surroundings. So if they're born like in a city and they're targeted with all the Western culture, then obviously they're going to have different thoughts and mindset. So
Yeah, that's kind of true even here.
Well, I
People
think
like
that one of the
technology.
programs that they had in the federal government that I think was designed to, well, destroy the Native American culture was a relocation program. What they did was take you away from your home, because we're pretty urbanized around here. We're mixed. We're not like a reservation where we're out in the middle of nowhere. We intermarry. We have grandkids that are white, grandkids that are black. Everybody mixes around here. But, other places. But they took you and put you in an urban center. They put you in California, Los Angeles, Chicago, and when you do that, a lot of people lost everything. They lost their language, they lost their culture, they lost their relatives, they lost their history, they lost their
Well,
language.
white people have lost their culture, their
Not
history, and all
like what
that.
not like what
No,
she's talking
no,
about.
no.
I'm
Yeah,
Cajun and we're losing our
yeah,
language too, so I
but
relate to
look,
what you're
yeah,
saying. And
yes,
she's
but
talking
what I'm
about
saying is,
something very
Yeah,
specific.
and it's
yes,
not
but
just so generally, I used to be Irish. It's like,
right, and
no, my
Irish
mom
people lived
came
out in
from.
fields and hills. I'm mixed as well. And look, our culture was out in the field, planting, vegetables and herding
But what
sheep and
is
all
your
that.
culture? What is your culture? Where do you come from?
Well, it's who knows, but I look like a
That's the
white person, so
problem.
I'm
A
called a
lot of
white person.
he's
She's
a
making
mutt.
her
they
point.
He's a
don't
mutt.
know their culture. That's why
No,
they
and you
always
guys are making my point too,
come
which is
on.
that all of our cultures have been eroded by the same thing.
Yeah,
But you're just saying,
and
well,
that's why they always yeah.
white people's culture did this to us. But what I'm saying is, whatever is going on has happened to every culture relatively equally. Whatever you want to say. I mean,
No,
it's
not
like,
When you're
relatively
in the
equal
stage of
at
that
all.
process where you can see your past culture and see the erosion, it's a different experience.
okay,
Yeah.
so where should I draw the line for white people? Was it 100 years ago, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, two
Wherever
thousand
you
years ago?
wherever you're conscious of your
Exactly.
culture,
All
you're
right,
doing
but you're using a arbitrary line and saying, well, you can't see it
no, I'm
because
using
you're
my
at a
experience.
That's
You
right.
don't
You don't
have
have
direct
it.
experience of your parent culture, and we
That's
do.
right.
who
You admit you don't know who
okay,
you
look,
are.
are you saying that Indians and Chinese people have exactly the same uh, point of view as 100 years ago? No, they don't. Absolutely not. So
Some of them do.
No, but
before
I'm
Some
white
of
saying
people
us
showed
live
they're
up,
in the
conscious.
same
They
land
have a
and the same.
look,
historical consciousness of
Japanese
the country.
culture changed drastically far before white people showed up and changed their culture. Okay,
Are you
so
sure
it's
about that?
yes, I am. Go read the history of Japan. They
I
had
know the history of
samurais from.
Japan. It's very
So you're
different
saying, yeah, it
right after
changed a
the white
lot
people
over.
showed up.
It changed a lot over the course of history. It did it not before white people showed up.
I mean, it changed a lot faster after the white people showed up.
Okay, so now it's about velocity, not in the rate of change, not the change
Well,
itself.
they
So
were pre-industrial.
that's why
Now
I'm saying
they're
the things I'm saying. 'Cause
industrial.
yeah, okay, but did they choose that, or are they being forced to do that?
I think they were forced.
Do you think white
there is
people?
such a thing as forced assimilation.
Do you think that white people? Do you think that white people? Do you think that white people chose to be industrialized? But you say so. You're saying white people chose to be industrialized and other
I'm
people
not
didn't.
saying
Is that
white
what you're
people
saying?
chose. I'm saying white people were the first to become industrialized. So
Okay.
if
Okay.
the people did choose, it was the white people first.
Well, see, now you're putting us in a special category again. Again.
I'm not saying you chose, but if you want to say somebody chose, it was white people.
Okay. I'm just trying to get to the point of what are we measuring things by, right? You see what I'm getting at? Like
No.
you're saying that white people chose to do this, or at least they
I'm
were the
not
first
saying
ones
white
to do
people
it.
chose. You're saying if somebody did choose. I'm
Right.
saying nobody chose.
Oh, Cecil.
I would say everybody chose. I would say the exact opposite of you. I would say
Now
everyone
you're just
chose.
spreading the blame.
Cecil, put that away.
I want a little
son.
curtain I could close.
Cecil, hell no! I'm about to turn your cam off if you don't.
Just kick him. He'll come back when he wants to talk.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if Cecil's asleep. Is Cecil asleep? Yeah, Cecil. Cecil,
Put a
let's
blanket on.
no shirt, no shoes, no service, sir.
No, can you hear me?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
they just can't understand like what we go through as like
I
individuals.
don't. Y'all just seem defensive because y'all don't know your history, and people that do.
Oh, so now we don't know history. Okay.
No, your personal history.
Your personal history.
I mean, you said you don't know where you're from.
And I
My
think that's
point is that my point is wherever I'm from, I'm not living the same life that my ancestors did by any fucking stretch of the
Right,
imagination.
and you don't even
Haven't
know what
for a
that
long
life
time.
was that they lived.
My history is the development of technology. That's what my people are known for. Okay? And you all love that shit and come to our countries full over that.
my country.
Is that a confession?
Whatever, our area or the freaking white tribal area or whatever you want to call it, the white zone. You know,
Indian land. It's all Indian land.
whatever, I don't care. I mean, white people invented the freaking casino machine too. So anyway, and this isn't like supremacy. This is just like facts.
It's
and
supremacy.
No, it's just the way it is.
It is. The narrative that you're
justifying
weaving
why
it
you're on
into, which
top.
is not factual, by the way. That's your own.
Cecil, do you?
All right, yeah, no, we never invented anything. White people never invented anything, right?
No, is that what I said? That's ridiculous to say white people never invented anything.
Okay, so
But
my
they're not the
culture
only
is
people
the
that invented
development of
things.
technology. That's what my culture is. Okay, so that's what we're known for, and that's what other people want. Except
That's what
that
you think you're known for.
No, I'm not. I'm not
None of
saying
this is
that
objective. This
better
is
than
all
you,
coming
bro.
from your head. This is like your fantasy of what white people are and what happened.
No, it's actual factual historical
Okay,
fact.
okay. Okay, I don't know what to say. If you think it's factual, I don't know what to say. Go back
Yeah,
to sleep.
I mean, I don't know, bro. Like as far as I can tell, at least half the world's technological advance.
I'm not going to stop you from
Coming
thinking that.
from
You think all
Europeans.
kind of crazy things. You think the sin of Cain is whiteness.
You don't know
Like he braved
anything
people.
about that's
The
the
sin
one
of Cain
mistake
is
you're making.
whiteness.
You don't know anything about what I think, Jeff.
Well, I know that there's a stream online that people can watch of you saying that. So
I don't care. You don't know what I think.
I know what you said. You're not going to
explain
gaslight me about what you said on stream.
your interpretation of what I said on stream.
No, what you blatantly said.
What did I say?
That the sin of Cain is whiteness.
I said that's my interpretation of that
Okay,
Bible.
then don't pretend like you didn't say it.
Oh, okay, man. I'm just saying, like, again, you're proving my point when I
You're playing games. Go back to sleep.
dude. You don't know
This
what
is
I
pointless. Like I'm not going to change your mind about what you think about white people.
Oh yeah,
And this is not even the most interesting part of the conversation.
Like you do. Like you don't know what I think, bro. I don't
No,
discuss this with
the little
people on
taste
their
I have,
website.
I know enough. I don't want to know more.
Yeah,
I don't claim to know what
I
you
guess
think.
some people. Yeah, I guess some people, make a decision on very little evidence, but
I
that's
make a
fine with me,
decision
bro.
on what you said, the words that you chose in your head and put together to come
My
out of your mouth.
interpretation of the story of
So
Cain
take
and
some
Abel is
responsibility.
the mark that God put on Cain was white
Okay,
skin. That's my
you're
interpretation.
hijacking what was a very interesting conversation. I'm sure nobody wants to spend the next hour talking about the mark of
Man,
Cain.
I don't know why you're putting so much attention on me. I was just saying.
You put attention on yourself. You were laying on the bed with the camera on you, your big fat belly sticking up with your shirt pulled up.
All right, man. I mean, you could add harm all you want.
So
I'm just saying there's particular
don't
reasons, I have
Darvo.
theories why we've developed more technology than everybody else.
Hey, I get
It has
that
to
you
do with
think that.
individuality and so on and so forth, and non-collectivism and being resistant to
Okay,
various
yes, white people, the only
social
people to agree with
cultures
that.
and stuff like that. But I personally think that everybody should, like if I was an actual real white supremacist, I would be like, no, that's our technology. You guys don't get to have it.
I
But
don't
I'm not,
know that.
I'm
I
not
don't
like
know how much difference there is between that and what you said.
I mean,
But it
that's
doesn't
not
matter
my
because
problem.
this is
That's
not the
yours.
conversation that most people are here to even have.
All right, bro.
Well, it's about the implications of what people are saying. That's what we're trying to get to. But yeah, I get it.
Well, whatever you're inferring from it, I said clearly what I was trying to say. I understand what Mary's saying about
cultural
erosion, forced assimilation.
Right, but what our African Indian friend said earlier is that that whites have also had that done to them as well. So she actually agrees with my point. So
Yeah,
I
and
don't
I feel
understand.
like right now
I'm not
whites are
saying it hasn't
attacked,
happened to
especially
some
white
white people. Like
men are
I'm white, it
being.
happened to me.
I'm saying, can I just say something before you guys? I'm saying right now a lot of white people are being attacked, like how black people and other races. That's how
Israelis
they're
aren't
being,
white.
like they cannot get jobs. There are a lot of different races are picked over them, even if they have the qualifications, just because they're
Yes,
white.
yes, and that's why
So,
like I don't like when people
and a
say,
lot
"Oh,
of
we're on
even white
top,"
women are not marrying white men. They're going after darker races. So,
and a lot of white men are
and
doing the
that's a
same thing.
fact.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I get that. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
look
so
at
like
like white people as being supremacists, or I feel like every race is a racist. Even Indians are racist, black people are
Tribalism.
racist, white people are racist. Yeah. And that's been for a really long time. So
right, and my whole overarching point, and I think even Cecil's to some degree, is that we're trying to understand like where is this coming from? Is it coming from a race? Is it coming from an ideology? Is it coming from a philosophy? Is it coming from a religion? Or
there
where
is
is the
some
problem coming
evil.
from?
It's trying to get us all to fight with each other.
It's working.
And it's
To a
working. The
certain
plan is
extent,
working. It
to a,
seems like, and we're the idiots here talking about it and just trying to get along, and we still can't get along.
to a
That's the
certain
fucked up
extent,
part.
it comes from jealousy.
True, Kali, yes, true. But I think despite all of that, we kind of do a better job of it than maybe other times in history, and even on these streams, even to the extent we don't get along, I still think we do a pretty good job overall, despite all of that. So I just see that as progress. I mean, we're not going to each other's house doing drive-bys or anything like
If you
that. We're
can allow
just fighting it
Cecil
out on
here,
the
it's
stream
one
and
big
moving on.
happy house, one big dysfunctional happy house. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
We're one big we're all freaking dysfunctional. We've been
Yeah,
just from our
I got to
birth,
cop to
we've
that.
been attacked psychologically, all of us, with this information fed, force fed kind of subtly through our education system, everything. So there's very little we know even, and I feel it's what they've given us, this information, and for us to get on these rabbit holes and speculate, but we don't really know exactly even what it is, who. We can't just right now we're just blaming different races, but we don't know really who created all of this, right? So
I actually really agree with that statement a lot. I think you're pretty correct on all that, especially about the. I think it's intelligent to question how much we can and do know. I think that's a very important point.
yeah, for how many generations have we just been like the race thing has been for so many decades we've been fighting, and we still talking about it. That should like be a wake up for all different races. Like, why are we still fighting with each other, you know?
This is honestly the first time I've talked about it in a while that it's even come up. But what do you think the solution is?
Just kill us all and restart.
Oh, well, is there a plan B?
No, it's over. It's too late.
No more
I'm
technology.
not that much of a doomer. I can't be that black-pilled.
Yeah, there we go. Let's just go back to freaking Stone Age and have no more technology. I
Not
think we
Stone
should put
Age,
AIs are gonna take care. I would rather trust an AI than a human. I don't trust any humans anymore.
We've been looking at the AI lately.
AI is just the copy of the shittiest person you know.
I can create the AI I want, customize it for my needs. I can't customize a human for my needs.
The AI is just gonna be
I think it's a good
the
thing.
person you hate the most.
Well, so is that why you call yourself Kali? Or is that because you kind of like see you like that? You know that goddess?
Goddess of destruction.
Yeah. Do you? I mean, you can't.
Let's call.
Kind of
I
like
don't believe in any religions or anything like that.
sure, but the avatar of that idea.
Yeah, I just feel like this place is hell. It's a hell realm. It's not even a school. But that's all another debate. You guys will be just asking me a lot of questions, and that's why maybe I go to the sanity machine. I don't even come on these panels much. I've shocked myself coming in here because these subjects talking about race and all of that, to me, I'm kind of done with it. It's just been going on for so long, and we
Yeah,
can
I don't know how
talk
it came
forever
up,
and
really.
ever.
I
just
love talking about
it.
race.
It's
Yeah,
like
a lot of people
race
just
is to me like
get
it's the
confused.
normie conversation, like BLM and just
What would you want to talk about?
how to get the fuck out of here.
Like out of this planet?
Yeah, maybe there's some other things like death. They just make death seem so morbid, and that's just like people just want to stay here for. Why do you want to live here, like till you're like even 80 or 70? Your body's crippling.
If
You
you
just
if you met a nice person of a whatever sex you're attracted to, I mean, it would make you want to hang around for a while, right?
but one of us is gonna die, and then we're gonna suffer in pain. We're gonna have to live here in our body, struggle as a slave, dude. It's not like you get free food and shelter, so it's a deep struggle. Like, people just really don't think even how nature, just how brutal it is, and it's a cruel place. We live in a really cruel reality. We're not free here. There is no free will. We have to follow set rules and abide by it.
I don't. I don't follow rules.
You do. You have to if you're going to work, or you paying your
work for myself.
bills. You have your own. You paid your own shelter. You
Yeah, I do all of that.
paid
I do it on my
everything.
terms.
I don't think it's. I mean, you can sugarcoat it, make fairy tale little stories in your head. That's fine. I don't believe in that, but that's you. It's your life. So
I'm just telling you, I don't follow the rules that you seem to think everybody follows, and I still manage to find things to make life.
if you're living here, there are
worth.
rules you're following. You are gonna die one day, and you're gonna
Yes.
get sick.
Yes.
And
If that's the
those
rule you're
rules,
talking about, then yeah,
there's
we're all going to
rules
follow
here.
that
Like,
rule.
even to
I don't
live
see
here,
that
you
as
have to follow their rules. You have to, if you even buy a house and stuff, according to how much you can afford, you'll have to live next to someone even if you don't want to. I mean, there's a lot of rules and like that. So it's not You don't get much freedom, you know.
Do you pay taxes, Jeff?
Sometimes depends.
Well, there you go. You're a slave, just like every single one of us.
Okay, I feel like such a slave.
You don't have to live next to somebody you don't want to. You're free to go.
Free to go where?
Anywhere else? Anywhere that's not there.
That's the point.
Anywhere
I need
that's
like a
not
lot
there.
of money. I need
You
to
can
make a
fit.
lot,
No,
lot of money.
absolutely not. It's everything's a choice. What are you willing to accept in exchange for not wanting to be in the situation?
Sometimes you're born in
No,
that
not
situation.
sometimes. Not sometimes.
Why are you yelling?
I can
Yeah,
talk
he said he
however
wants
I
to
want,
he wants to
people.
talk over
I
me.
can
Who is
speak
this man?
however I want. I'm not talking over anyone. We're speaking at the same time.
You're yelling.
Now, I can speak however I want. We're all grown adults here. If you can't handle the way my voice sounds, you're probably going to have bigger problems than that. Now, let me finish, please.
I don't have to listen to you. It just sounds
Exactly. That's the point I'm making. An adult person who doesn't want to live in a particular place can absolutely go somewhere else, except they may not be willing to accept what would be required to get out of that situation. So now they're a victim of having to live next to someone, meaning they have no power.
So, are we enslaved to talk to you right now?
I'm not here to answer your questions. I came to make a statement that I just made.
So, if we don't
So, it's all the same looping bullshit. Days, months, weeks, years. I can leave one of these streams for a month. I come back, same looping bullshit.
Why do you come back?
Why does anybody do anything?
Are you drunk?
The answer to that, no, sir, I don't drink. The answer to why is always the same. I am completely sober, sir. Why am I being attacked and accused of being on substances? That's quite rude. Now, I'm going to answer the question of why. The answer to that question is always because the person has a reason or reasons that make sense to them at the time.
I think
that was assumed in the
No,
question.
that's
I was
the
asking you
answer.
if you could
That's the
articulate those
answer.
reasons.
That's the answer
Well,
to
that
the
was a
question.
non-answer, 'cause that
Oh,
was
we're in the
implied in the
so-called truth community. That's the truth, sir.
You tell him, Benton.
Fuck yeah. You're goddamn right I will.
Fucking accuse
I don't
me
know what
of-
do you think he told. The answer was that he has reasons.
No,
I was
that's
asking what those
always
reasons
the
were.
answer to why does anybody
Dude, if you
do
don't wanna have this
literally
conversation, I'm not
anything.
here to rattle
If
you.
you're like a 5-year-old saying,
seem
well,
frazzled
why
enough.
this and why
I don't wanna
that?
add any more
If
stress
the
to your life.
question is, why did a
You seem at the
person
edge of your ability to cope
why
as it
did a person do X, Y, or Z? Every single time, the answer is
Yeah, that's
because
the
that
tautology. I
person
was asking what
had
those
a
reasons were.
reason or reasons
So
that
what
made
you're doing
sense
is
to them
evading the
at
question.
the time.
Why you
What
think you
I'm
could- you
doing
have
is
yourself
living
convinced
my
that you
best
answered it.
life. If you can't handle it, it's a you problem.
It
But
doesn't matter
here's
if it's
how
you. I
I
don't blame
know
you at all. It
I'm
doesn't matter to me at
winning
all.
because I have to get asked, are you drunk? Are you on drugs? Absolutely not. And I'm probably one of the few people here that's not.
I'm the other
I'm
one.
sober too. I don't drink or do drugs.
Oh, so you're not on any prescription medications?
Nope.
Okay, well, good for you. You're in the small minority of the United States population that's not on
All you had to say was
illegal
all you
drugs
had to do is not answer
or
the question.
psych drugs. I answered all questions, and if I don't want to answer a question, I won't because I'm free
Yeah, that's
to not.
obvious. But you could just
I'm
say, I'm
free
not
to not
instead of
be
pretending like your
interrogated,
answer is an
just
answer.
like I'm free to submit to being interrogated. Notice how I don't come on here and ask y'all questions because I'm really not that interested in hearing your answers.
Yeah, but we're not going to find out why you come on. So just do your thing.
No, I'm already doing my thing. I certainly don't need permission from you for that.
Yeah, we'll continue to do it.
Or not,
I don't
as
know
I
what you
freely
want here for
choose.
conversation,
But I
or you want
certainly
me to
won't
just
be
throw it
taking
out?
orders. Oh, now we're back to questioning my motives again. I have a reason or reasons that make sense to me.
Yes, I know that. Are you
No,
here to
you
dialogue
don't.
or
If you know it,
articulate anything,
prove
or are you
it by
just here
acting
to?
on it.
Okay, whatever, dude.
Oh, whatever. The ultimate cop out. That's when we know the intellect is out of ammunition. Oh, whatever.
I'm just not interested. You add nothing to be it to motivate me to want
That's
to
an
talk to you. Be
opinion.
interested in
We all know what those are worth. That's your perspective. I don't share it, and I can promise you much of the audience
I didn't
doesn't
say you had
share
to
it.
share it. I don't know why
Again,
you.
that's
I
your
don't know why you
opinion.
waste
It's
your time
your
trying to have this
perspective. You don't
non-conversation.
speak
What
for
do
the
you want out
group.
of this
You
exchange?
don't speak
Are
for
you
the
just trying to
assembled
release
audience. I'm
like
doing
energy
what
or
I'm
anger or
doing in
whatever,
real time.
frustration?
We're all observing it, sir. It speaks for itself.
You're nobody's elected representative, bitch.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Oh,
Well,
it's
if I could make
I'm
a
able to trigger everyone. You're not able to
Oh, if
trigger
you
me.
think this is triggered, you have something that's
I would
quietly
think an
not the
old
case.
lady at Sunday school could trigger Benton.
I promise you, my heart
I would
rate
think
and
a
blood
5-year-old
pressure
girl
are
walking down the
lower
street
than
could
yours
trigger
right
Benton.
now. I promise you. I will bet you $1,000 my blood pressure and heart rate are lower than yours. So who's agitated? Who's triggered? Who needs to calm down? Just because you've been trained to express yourself in a passive aggressive,
Zero Jack, did you want
nice
to
sounding
continue any kind
fashion
of
doesn't
conversation
mean
about
that
your
you're not
machine?
triggered. It doesn't mean you're calm. Some of us were socialized to show our aggression, and there ain't nothing wrong with that.
I have gay arm gestures. Well, I am gay, so I don't know what gay arm gestures are. Although I have been told I have gay wrists.
Well, I wanted to try to translate what Benton was trying to get at.
Oh, there's no translation necessary. I speak very directly and very explicitly. There's no translation necessary.
No,
explicit and specific at all times.
I just want to see if I can put it into different words and see if.
Oh no, you can put it in your words.
Yeah,
you can't put my words into
This is an
different words.
opportunity
You
to,
can
like,
put
redirect
your
and
words out there. You can't reframe what I'm saying because now it's your message, not mine.
Sure. Well, I guess.
You're
What do
feeding
you
the
mean,
troll.
sure?
Why are you falling for this?
Why?
Machine, is there anything you wanna talk about?
Why?
I just want to make it into I just want to see if I understand the implication. So it seems like you're saying take personal responsibility and don't be a victim, essentially, is what you're trying to get at.
I specifically said there's no power in being a victim. And I specifically, in response to the description of a scenario in which the person is describing themselves as a victim.
Right. Well, that seems to be like a very friendly thing to say to people if you were to take it into context. Is that incorrect or?
People are so weird.
Well, I've got receipts on Callie, so she can say whatever she wants about me.
What receipts? Please play that radio, I don't understand what you're talking about, Benton. I have receipts about you too. So.
Well, I go live 7 days a week, or I used to. So there's a back
If you want to talk
catalog
to
of
me
my
one-on-one,
material.
go ahead. But if you want to, because there's a lot of
But wait a minute, lady. There was a
misinformation.
comment highlighted on the screen I was responding to.
Yeah, you are barking right now. That's just my opinion.
As is my right.
Yeah, so that's my
Yeah,
right to
well,
say
if
that.
I want to bark, I'll bark. If I want to bite, I'll bite. It's called
That's the
having
same-
free will.
I'm having
See,
free
I'm
will
free
too.
to bark as well as I'm free to bite, or not, as I choose.
Yeah, go ahead. You lie.
Well,
you do all
but
kinds
again,
of things. You're free to
I
do
don't
whatever you
need the
want.
go-ahead for something I'm already doing.
Machine, what's the topic?
Well, I had a topic earlier.
I even forgot what we were talking about.
Oh, we were looping on a bunch of nonsense is what was happening when I tuned in. Oh, no, y'all were. And then I helpfully put an end to that. You're welcome, by the way. You're welcome, by the way.
Yeah, thank you for joining, Benton. I am going to have to close it out soon, unfortunately, but it has been an interesting stream. Where we in the beginning opened it up with the topics of what were the causes of secular humanism and the Enlightenment philosophy, where we kind of came to the conclusion that these things were actually properly seated in the ancient world, and they were way more pre-modern than anyone might suggest. They're even medieval. And actually, we kind of came to the conclusion about how secular humanism and Christian metaphysics are kind of two sides of the same coin. So we had that discussion with the Southern Israelites and also with many other interlocutors, including Gene Apologetics. So I thank them for coming by, and that kind of sparked a good discussion about how where our values and basically what is human nature. And then it kind of devolved from there into social and political issues, as often a lot of discussions go and devolve. But yeah, I guess if you're joining us now, that series, that I'm doing, today and in other places is part of a series on the historical setting of the Middle East in the modern context of today's war with Israel and Palestine and all of that stuff. So we're talking about two poles of Western thought, Rome and Jerusalem, and essentially how they correspond. The Roman Republic, and also an extension of that is the Hellenistic philosophy that came from Athens, and the great other pole of that is the Abrahamic traditions, of course. So we're talking about some of the origins of the Abrahamic traditions, if you could call it that. Of course, that's a very imprecise terminology because of the different sectors of thought that occupy those various forms of religion. One of those could properly be seen as non-Western. So there's all that aspect to it. And then Judaism, as one might know, it's ancient, so it's pre-Western. So that goes into some of the ideas that we were talking about. But yeah, Cecil, I think, is asleep.
White
Yeah.
people are bad.
All the
All
way.
non-white
Okay,
people
hold
are
on.
jealous.
Hold on.
And thank you for joining, Kali. I think Kali accidentally fell out there, but yeah, Kali joined us for a very interesting discussion. And earlier, Provoked Planet was here. Creek Mary was here. Blessings to her for joining. And we also had
Neurojack left. Oh, hey, Neurojack left right when I come back into the party, huh?
Yeah, we had a bunny rabbit here and his pops. We had him here with his pops.
Pops, yeah.
Yeah, so that was a great surprise, to have them both here. And
Oh, he came back. Hey, he came back. You should, Neurojack. You don't run when I come in the panel.
No, I couldn't hear anything, so that's why I jumped off. Sorry.
Hey, I appreciate it. Hey, Benton, good to see you, brother. How you been, dude?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. Thanks for asking. How are you?
Not too bad, dude. Love your content. And I got to give a big shout out to Benton. He deserves it. This guy's helped grow my channel more. And then TML, you've helped me tonight as well by sharing my link. But Benton has been one of the greatest supporters for my channel. And I do tell people to unsubscribe and dislike and all that. But Benton, thank you for all your support, dude. Got nothing but nice words for you, dude.
Thanks, brother. Big fan, by the way.
Appreciate that. Cecil, you look wide awake. What are your thoughts, dude? How's the world look to you?
I was wondering what your thoughts were on polygamy.
Polygamy. So I got a lot of thoughts on polygamy. I don't want to drown the conversation back into myself. But polygamy, I'm actually against polyamory or any polygamy type relationships. I think that ultimately leads to divorce. I think that a man is not really a man until he meets a woman, and that makes a man. A man is a part of an equation, right? And so to become a man is to meet a woman, and that makes a unity or a one. And then you bring in the Trinity, which makes a child, which is three. So polygamy, I'm against polyamory in all of its facets and all of its ventures. Um, and I know that might bring conflict with maybe some people on the panel. I don't know if that will, but I know people associate Mormons with polygamy, and you might be addressing that issue.
Yeah.
But in fact, you might be talking about a Supreme Court case called Reynolds versus the United States, where the state of Utah and the Mormons actually wanted to become a state, right? And so they knew polygamy was preventing them from becoming an actual part of the union. So, like many Supreme Court cases now, today, or even in the past, where people bring up these issues to create an ultimate solution. So, the reason Reynolds versus the Supreme Court of the United States was even brought up is because the Mormons, the LDS, the actual religion, didn't want to be associated with polygamy. So they took it to the Supreme Court themselves. So it's kind of like Rosa Parks, right? Rosa Parks might have been an implant to create a sort of revolution in the law. So was the Reynolds versus the United States case, where Mormons understood that polygamy wasn't the future, so they took it to the Supreme Court themselves and they handled it themselves, right? It wasn't an accident that polygamy became illegal. The Mormons actually wanted it to become illegal. Go ahead with your question.
Oh no, that pretty much summed it all up for me, bro. I just wanted to understand because you were like claiming that you were like a Mormon scholar earlier, and apparently you just have at least proven yourself so now, at least in my eyes. So thank you for the answer.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Most Mormons, and the Mormons you are referring to, which are FLDS or Fundamentalist Latter-day Saints, they are pro polygamy, and their view is it's fucked up, but you might even need 3 wives to get to the afterlife, which is a crazy, like the high level of heaven. And like to me, myself, with only 1 wife and probably, hopefully one wife for the rest of my life, I'll never reach the peak of the fundamentalist Mormons idea of what reaching the highest levels of heaven is, which is crazy to me. We're like, the whole Mormon and wives and polygamy thing it's an interesting question, because even in modern Latter-day Saints religion, you could still be a polygamist, right? So, for example, let's say you live in our today's society, you have a normal marriage with a Mormon woman, then you get sealed in the temple, right? And you divorce that wife, right? And then you get married to a new Mormon wife and you seal yourself to that wife. Then unless the other wife unseals that ceremony or does whatever religious procedures require, you actually go into the afterlife with both wives. So polygamy is in some ways entrenched into the Mormon religion, even post Reynolds versus the United States Supreme Court decision, because you can be sealed to multiple wives in our religion today, which is a fascinating topic. And I'm not an expert on that, but Mormons are definitely interesting. What are your thoughts on polygamy, Machine Lies? You're a Muslim. Muslims have multiple wives. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I definitely think that it is a good way to increase the number of children under a male father. So really, it's a practice that solidifies a patriarchal society, in terms of, you know, there are certain males who are allowed to have a, you know, a large number of progeny, and in that way, back then, a lot of your kids would, die young, or, they'd have to be sent off into war, so you were supposed to, generate as much offspring as you possibly could, and for that they even had concubines, in the ancient world. So to facilitate this, and to assimilate different cultures into the population, they had large populations of slave women as well, because the best way to win a war was to rapidly grow your population, so I mean, you know it's not the end of mankind, and I think history has ebbs and flows. I mean, we may go back to a method of conventional warfare. I mean, the modern civilization has only lasted about 300, 400 years, as we've said, but the basis for it has been much longer. Like I said, it's ancient. So the tools to have, modern, civilization or whatever have essentially always been there, even since the medieval times. So, what I mean?
I,
So
I
you know,
I like that perspective, and I even agree with it in a lot of ways. Where in today's culture, and I think in generally, monogamy and the nuclear family is actually the most important part. But you could rationalize having a polygamist society, and I'm not going to castrate the past or previous cultures for having done so. Right? It might make sense in that time or period, but the machine lies. So I'm a bit of an artist, right? And I would say, what was it? An acolyte understanding of art. But I posted the link in the channel, in the private chats, add Reinhardt. So the print behind you with the black squares reminds me of a lot of this guy's work on the color of black, right? So, and actually the shades of black and what it means to work with art. So I'm going to introduce that to you. And I have actually I have quite a bit of this guy's. It's unfortunate. I have a lot of this guy's work. What's a lot? Like about 10 prints of Ad Reinhardt's work. But it reminds me of your background because he works in the color black, and he just, he did a sequence of it. You might be familiar with it or not, but this is kind of a tangential thing. I'm more interested in art right now, but let the machine lies look at the link and check out Ad Reinhardt. But Benton, how have you been, dude? Well, how's the road treating you? Unless Machine Lies wants to respond to Ad Reinhardt, you might be familiar with.
yeah, I'm looking into it now. I'm looking on the Google images, and yeah, abstract expressionism, huh?
Yeah, and I have
Yeah.
10 print. Yeah, I wish I was in my original studio. I could share all the prints I have with him, but the background you have is really connected with a lot of the artwork I have.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a description on what it is, and I'll bring this up here. It's kind of like
Hey, shout out
uh,
Neuro. Thanks for leaving.
a microchip, you know. So it's the inside of a microchip.
Ad
So
Reinhardt?
no, this
Oh, his
background.
Oh,
background.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I just said we're inside the machine, you know, or
Yeah,
whatever.
but your background looks like a Ad Reinhardt print that I have.
Yeah.
Which I'd look it up. Which he worked with the color black and the depths of that color and seeing the shades of that color when printed. He had like a series of 10 prints, right? What's up, Ben?
What's happening, partner? Yeah, I think Benson stepped away for a minute. But
Probably
yeah,
driving, dude.
Yeah, he might be driving. He might not be hands free at the moment.
Hey, what was
He
that
needs to
drama?
give Jack his connection.
Hey, maybe if
It's
if I fuck with Gen X Jeff a little bit more, Neuro Jack might come back.
There he is. No, it's his
That's
connection.
so weird. That was fucking weird, yo. Right when you said that shit, that's fucking weird, yo.
Yeah, you seem
That's weird. They're
odd.
picking
You had-
Jack over me tonight. That's a
Provo,
welcome relief.
Provo seems a little, emotionally triggered by me. I'm a little bit surprised. I don't know what I would.
I don't know. I think he's kind of sweet on you.
Neuro Jack, you're probably on the autistic spectrum, like me and my brother.
I think
here,
every
Jack.
single one of us here on this panel probably is.
No. Well, some of us are. You know what? Autism is like ADHD. We're like.
Well, it's all neurodivergent. I'm just talking about neurodivergence generally.
Well, there's
Being triggered is not the problem. The problem is when you can't be triggered.
Hell
'Cause
yeah.
sometimes you need to be triggered to take the bull by the horns and to resolve a situation in the real world. And no offense, Gen X Jeff and Neuro Jack, but when I think of y'all, I don't think of about a person who will take charge in the real world. Y'all seem pretty meek and passive to me.
Good. Keep thinking that.
I'm just calling it like I see it, but I
Yeah,
ain't here
I
trying to
get what
modify
you're
your behavior. I'm not going to
get
tell
what you're
you to be more assertive. My point is the triggering ain't
I'm
the
not
issue.
worried about what you
The
think of.
issue is when you can't get triggered, because sometimes you need to be triggered to take care of what needs to be taken care
Okay.
of.
We'll worry about your own triggers
Oh, I'm not even worried.
and your own assertiveness.
This is a logical explanation of a phenomenon,
I get
sir.
all that. I
Why are
understand
you
what you're
taking
doing.
it
I heard you.
emotional? Now
I heard
you sound triggered, but I'm not here to accuse people
I
of
promise
that.
you, I am not the most emotional one on this panel right now.
No, it's definitely me, but I make it work. See,
Oh yeah.
I take
Oh,
what
yeah.
I've got and I work with it. It's
Okay,
called
okay,
alchemy,
all right,
sir.
whatever.
My point is sometimes a situation needs to be addressed immediately in the physical, and you don't seem like the type of person who's able to do that.
Okay, I heard. Yeah, I get it. I heard you say that. You have no way of knowing how I handle physical
what is the
situations. So if
situation
that's
that
your
you and
impression. That's
Provo
your
are so
impression.
concerned with
It's not going to bother me or my life at all.
Of course not, because you're either a take charge type of
hey,
person or
bro.
you're not.
Okay, why does it bother you either way?
Why do you think I'm bothered?
What is the situation that you?
Why do you think I'm bothered?
What is the situation?
No, what are
triggered
you
enough to comment
basing
on
me being triggered and bothered by?
I think you just
What
wanna
is
pick
your
sides, or you just
basis
have,
for
like,
your
some spurred
assertion?
rage you're trying to release
What
or something.
is the
But I'm
basis
not
for
the
your
target. I'm
assertion?
serious.
What is the basis for your assertion?
So provoked. What were you going to talk?
Oh,
with
wait,
your
you're not
about?
going to provide it because there is not one. Your assertions are baseless.
Provoked. What were you going to?
Oh, and now you're going to ignore what I'm saying. You made an assertion that I've shown to be baseless. Will you own your own words and admit to everyone that you asserted something with no basis?
Then I'm not interested in talking to you.
Oh, it's
productive.
interesting. Yes, the passive.
I'm just trying to
Go
say, like,
more
so you
passive.
won't sit here and waste
Isn't
your
that
time. I'm just
amazing?
trying
Oh,
to
but now he's
explain
doing it
why
for
I'm not
my
engaging with you.
benefit. He's being passive for my benefit.
Oh,
Isn't
it's
that
for mine
amazing?
too. Believe me.
So coming.
Oh, okay, fantastic.
Benton, so you're saying that coming on a stream.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying directly, and I don't need you to reframe it, Neuro Jack. I'm speaking expressly, explicitly, and directly. Let's not go ahead and reframe my words that just came out of my fucking mouth, sir.
With you before.
Don't need your synopsis. Don't need your reframing. I speak for me. You're able to speak for you if you choose to.
Right. So you're saying that we are
No, I'm saying
We
what
can
I
all
just
pretty much say
said,
whatever we want. We
Neurojack.
don't have to run it through
I just said it. Why are you repeating it? We all just heard it. Feel free to reference it without restating it.
Well, the
We don't need you restating it
Jack, I'm
in your
listening. Just
own
say whatever you
framework.
want to
The
say. I'm
implication-
listening. I
That's
can ignore it.
nonsense, sir.
what your implication is that it is assertive to come on a panel and call somebody else not assertive. So is that what that's the implication?
I spoke in a context that you've now removed,
What is the context?
thus changing the meaning.
Why
We
was the-
were
why
all
did-
here for it, Neurojack. Were you not paying attention to the context? If you can't track the details in real time, that's not my problem.
Why are you and Provo have a problem with
Why? The answer to that question
He
is
put my name in the mix.
always because I have a reason or reasons that make sense to me.
Sure.
That's all. No, you don't need to say
This is
sure.
the same exact word for word conversation I have with him. So who's looping?
Help me understand what your
The loop is caused by y'all refusing to accept reality.
Well, you know what? This
That
is a good
causes
time
the
to go
loop.
take a pee
The
break, so I'll
loop
go
is
back.
caused when you refuse to accept reality. That's the loop. I'm not looping. I'm repeating myself because you bozos are looping into the same nonsense because you're refusing to accept reality.
What's the reality that we're refusing to acknowledge?
Everything that's happening here, everything I'm elucidating, all of these details and contexts that you don't seem to be able to keep track of because maybe you've been up all night. Maybe you're slow-minded. I don't exactly know, but you don't seem to be tracking, Neurojack. You don't seem to be tracking based on your performance at present. At present.
You and I have never spoken before, so I don't know
What does that have to do with what's just unfolded here, sir?
you said that I'm unassertive.
Sir, it's all just happened. We've all just seen it. We don't need the rehashing and the reframing. Take your L like a big boy and do better next time.
Yeah, it sounds like you have an
Brother, I've come on here and scalped many motherfuckers. You're just the latest.
right. So you've been
Right.
watching,
You know who was before you?
and you're just gonna
Sanity Machine.
make
I went on his own show and scalped that motherfucker. I scalped Ben Thorpe. I've scalped Jack Talcott. I've got many scalps on the wall, sir. Take your L like a man and let's move on with our lives.
Right.
If you refuse to accept your defeat, this will just continue because I can't move on until you acknowledge that I've just bebopped and scatted all over your bitch ass partner.
Hey, you scout me too, Benton. Hey,
who are you scouting?
Well, that was more of a draw, Provo kid.
I know, but Ben's got me too. Neurojack, hey, fuck you, Neurojack. Why do you think I gotta fuck Neurojack? Put me on the main screen.
Why don't you? Why don't you guys go scout Thorpe? He seems to like you guys a lot.
Yeah, hey, Neurojack. One thing you got confused is
One thing you're not doing is making yourself clear. So why don't you do that?
Me?
Both of you motherfuckers.
All right, that's fine.
Man,
hey,
I'm one of the
Neurojack.
clearest communicators on here, partner. Now you just fucking,
you're
now
not.
you're
Yeah,
a
you
gaslighting
fucked
and
up,
LARPing.
partner.
Bullshit. You just don't
What are
like
you
what you're
scouting?
hearing.
Who
You
and
don't
what
like
are you
what you're
scouting for?
hearing.
Who and what are you scouting for?
So Neurojack is looking
you
for
don't answer the
very
question.
clear.
You
Hold
know-
on, Neurojack. I know
You
the
don't answer
game.
the
You're
question, right?
no, Neurojack.
No.
You're
You
playing.
just said you're
No.
scouting.
No.
What are you scouting?
Hey, it's my time.
No,
It's my time.
Scalp.
Okay?
LP, sir. LP.
And
Scalp.
let me clarify what Benton's
No,
saying. He's
clarify
talking
my
metaversely.
Clarify the answer to my
Have you ever seen
No.
J. Cole?
No,
What do you
no,
want to
no,
say?
no,
What do you want to
no,
say? Go
no.
ahead, Neuro.
You're not even contextualizing. You're trying to do this bullshit lawyer shit.
Contextualizing, not
Yeah,
contact.
trying to do
It's
that lawyer
contact.
shit.
It's
Just answer the
contact.
question. Who and what are you scouting for?
No. Scalping. He's using it in a metaphorical
he's
term.
not.
I defeated you in a
think he's
verbal
literal?
battle.
You think Benton's literally talking about scalping people? Are you insane?
Scalping. SCO.
SCALP, you fucking bozo.
Is this guy not paying attention? Scalp.
Yeah,
and
he's not.
using it-
He doesn't track.
He doesn't. And I get it, Neuro. Me and you are both autistic, right? Like, I have a lot of heart. Like this is a good autistic panel we got here. But Neuro, you're not seeing everything that's being laid down, right? I think you're taking things personal. You're taking things to the heart, right? And that's why you're not cut for this game. You're not cut for the cloth. You're not ready for the conversation that's being had because it's hurting your feelings, right? Your feelings are actually hurt right now. Am I wrong? I think Ben came in and you're actually like you got some interpersonal problems and you're taking this shit personal. Ben really I think Ben Thorpe is still alive. I really don't think Ben scalped anybody. Do you understand what we're saying? Are you taking this conversation too literally? Because I do that sometimes as well. No, Jack. Oh, we're getting some feedback. Oh, there's Cecil. No, Jack, I like you, but you're taking these conversations and these ideas into the most literal sense ever. Like there's never a part of your mind, Neurojack, where there's nuance when somebody talks. Like you have an inability to see nuance. Am I wrong or right about that, Neurojack?
I've seen him use nuance.
Seeing something is different than what I'm explaining, where like, yeah, you might see Neurojack understand nuance when it is explained in a contextual statement or whatever have you. But in general, I think this person, Neurojack, has a problem really with that, where with it, whatever anybody says, it's literal. Right?
I've never seen that to be a problem with him.
Well, I'm seeing it right now, and you're not seeing the same thing.
Yeah, but he said scouting, not scalping.
I have a southern accent. Scalp.
So you're saying,
Okay.
Go ahead, Neuro.
Oh, you said scouting. That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
because you don't know how to understand somebody in a southern accent because you don't know how to listen.
I'm from the South, you dumb motherfucker.
What? Then exactly. That's twice as worse now. Now you've made it twice as bad.
Right. You make no fucking sense.
Right. See, this is how I negate
Jack,
points
I
without
tried to
using
save
logic.
you. I
I
did.
use a tone of voice and I say, right. And that somehow negates
I
the
don't know
validity
this
of an
shit. I don't
idea
do it for a
because I
living.
went
I don't do it
right
professionally for
in a
like
tone of voice because I'm
decade.
so above it all that I don't even need to use my words and form sentences and paragraphs. I'm so above everything intellectually. I just wait for you to finish and I go, right. Like a broad, by the way.
I'm gonna
like a
let this
broad.
play out for a minute or two, and then I'm gonna
Hey,
monologue
bro,
and end the
shut
show.
fuck up. Shut the fuck up, dude. Hey, Benton. You came on and made an assertion about me. I've never spoken to you before.
Who cares, Neurojack? Nobody cares.
Right. You can't. You don't.
Right.
Care.
Oh, right. Right. Negate. Use your words, partner, because I use logic and reason and ideas to make you appear foolish, just like I did with everybody else that was up here, except for Cecil and TML. Because if you cannot match my concentration, my focus, my energy, and my vigilance, you have no chance, sir.
I heard a little faltering there. So, anyways, let me.
No, you didn't. You heard no faltering. You fucking bozo.
Jack, you just have to talk. Don't try to
Yeah,
follow.
exactly. He can't focus. He can't concentrate. He can't move his mouth quickly enough. All he can do is say, right. So you're saying blah, 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 blah. Speak for yourself like a man. Quit acting like a bitch.
On what grounds do you
Oh,
disagree?
now he's going to ask. Now we're in the question and answer portion. I'm just going to lay back and counterpunch and ask my opponents questions. I punched you in the face repeatedly, metaphorically. Now you're going to fucking ask me questions about the fucking defeat. You got your ass kicked. You look foolish. Take your L. Move on.
For what reason? For what reason? What did you come at me for?
For you, sir. I come at everybody if they're dumb enough. If they're dumb enough to play into my hand, that's their problem.
What are you talking about? What is
I'm talking about everything that's happened on this stream since I joined, sir. Feel free to rewind it and rewatch it if you're confused, sir.
I don't know.
Feel free to rewind and rewatch if you're confused.
Know who you are, and I don't know what you
Oh,
disagree
so you
with.
need my biography. So when you meet somebody on the street and they punch you in the fucking mouth, you need their biography to admit you got punched in the mouth. Interesting.
You sound like an attention.
He's telling you
how I sound has nothing to do with my ideas, sir.
He's just your garden variety.
What you said has nothing to do with my
Guys,
ideas.
listen for a second.
I'm kicking y'all's asses. You're getting your asses kicked.
What idea of mine?
Machine Lies has an ad.
You got blood coming out of your mouth, and you're asking me questions about the blood coming out.
What idea?
did you say, Provo?
What
Machine?
idea
Go
of
ahead.
mine
What
do
you
have
saying?
a problem with? What idea of mine do you have a problem with, Ben?
Again, you're asserting things with no basis. What is the basis for your assertion that I have a problem with something? What are you basing that on?
Said things about
Specifically, in one sentence, what are you basing that assertion on?
You came on and said things about me, and I don't know who you are.
Specifically, what things are you responding to? Again, focus, concentration, and vigilance, sir. Track the details. If you can't tell me what the fuck you're responding to that you're asserting, how in the hell can we have this conversation / verbal battle? If you're not tracking, if you're not in the moment, if you don't know what the fuck's going on well enough to be able to respond to specific ideas, there's nothing to do here. There's nothing to be done.
You said that me and Gen X Jeff are not assertive, and what's your point?
I said it in a context that you've now removed, thus changing the meaning. If you can't track the context, that's not my problem. You're not smart enough. You're not. You don't have the mental energy to engage in this with me.
Yourself over and over again.
You don't have what it takes to fight this battle, sir. You are not tall enough to ride this ride.
Wow, thank you for that bumper sticker philosophy, as we call it here.
What's for your own protection, actually?
Oh, so what am I being protected from?
Well, sir, in the scenario of the you're not tall enough to ride this ride, it's because the safety equipment is designed for people of a minimum height. And if you're shorter than the minimum height, you might be flung from the ride to your death. And that's called liability for the amusement park. See how I'm able to track all those details in real time? You've shown no ability to do what I just did. Until you show that ability, I'm going to assume you lack it.
Veiled threat.
Thus lacking what's required to engage in this back and forth with me.
Veiled threat. I got you.
Neuro, can you spot the insecure beta in the room?
I can sense
Will
a
that
veiled
help
threat
you?
when I hear it. That's what I can hear.
Again, now we're back to tone of voice and how somebody comes across.
No, you made it.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You're not.
Yes.
You're not talking to an idiot.
Well, you're showing yourself to not be on my level in this arena. That has nothing to do with whether or not you're an idiot in other areas.
What is the arena that we're talking of?
I will not answer questions that you can answer yourself with deductive reasoning.
Those are rhetorical questions.
Right.
Right.
Right. See, I can play I have all those moves too. Right.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. I'm just so above it all. Yeah. Right. I'm so above it all.
Because you don't want to say what your motive is. That's why.
I think you're just flat projecting now. Because you're the one who's not provided any of those things. Repeatedly, I have asked you or actually directed you to provide a basis for an assertion that you made. You've not been able to do so to this point. So I'm going to assume what you just said was projection. Something you lack.
Ooh, we brought the conflict content. Dude.
Broadcaster
There
master. We
yeah,
need you.
yeah, I get it. You and Provo are in a little
No,
group.
it's not you and
Guys wanna-
Provo. Hey, Neuro.
I'm
chill
on
the fuck
Team
out.
Benton.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
on
it
Team
ain't nothing
Benton.
like
a little,
that.
you guys are in a little gang. I get it.
No, me and Benton ain't no gang. You fucking
Oh
kidding me?
yeah, you can.
One
Oh,
man
yeah.
army, goddamn
Yeah, you
independent since
fucking-
day one, partner.
No, me and Benton ain't a part of any gang.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that, dude.
Oh, you think because
Well, you lack discernment, Neurojack, so of course
he
you don't buy it.
does.
Right, another.
You don't. Of course
what's
you
your
don't buy
grounding?
it. You lack discernment.
What's your grounding for that assertion? What's your grounding for that assertion?
Literally what I just responded to.
So you say something and it's true, right?
False premise has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Non sequitur.
Right.
Oh, right. Yeah. Right.
So,
this is what I do when I don't have an actual coherent response. I go, right.
Hey, Ben, let me just handle
ground your
Neurojack
assertion.
real quick. Hey,
Ground
let me
your
handle
assertion.
Neurojack real
Ground your
quick.
assertions. Ground your assertions.
Ben, Neurojack, let me school you a little bit, dude. So you got played into something bigger than yourself which is maybe an egregore or a larger being than what you are, and you fall victim to it every time, right?
But you don't, right? But you never have, and you never will.
Well, I understand the beast, so I play well with.
Well, by the way, whether he does or not has nothing to do with what he's asserting here. That's a side issue.
Side issue. Thank you, Ben.
Why?
Neurojack,
Neurojack,
you're a victim to people understanding how to press your buttons, right? Or even understanding who you are, right?
Well, right now, you and Benton are the ones who are triggered, dude.
Well, no. Your response.
Obviously,
Yeah, I know, Jack. I did try to.
I'm triggered like the Hulk, Jack. I'm always triggered. It's my superpower. It's my secret. I'm always triggered. You can't trigger me because I'm always triggered.
There you go.
Like a personal problem, then.
No, Jack. You're missing my point, right? You like so as an autistic individual myself, like once you figure out
how to frame me in that way because I'm not. And
I said as myself.
I
said as myself. I didn't call you
implying that I am as well, but for the
I didn't imply anything.
Yeah, you did, but that's fine. Go ahead.
You could assume that, and then you can also be wrong, and you can accept being wrong,
double
which is a big part of life.
I get
Accepting,
it.
accepting being wrong is a big part of life, which you seem to have escaped that problem because you don't know how to be wrong. And I love the people who don't know how to be wrong and be okay
just like
with being
just
wrong.
like you guys don't know how to be honest about anything.
No. I could be honest, and being honest is different than look. Neurojack, you don't know how to be wrong, right?
You haven't told me what I'm wrong about.
Doesn't matter. I don't need to.
We showed it to everybody. Everybody saw it. You don't have to accept it. You're free to create a false reality for yourself and inhabit it. What you can't do is make us join you there, you fucking bozo.
I can't, right? So
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, Neurojack.
You don't have a point because you're not.
I do, Neurojack.
Right,
Neurojack. If you would spend 2 seconds listening to me, you'd understand, right?
Why should I listen? You have to say.
Well, you'd be benefited from it. That's why.
I guess I'm not assertive. Ground the claim. I guess that I'm wrong. Ground the claim.
Okay. Well, here's my point, Neurojack. You are somebody who's predictable, easy to understand, and we can trigger you, right? So whether it's me or Benton or anybody, you don't have an ability to respond in a sense of decorum where hold on, let me finish.
Apologizing.
Can I finish a fucking statement?
So the way that you
hold on, I haven't even finished, but you're going to respond. This is who you are. Hold on, this is who you are.
You don't want to respect.
I can't finish my fucking point.
Why should I respect you? You don't respect me. Why should I respect you?
So you don't want to listen
over and over and over again.
You don't want to listen. No, it's fine if you don't want to listen to constructive criticism.
You and Ben
Neurojack, I know who you are.
I'm not going to let you do it. You're
Neurojack,
projecting your bullshit, and I'm not gonna
okay, projecting. What do you work at a cinema? Are you doing this played and tried out?
All right, lawyers. Okay, I get it.
I'm
Thank
not a
you.
lawyer. I'm a fucking retard. So
Right.
big difference, right?
Great.
Here's my point, Neurojack.
Always.
If you will just not interrupt me, I can finish. Where'd he go? I'll just say it to Neurojack. Neurojack.
Well, he just kind of falls out all the time. But
That's
you know,
fine. That's fine.
yeah, he
Neurojack,
loses-
here's my point real briefly, right? You can't accept other people being different, right? So like a real mark of a person is when somebody disagrees and you say, okay, right? And when you say, okay, the conflict ends, right? But you don't have an ability to do that. So we've been dragged into this conversation for the past half hour or whatever it's been. And this is the outcome because you don't have the ability to say, okay. It's pretty simple from my perspective that you aren't willing to, you could be right in your heart, Neurojack. You could be wrong in other people's perspectives, but you are so easy to provoke, to draw content out of. It's almost, I don't know, it becomes a game in some sorts, right? Where you interact with people and they cannot understand that no matter what they say, you're just gonna keep going at them, right? And so Neurojack, you just keep going and going and going, and you won't even say you're wrong or you haven't. And I tried to explain this to you before, but is that a penis? Hey, it's a porn bomb. Take it off. Hey, Timo, take it off. Looks like a penis, dude.
Yo. Well, actually, I have been out here for 8 hours and
Oh,
worked-
you doing a Jack Talcott? You doing the Jack Talcott? I've been here too long.
Well, it's not about being here too long, but
We were
yeah,
trying
I
to get
like
out
how
before
you're
Cecil woke up.
I like how you're you know, still live and in the hive, you know what I mean? So yeah, man, bless you for being here. And yeah,
Are
you
you
and
kicking me out?
no,
I think
no,
he's
I'm
kicking
not.
all of us out.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey, I'm the last one. I want a
Yeah, a little
one-on-one with
bit.
TML before I leave.
I'm kicking all y'all out. I'm kicking all y'all out.
Hey,
Yeah, but I
dude,
will.
give me your bet in the last words.
Give up Provo. Yeah, Provo. Last words.
No, actually, I'm gonna go in order from how everybody came in. So I know that Gen X Jeff is ready to go because he already voiced that he's a little bit sleepy. Isn't that right, Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, I can call it a night. I'm
so
streaming tomorrow anyway.
So if
all
you want to
day.
get up, join us at Gen X Jeff tomorrow for the New Year's party. We're gonna be celebrating out there. I'll show you guys the link if and
He's
you
a
guys got the link in the
Satanist.
chat.
He's
Yeah,
a
we can do a
Satanist.
double stream with anybody that wants to.
For sure.
Or
You know,
whatever
we'll
the
plan-
StreamYard limit is. We can.
Yeah, we'll figure.
I want to try to make it one big New Year's Eve party.
This guy's a Satanist.
Okay, so go ahead, Jeff. Hit him with some closing words. Your words of wisdom. You go ahead, brother.
Show up at our stream tomorrow. That's the wisest thing you could do.
For sure.
We're streaming at 2
yeah.
p.m. Central and then again at 10 p.m. Central for the countdown. And we're going to count down midnight in each time zone from East Coast to Pacific. And Chris is going to have some music for the dance party too. Some of his original tracks.
Awesome. All right.
So yeah, and good
definitely,
stream. Thanks for hosting.
Oh yeah. It was an excellent stream today. You know, a lot of interesting conversations.
Oh yeah.
Definitely, I think they'll continue on into the new
I would really
year.
like to talk to Creek Mary and Kali again about the earlier conversation. I think that was going somewhere for a little while.
Very fascinating type of, especially the research she did on endangered languages. I would love to know more.
Was that
about
Mary or Kali?
That was Creek Mary. Kali,
Damn, I didn't even know.
Yeah, I've had a great conversation with Kali before over at the Sanity Machine channel. You know, we had a very interesting conversation. That's how I met Kali, was over there, and yeah, definitely she lives up to her name,
Yeah.
colleague. You
Well,
know what I mean?
I
She
don't
said
know. It's relative
we all.
to
She said we all got to be on the way
everything
out.
else that was on
That's
the
the best
panel
way to
tonight.
look at things. She's a cosmic doomer. You know what I mean? So bless her for being out here with us. Yeah, thank you for being here, Jeff. Cecil, I know Cecil's probably asleep, so
Hey, can I say something to Jeff before he leaves?
for sure, yeah.
Hey, Jeff, although you're a Satanist and I think you're, whoever you are, this guy's got, I brought up Ad Reinhardt, right? This guy has an actual Ad Reinhardt print behind him. His name's The Machine Lies. He's not really familiar with the artist. But the print behind him is Ad Reinhardt. In some sense, if it's not Ad Reinhardt, whoever has replicated the print behind The Machine Lies is Ad Reinhardt. But to you, Gen X Jeff, I have no beef with you. I would like to just, I'd like to say, I hope you have a great new year. I hope you don't practice any ritualistic satanic abuse
Oh no, I'm too
rituals.
lazy to do ritual. That sounds like a lot of work.
Okay, well, I'm just saying because some people say it's just a prank to be a
I'm
Satanist.
non-theistic.
Yeah, well, like when I think about,
I'm the satanic counterpart to your Mormon Christianity.
so you're like a low-level Satanist. I like that, like a grunt worker. But either way, dude, I do wish blessings upon you, and I, nothing but the best for you, Gen X. Praise to you. I hope you have a wonderful new year and you accomplish the things you want in your life, right? Whatever that may be.
Well, same to you, Provo. It was good to meet you tonight.
Appreciate that. God bless, brother.
Take care. Okay, thanks, Machine.
I didn't like that Satanist hand throw he did at the end with the devil horns. That kind of did bother me. But that's fine.
Hell yeah,
Benton's
Benton's on
turn.
the move.
Benton's on the move, dude. I love Benton.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I want to give Benton as much time as he wants. He's muted.
Yeah.
You're muted, brother.
Oh, I got to go in the office and get my paperwork, so you might want to go ahead.
I'll give Benton the final words, and then I'll just say my piece. I'll say this. Is it my turn? Benton, you got to mute yourself. All right. So, first of all, The Machine Lies, great stream. Excellent broadcasting skills, intellectual content, and also conflict content. You brought everything together. I think I'd like to credit myself with a little bit of that, but you had it.
Of course, yeah.
I won't
You've
credit
been here-
myself.
Yeah, you've been here since the first stream, so I remember if everybody goes to the The Machine Lies, the first live stream, you'll notice Provo in the chat there. So you've been a supporter of the show since the beginning, and so has
And
Benton.
I
So
always
I
will
really
be,
appreciate you
by
guys
the
here.
way.
Thank
I
you.
always will support you, The Machine Lies,
Thank
and
you.
anything you create. Big fan of you. And even more than that, the ideas and conversations you bring. And I hope people understand as well, like I bring conflict content. I try to antagonize people. Even Neurojack became a victim of that. Unfortunately, I don't think he quite understands how this game works in some levels. But blessings to him.
Well, I don't think he took it personally, so I think he's fine. So
I hope he did it.
Yeah. Thank you to you guys for.
Hey, I'm not done. I'm not done.
Oh
Tim.
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Take your
Hey,
time.
don't cut me off, dude.
No, we got time. No, we got time right now. So yeah. You go ahead, man. Yeah.
Okay,
It ain't
so
shit. It ain't shit. Yeah. Go ahead.
thank you. First of all, hit a like and subscribe, support the channel, share it. If you're a content creator, post it on your community tab. Do whatever you can, right? Because the channel's growing and things are happening here, right? Conversations, discussions, and conflict. People niche conflict, and they might not like it, but I think conflict is the breeding grounds of success. We might think of Jack Talkout. He says Jack Talkout is against war, right? So I'm actually pro-war. I'm very pro-war. I love war. I think war is a good solution. And the reason I think that is I break it down to the gut biome, right? So you introduce food to your stomach, and your stomach has conflict with whatever you introduced to it, and that creates war. And that war creates an outcome which might be healthy or non-healthy or what have you. But some people like Jack Talcott are deluded where war is not part of life. But life is embedded with war. It's embedded with conflict. And it is, in fact, inevitable, right? From the food you eat to everything around it, it's war, right? Things need to die. Things need to suffer, right? Life is suffering. Some people might not like that idea. They might not like that concept, but sorry, Jack Talcott, I'm fucking pro-war. And I hope we have more wars in the future. I'm looking forward to a universal draft, which includes trans and gay and lesbian. I want everybody to die for a good war. All right. I'm very pro-war here. And that's just the way I look at it. And people who want to end the war, when I hear people say no more war, I hear them talking to their gut biome and saying, you know what? I just ate some bad shit. Hey, the bacteria in my gut, don't go to war with it. Just let it defeat me. Surrender. Choose peace. Now, I don't agree with that. Not at all. Not one bit. And you could be anti-war, but at the end of the day, war is inevitable. So pick the right side. And with that, Machine Lies, I wish you the best new year possible. Benton, one of my favorite content creators, honestly, amazing broadcaster, knows how to bring it. One of the best. Benton is one of the best. Subscribe to Southern Israelite, Gem, what's Pop's channel? Who else was on? There's so many great content creators on the channel tonight for the Machine Lies. Shout out to Toilet Bowl Earth, Enslaved by Truth, the antagonistic bacterial war against the channel, right? These things create content. They spread farther because of that. So without conflict, without content, things stagnate, right? Everything needs something to go against. I hope everybody realizes that, because without that, you ever eat stale bread? Stale bread is only really good for French toast. If I have stale bread, I think French toast first thing in the morning. Honestly, once I have stale bread, I go straight to French toast. I love the personal monologue TML is giving me here. I was going to do this on my own channel, which I'm doing now, but it's really fun to talk to myself, man. I could do it forever. And having respect for the Machine Lies, he wants to end the show. I'll end it here. But don't come to my channel. If you do come to my channel, unsubscribe and dislike 100%. If you come to my channel, you're like, oh, I found you on the Machine Lies, dislike it, right? Unsubscribe from my channel. I'm not about that, right? But with that, I wish everybody who's listening live or in the future, which I like to call the past, you know what I mean? Hey, do something else. And with that, I hand the microphone back to the Machine Lies. If he doesn't pick it up, I'll keep talking. But as long as I see my square blinking or circle blinking, I'll keep talking. I'll do this forever, TML. So you really got to cut me off. And you got to say goodbye.
Bless, yeah. And we got Neuro back.
Oh, he wants to go back for some beef. Actually, I don't want the beef. He's in the show, so I'm going to respect it. Neurojack deserves his own, end of the show credits. So, hey, peace out. I'll catch you on the flip side.
Peace, brother. Yeah, talk to you soon, Provo. And yeah, Benton.
Yeah, I need a minute. I'm picking up my bills. Give me just a second.
For sure. Neuro, you want to tell us what we got coming up on this channel this year? You know what I mean? Let's do like a thing like that. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm not sure exactly where it's going, but I think that you'll see definitely a lot of people getting upset and not telling us the reason why. I think that's pretty clear that we're seeing that happen right now, but that's fine. And yeah, it's all performance art. This is nothing to be taken seriously. The truther community is not about truth. It's all about entertainment, and we're here for entertainment. And there's nothing that we're doing here that's going to make any impact for any reason ever. And I think that that's the clear message that people are trying to give today. And that's I guess I want to reinforce that message and give you an opinion that I don't really believe in, because I don't want to tell you why, and talk about nonsense, and that's why we're here. Yep.
Thank you. And we're gonna have a lot of these discussions we have in terms of where we opened up. So the next direction we're gonna move in is really those discussions where we open the channel up. When me and Neuro first started these live streams, we were talking about Curtis Yarvin and Nick Land and Mencius Moldbug and some of the new right. So we're gonna be moving back into that topic and expanding on that for you guys, and looking at some of the work of Reza Giorgiani, and also we're gonna have a Discordianism part 2 type of special. But yeah, that's what we got going on out here for you guys. So we're gonna be presenting definitely more views on technology, So yeah, and of course we got Benton here. Definitely we're gonna be covering Saint Ted with Benton out here. Very soon. We got the Friday show where we talk about different issues, and sometimes we get it popping with Benton out there. And as soon as he gets it all set up or whatever, we're gonna be expanding that type of show too, as much as we're gonna be figuring out what's going on. But yeah, brother Benton, hit us with some of your wisdom, man.
Hey, thanks for having me, brother. Always good to see Provo Kid in the house. And all I'll say, man, is respect is earned, and that's a two-way street. And I think Provo Kid commented on a level of respect that he seems to have for yours truly. Now, what I wanted to ask Provo Kid when he was complimenting me for directly helping to grow his channel, by the way, not because he asked me, because I'm a fan and I had the ability to do so and I chose to do so. But I'm wondering, I'm guessing he didn't question the manner in which I communicated those ideas. He probably didn't bother to say, well, I would like to thank Benton for helping grow my channel, but he doesn't really speak the proper way. He doesn't really express himself the proper way. I'm pretty sure that doesn't factor in. And, if we're going to believe in freedom and we think we're Americans and all this happy, fun nonsense, isn't there a room for all voices, even people who sound like me, even people who express themselves like I do? Or do other grown folks need to waste a bunch of their efforts in attempting to modify my behavior? Meanwhile, I would ask folks to please watch me and listen to me and notice that I almost never attempt to modify another person's behavior, because that would be folly. It's damn near impossible. And the last thing I want to say before I get out of here and get back to work, it's time to fire up the rig and on to the next episode. I'm here in an 18-wheeler at a Aldi distribution center. Is pretty pleased with Sugar on Top. Stop the looping, the truther loops. Every time I click on a live stream and it's a panel, it's just the same nonsense over and over and over. So when y'all see me coming in hot and stirring things up, if y'all don't like my tone of voice and you don't like my assertiveness and my forcefulness, All you got to do is knock it off with the truth loops, and then I won't have nothing to say. Appreciate it, TML. Y'all be good now. Peace out.
Blessings, brother Benson. And yeah, you got anything else to say, brother Neuro? This is gonna be our last stream this year. So
Yeah.
if you guys
Well,
see, we're gonna bring you guys stuff on Wednesday, obviously. So we'll be back on that day. And yeah, bless you guys.
yeah, it's officially the 31st. It just kind of hit me. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised at the interactions that we had tonight in many different ways with many different people. And I think that that's the main thing you're going to see. And I think that, you're going to see a lot more. I could tell you one thing for sure. If I'm still around to do anything like this, I'm going to really try to dig into people's philosophy and, epistemology and, help people see why those things are so important, because I think that we're all trying, it seems that some people are interested in truth and ethics, and other people aren't. And I think that that's my goal is pretty explicit, and I've said it many times, but I want people to consider what ethics and truth is, right? And I think that that's why I'm here. And I guess I think that that's something that we should all try to strive for. And I think that that's why most of the people are doing this, I would assume. I don't see this, as purely entertainment for entertainment's sake, right? So I hope that we make content that, attracts those type of people in the future. And I think that that's the goal. And hopefully, if anybody else has the same goal, then you'll give us constructive feedback on how to do a better job of that. And I think that trying to help other people is kind of what it should be about at the end of the day. And that's kind of just my general attitude about it. So
Yeah, and I've seen Neuro's little kind of clips and types of interviews online, and theological speculations that he's just amassed in conversations with me over uh the greater half of this year. And now, I think he's I think you're well aware that I'm only through with like 1% of what I had to cover. So it's not even, so whatever's available on this channel right now, we've definitely only scratched the surface of, barely any of the things that we have planned here. So, in terms of guests, in terms of episodes, in terms of explanations, in terms of breakdowns of books and ideas, it's a long way headed. And if we're not on YouTube, check us out on those alternative platforms, respectively, Rumble and Odyssey and BitChute and all those other platforms. If we get canceled on here, we will be bringing you content through alternative means. And we will find ways to help you support the channel soon, so we could build a library and we could build up other, avenues, in terms of distribution of the content here, and also buy new equipment so that we can improve the ability to produce content and materials. So thank you guys for joining us here. This is, of course, The Machine Lies, where we talk about, the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. And I'm going to close this show off as I do usually with some music for you guys, man. Bless you guys. Thank you. I'm praying for all you guys who came through here, and all my friends that were here, join us again on the panel, especially Bunny and Pops and Neuro and Wizard and Talcott and Provo and Benton and all you guys, that are longtime supporters of the channel, and hopefully some of you new guys, also Void, Void, thank you for restreaming the show today, man. Bless you, brother, man. And yeah, man, Reddington, longtime supporter. Uncle Fatty, bless you, brother, man. The Freak, thank you, man. And hopefully it's gonna be a brighter year this time. It's been a very, very rough time for me, guys. Just a few months ago, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to my streams, but my wife left, and I've been sitting here alone, worried about her, thinking if she'll come back. So it's been a lonely time for me, a lot of heartache, a lot of confusion, and a lot of dark times, and I know even though there's a dark road ahead, I'm gonna have a lot of you know, unique challenges to navigate. So I appreciate the challenge in life, as I'm writing my second book here. And sweet dreams to you, Cecil, brother. Yeah, and yeah, man. Everyone else, man, you guys, man. Honestly, guys, you guys are all I have at this time, man. Just the people, just random people listening to me. I spend my days basically alone. I don't really have friends. I'm busy growing my beard out, growing my dreads out, and writing another book. Studying more philosophy, history, and political science than ever before, and also reading a lot of theological texts. And that's the kind of content as I'm, expounding on, my writings in those areas. I'd like to learn together with you guys, and bring a lot of people up to some of these issues and ideas, for free, just by having conversations with you guys, and thank you. I really appreciate you guys being here with me and taking part in these discussions. Bless you guys. I'm always here for you guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, I thought that song was playing on the screen, but yeah, apparently it's not. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. Sorry to sit here, stare at you, and hypnotize you with the background.
I'm bringing back original rap. Everybody stealing, catching feelings. Everybody swear they dealing and selling vinyl. Acting like you Richie, but you Lionel. Style primal, so you study mine like a final and still fail. Lost the battle, now you leave a blood trail. Like a snail, you just a shell, just as well. You can't come where I dwell. I rebel, battling forever and a day, never win away. I bring it to you on a tray. With a glass of ice, I make you call me master twice. I'm too nice, kid, I'm just too nice. Don't you get it? I wouldn't have said it the first time. I don't curse rhyme, I curse swine. The original, right before you and you blind. Why you still looking for a sign? original rap. Everybody's stealing, catching feelings. Everybody's really dealing and selling vinyl. Acting like you Richie, but you Lionel. Sound primal, so you study mine like a final and still fail. Lost the battle, now you leave a blood trail. Like a snail, you just a shell, just as well. You can't come where I dwell. I'm a bell, that'll live forever and a day. Never win away, I bring it to you on a tray. With a glass of ice, I'll make you call me master twice. I'm too nice, kid, I'm just too nice. Since you get it, I wouldn't have said it the first time. I don't curse rhyme, I curse smart. You the original, right before you when you blind. Why you still looking for a sign?
I have been informed that it's totally wide open. Totally wide open. Let me crank this open right here, and then close it shut. I have been informed that it's totally wide open. I have been informed that it's totally wide open. But open like what? That's your question and your answer. That's your swallow and your spit. Open like what? Well, open like the sky. But even the clouds got that closed in. Open like what? But open like what? But open like what? But you don't get open, you just are open. But open like what? Open like a child's mind. But then you start talking. But then you start talking. Open is a state of just being. Ain't no questions. Ain't no time of the day. Open like what? I'm totally wide open. Open like what? Open like a child's mind. But then you start talking. Open like a child's mind. But then you start talking. Open like a child's mind. But then you start talking. 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 Totally wide open.
God is not present in idols. Your feelings are your God. Your soul is your temple. But has our age not become infested with idols? Section 4. An idol is a mediation between oneself and the divine. Anything that does not afford one direct connection to the divine is a stinking idol. Idols deserve to be smashed and forlorned. Whether it be the heart or truth or even ourselves, is it not an idol? What is our relation to the divine? Since it may be the ultimate relation, it will refuse to be mediated. Organizations have caused idols to manifest in the heart of man. And what are mediations between himself and the divine? Are we to accept this? Have we not always claimed that man has a direct relationship with God? The primary symbol or most prominent symbol throughout the ages that represents both the mediation between man and the divine and a direct connection between man and the divine is Jesus Christ. In this play, we meet our protagonist as the founder of the Christian religion. This character of Jesus was used by Paul, who opposes his teaching in many respects. Even though Paul practiced religious subversion of Jews, Christians, and Gentiles, many Christians are unaware that what they follow is not the teaching of Jesus, but instead the message, the message of Paul, who was a self-styled apostle to the Gentiles. This is quite a fitting term because the message of Paul has had a profound effect on European development throughout the history and moved them to accept that salvation is of the Jews. We meet our antagonist in the Apostle Paul and the eventual synthesis in the church and doctrine that represents a Pauline line of interpretation throughout history. If Paul is the ultimate deceiver and inventor of the ultimate idol, then his lie is based on an ultimate truth, which is represented by the Christ. Hence, we draw a dialectic between the teaching of Paul and Christ. Section 5. Christ was not seeking to establish an antithesis to the Roman or Jewish chains of command. But it was Paul who sought a synthesis between these two disparate forms of religious and social institution through religious subversion. This was a deliberate attempt by Paul to forge a new path of salvation apart from the purely religious and purely political. While some within the Jews were seeking a political answer to their plight and subjection under Roman rule, many others sought purity through religious commands and felt the need to distinguish between spiritual and political binds within the community. Christ sought an ethical message that began on the outskirts of Judea and sought an ethical and religious reform apart from political and clerical disputes. Christ taught of the kingdom being within, while Paul taught of a new covenant and of a worldly kingdom arriving in the future, only available to those with faith. Christ sought to reform Judaism, while Paul sought to establish Christianity. Analogically speaking, Buddha did not wish to make a new religion, but only wished to reform Hinduism by ending the cycle of rebirth, while maintaining the outwardly form of the Roman cult and the inwardly conglomeration of Jewish ethical principles. Paul forged a message that stood at odds with early followers of Christ. Christ attempted to take the promise of a worldly kingdom away from Jews by showing them that inward corruption was blocking the essence of their divine nature, which had been made the birthright of every man through their father Adam. Paul instead blamed Adam for the sins of mankind. It is clear that while Christ challenged the existing interpretation of Judaism that existed at the time, he did not seek to establish a new religion according to the New Testament and other writings associated with the early Christian message. The coming of a judgment upon man reverses the vision of a kingdom of God being sought on earth. However, this proto-utopian Zionism that culminated in world rule and end of history has been reinforced in history by Pauline theology and challenged by a notion of a coming judgment. While Jesus claimed to be the Messiah of the Jews but was rejected, Paul stresses otherworldly concerns which require the bringing in of the Gentiles to the message of Jewish salvation. Finally, Luke attempts to reconcile these two disparate views, as does John. Luke expands the view by using Jewish theology, while John brings in Greek themes like the Logos in order to reconcile the Jewish and Alexandrian views. Throughout history, this is section 6. Throughout history, this message has become a sort of Platonism for the masses and has imported Greek metaphysics, Roman politics, and Jewish eschatology, which has toppled the Roman system, spread to Europe, contributed in the Reformation of both Jewish and Christian law, and finally led to the rise of a new secular age with its eventual implosion in the form of New Age mysticism and scientism. Consequently, Jews, Christians, and Muslims have been caught up in the fervor of a Pauline synthesis, whose intellectual achievements have dwindled anything ever known and have eclipsed the message of Jesus Christ himself. The true message of a return to simplicity has been eclipsed by one that looks to the future for salvation and that seeks to evade the true cause of human suffering by an acceptance of our own frailty. By placing the door of salvation at the foot of Roman power embodied in the crucifixion of Jesus, Paul inverted the message of crucifixion from one of Roman justice into one of Jewish salvation. This singular act of religious subversion that colored the content of all four Gospels, whose appearance begins after the letters of Paul are in circulation, seems to be the single most overlooked fact in both religious and theological efforts pertaining to the Christian doctrine, as well as their historical, political, and philosophical development. We must also explore the pretentious narratives laid out by those who profess to be ambivalent to such religious beliefs as New Testament scholars. The singular genius of the Pauline message was to turn the symbol of Roman terror into one of Jewish salvation. While we applaud the efforts of such groups in their attempts to expound on religious narrative, we point out the fact that their claims do not address the main questions of motive, of what role the divergence of Christian thought from Jewish thought represents, and what part Pauline theology plays in regards to the various imports of Christian theology by various groups in history. Furthermore, we address the work of our predecessors and offer a more in-depth reprisal of some of the information presented as to how the various historical, political, philosophical, and contextual developments assist in establishing our own views, which seem to be at variance with the majority of those views now in circulation. The sheer magnitude of conflicting information and scholarship on the issue of what Jesus taught immediately lets one know that some great truth is being obfuscated. Okay, this is the end of chapter 1 of part 1. Tomorrow I will pick up again with chapter 2. And as I said, I will continue through as best I can. I see people in chat. I'm doing this through live stream for those people who come along later. But I'm not going to engage with chat because I'm sticking to reading in these videos. I will stream separately for discussion, and then we can talk back and forth. And I encourage people to click the link over to Muhammad Kang's channel. That's the author. His channel is The Machine Lies. That's the channel he has right now. Hello. We are reading chapter 2 from part 1 of Christ Protagonist or Logos Dethroned by M.H.T. Kang, published in 2023 by Creative Fire Press. I'm trying to. Chapter 2. It is with the beyond that one kills life. Paragraph 7. Just an aside here, Mr. Kang numbers all the paragraphs in the book continuously. So chapter 2 begins with paragraph 7, which follows the conclusion of chapter 1, which was paragraph 6. Okay. Paragraph 7. I grew up believing that Christians and Jews were people of the book that possessed knowledge and parts of a message which I also shared. It was something in me that felt that even the Hindu ritual was a superb declaration of human artistic impulse, and that whoever wholeheartedly believed and expressed a singular will and devotion towards the supernatural object of their affection was bringing out something most sincere. I found the sincere devotion of faith to bring a most serene and joyous semblance of human potential. With a tender heart, I have often felt that no matter the content of one's belief, if one sincerely believed and did not contradict their own systems of belief, then they were admirable at the very least by their severe intransigence and singular force of will. But I soon found this way of thinking to be far too simplistic and philosophical. Any real system of philosophy must be balanced with history so as not to lead to idealism and the somberness of traditional religious practice, to not let it get lost in mysticism and perennial philosophy. I also found that the term people of the book meant little in its modern context. This is because the books were dictated to the prophet who spoke the books that others had written down. Not the physical book or the information contained in it is what is referred to as scripture, but rather only what God dictates to the prophets. I found further that people of the book meant more than the Abrahamic traditions, because included therein were the Sabaeans, who reflected a Zoroastrian cosmology. Furthermore, in chapter 2 of the Quran, it asks if Abraham could be considered a Jew or Christian before any books such as the Torah or Gospel were actually revealed. The view that there was one religion for all mankind in the distant past that was the source of all religious differences, instead of one religion being formed from the various religious traditions by combining their agreements, was the opposite of the perennial philosophy. Jews and Christians today cannot be considered people of the book because the book they follow was changed. Indeed, the religions known as Judaism and Christianity have had different expressions throughout time, lending to a world historical conception of God. Sometimes the two have been chimerically linked and styled as the Judeo-Christian Western tradition. We will come to regard these configurations as false. Later, I came to see that while belief is a dead thing and the truth is inert, a heart of faith was the singular force of will that moved one to action, and a carefully honed faith is a rare and loyal spiritual device, a formidable weapon of will, as well as a trustworthy and loyal companion. God sent prophets to all nations. God makes the truth stranger than fiction. It is God who makes his grace greater than human reason and the heart more powerful than the mind. It is God who makes the mind harder than the fist and the broken heart harder than the mind. If God is one, as is often said and repeated, then should it not follow that nothing can be separated from God? We can say that we can never really be fully aware of God since we are limited. But all that we know is God, as nothing can be known outside the oneness of truth. On the other hand, nothing is truly equal to God. We cannot divorce knowledge from the sacred, the divine beauty from human desire, or nature from art. To do so is to lose our humanity. We must also be aware that the decadent and dualistic and ascetic modes employed as spiritual practice are mere cultural relics and grotesque idols when compared to the solemnity and beauty of standing alone before God in perfect unity, where harmony is beauty and both intelligence and goodness are in inextricable relation. Over 100 years before Plato, Xenophanes, thought to be the teacher of Parmenides and Zeno of Elea, declared, God is one, greatest among gods and men, not at all like mortals in body or thought. He says, all of him sees, all of him thinks, all of him hears. He too complained that the various anthropomorphic depictions of God were a corruption of the original truth. Paragraph 9. The outward expression of religious life has the tendency to become an end in itself for some who pray in order to be seen by others. This is not the true practice of religion, but merely an outwardly display of cultural affectation. Others pray for an otherworldly salvation and confuse the practical message of religion with one of a withdrawn life, which reinforces a view of spiritual materialism achieved through ascetic practices. Both of these methods attempt to placate or control God through various incantations and put oneself above the world. It is with the beyond that one kills life, as Nietzsche has said, and we tend to agree. As the Punjabi poet Bulleh Shah writes, tear down the mosque, tear down the church, and tear down the holy temple, but do not break anyone's heart because God lives there. No sacrifice of this world for the next in the form of ritual decadence or spiritual materialism can account for the real mission of faith, which is to teach and struggle for the poor. God demands of one to be a poor, righteous teacher. Anything less is falling short of the goal of true religion. I have often felt that God has placed us here not only as a test for the next life, but also to read and study his signs and to be witnesses for others. Paragraph 10. Christianity can be styled as a controlled opposition, a noble lie of elusive motive, and in a manufacturing of consent to fool the masses, a demonic crusade was launched on the world. Is this a fair claim? The most critical of dangers is hidden in plain sight. This consists of a character assassination of a prophet of God and of a doctrine that is the mockery of the pagans. This revolutionary doctrine touted a reversal of world power and the fulfillment of a new world order. Look no further than the simple antagonism of Paul, who took the message of Christ, to find the threat of an anarchic impulse whose suffering is grace and whose contemplation is liberation from the world. Here we will examine the major aspect of the antagonism thesis as first expounded by Dr. David Skrbina in his work, The Jesus Hoax. The act of forging lesser gods and giving them over to the people while maintaining the real doctrine of religious practice for oneself, as seen in the priestly classes of Egypt and India, was maintained. Even today, religion is and can be used as a tool of mass subversion. While posing as a storehouse for morality and meaning, the undercurrents of religious thought are like a socio-cultural virus or plague, whose symbiosis can either strengthen or deplete one's civilization, if used incorrectly. Our claim is simply that the profound misuse of this tool has been seen in the Pauline line of Christian teaching and come to sublimate human evil and become a spiritual terror. Paragraph 11. We believe in order for Paul to construct a wholly new message from an already existing movement within Jewish messianic circles, he had to borrow and embellish a story already put in use, but had to reconstruct certain characteristics of what the main character of that story was said to have accomplished. Through this, Paul forged a vision of a new covenant wholly separate from the pre-existing message of salvation by monotheism preached by the prophets of the Jews, whose teachings were preserved by the Jewish tribes, but not opposed to enlisting Romans, whose underclassmen were quickly swayed by a message that proclaimed the coming of the kingdom of God and the Son of God. Paul bolstered his ranks with both Jews and Gentiles. Reimarus in 1770, Barr in 1820, and Strauss in 1835 have all noted the Jewish origins of Christianity, as well as the distance between the gospel materials and the life of Christ, of Jesus, in terms of chronology. Therefore, we must begin with the history of the Jewish people around the time of the Roman Empire, and the development of the Jewish religion throughout history must be seen as a natural counterpart to the Christian tradition, whose growth it has paralleled within human history. While the recent cessation of power of the Hasmonean dynasty had kept Jews on edge in the first century Rome, the plot to seize power from Rome cannot be ignored as a motive for any and all major shifts in Jewish thought around this time. Only 30 years after the death of Jesus, we see both the disappearance of Paul and the destruction of the Jewish temple. Then, right before the beginning of the 2nd century, we see the first appearances of the various manuscripts that have now been rendered to contain the parts of the Bible primarily in circulation today. In the 2nd century, we find various interpretations and groups of Jews that find the viability of certain texts that contain the teachings of the Jewish Messiah to provide a basis for a spiritual reformation. While some begin to formulate a more complex oral tradition, others splinter off to join the new Christian movement, whose various expressions will be discussed shortly. Paragraph 12. Jesus practiced Judaism, but not Judaism as it is known today. There are many references to his practice of Judaism throughout the Gospels. Jesus was referred to as a rabbi by his followers. Jesus kept the Passover feast. Paul taught against the law and did not know Jesus during his lifetime. Peter tells us in the book of Acts, first chapter, verses 21 and 22, that a disciple must meet the criteria of being a companion of Jesus in his own lifetime, beginning with his baptism with John, and cites the Psalms as a source of reasoning. It is clear that the followers of Jesus were a close-knit group that were not willing to go outside of the Jewish scripture to obtain justification for their beliefs. Paul not only did this, but claims to have been directly taught by Jesus himself. Paul writes both over and against and for the Roman rulers and the Jewish Roman authorities that controlled Jewish temple. He fulfills the role of an early persecutor of the Christian church. As a political conflict grew and his ministry began to reach more people, Paul knew that to function as an enemy of both Romans and Jews was the craftiest solution. He traveled to a faraway place and has a vision mentioned in Corinthians chapter 1, verse 9. In 1 Corinthians chapter 9, excuse me. Paul never cites the Gospels or any of the sayings of Jesus. Paul preaches a message of the death and resurrection of God's only Son as a redemption of all forms of human suffering, which would continue to plague mankind until the return of the Lord and the establishment of the kingdom of God. Now, a new message of salvation, one size fits all, was made for the world to usher in a new age of salvation and grace. All Paul needed was Christ crucified. Christ was a second Adam that would make up for the curse put on all mankind by the first Son of God, Adam. Furthermore, there were two ways to be saved. As one could be born circumcised in flesh, one could also have a circumcision of the heart, brought solely by the grace of God and not by human works. As the Christian message progresses, it begins to lose Jewish support. As Rome weakens, it begins to assimilate Rome, which accounts for the increasingly anti-Jewish tone. Later martyrs to the Christian church, like Polycarp, would be found among the Gentiles and not the Jews. This indicates a shift of power between Jewish Christians and Christian Gentiles. Paragraph 13. Mark seemed to get his account of Jesus's life from secondhand sources and is widely considered to be the first appearance of a text resembling the Gospels. The earliest mention is in a hardly trustworthy source of Josephus, whose scrolls were probably edited by his benefactor Flavian and altered by later Catholic sources. Non-Jewish sources like Tacitus and Pliny mention Christians, but this is already well after the first century has passed. These are other indications that Christianity was a purely Jewish phenomenon that became interdispersed after the destruction of the Second Jewish Temple. As was the period of slavery in Egypt, exile in Babylon, the Roman and Jewish War became another redefining period for the Jewish nation. The ancient remnants of Jewish nationalism and the ethnos of a unique cultural identity was formulated through the Jewish struggle. One can neither minimize nor disavow nor take sides with history in all of this, but the spread of Christianity to Europe also brought the scattering of Jews throughout Europe and Arabia. Paragraph 14. In all times of struggle, there have been those who defer to the powers that be and sell out their own people for a comfortable state of affairs, including being assimilated or enslaved. This message of God's chosen people was the adoption of considerable faith in the future and awaited a period of salvation. If one is chosen by God, then one has not anything to do for one's own salvation, and one can resign oneself to ascetic practices. Another group would try to wrest power from the hands of destiny, to create one's own salvation and even invent one's own laws for that purpose in a nationalistic fervor. Finally, there was invented a middle path of assurance that the world of power was a movement towards justice and security, which combined these two measures with revolutionary sensibilities. At once, both future salvation and the political stage of the world were justified and sanctified. One could use this new ideology to justify one's laziness, pride, hostility, subjugation, and assimilation. In the midst of the struggle, there are tales of Jewish polytheism and sedition. Even today, some Jews repudiate Israel for not following the laws of the Torah while awaiting the turn of the Mashiach, Messiah, and they are rebuilding the third temple in a dangerous game and self-fulfilling prophecy, while others clean their hands of the whole affair and seek a more direct spiritual connection with God and find irrevocable harm in the oppression of Arab neighbors.
I often ask myself why is time so rigid? We can isolate emotion, but can we really see what's in it? Technology's invented in this world of communication. Magnificent machines built to change the perception of everyday living. They selling the imaging for lifestyles. I'm wild cause of nature, wise cause my soul files back through the ages. Rhymes on the pages and beats on the sampler. Simple things you must master. See, you must learn, never burn away those bridges. If you spite a man for power, can't expect to learn his riches. Not material sickness, cause we're dealing with emotion. I observe the impulsion to keep my devotion elsewhere. Become one with the air instead of one with the computer. But the digital monster inevitably controls our future. In a world run on credit, the truth's all about perspective. No journalists edit words after you said it. But those styles can get hectic cause their bias is seen as fact. And this runs throughout the history of man across the map.
Listen up to what I'm saying here.
I wanna feel the sea breeze and sea trees, not G3s and PCs. We live our lives between screens, my ST's still in effect, I can't break away. I stay awake making beats, eating takeaway, and that's not nature's way. So my focus is broken, I need to be out in the open. The sea brought the ocean mist to the mix down. My 950 with the 16-bit sound, I'm spellbound in this digital existence. Hot wax melt down for your systems, infrared vision clarified as the ink flow. I'm watching the world through Microsoft Windows, square eye syndrome, part-time technophobe, semi-robotic head nodding to the metronome. I'll see you all next episode in this world of xenophobes who communicate via telephones, but my eyes are both telescopes. Just I post email in brown paper envelopes. I only ever hope to reach equilibrium in nature's matrix, online with the meridian.
Listen up to what I'm saying here. Listen up to what I'm
from the Indians who welcome the pilgrims, and to the buffaloes who once ruled the plain. Like the vultures circling beneath the dark clouds, looking for the rain, looking for the rain. Just like the cities that stagger on the coastline, in a nation that just can't stand much more. Like the forest buried beneath the highway, never had a chance to grow. Never had a chance to grow. And now it's winter. Winter in America. Yes, and all of the healers have been killed, sent away. Yeah, but the people know it's winter. Winter in America. And ain't nobody fighting, 'cause nobody knows what to say. Save your soul, Lord knows, from winter in America. The Constitution, a noble piece of paper, with free society, the struggle, but they died in vain. And now democracy is a ragtime on the corner, hoping for some rain. They look like either hoping for some rain. And I see the robins perched in barren treetops. They're watching last-ditch races marching across the floor. But just like the peace signs that vanished in our dreams, never had a chance to grow. Never had a chance to grow. And now it's winter. It's winter in America. And all of the healers have been killed or betrayed. Yeah, but the people know it's winter. Lord knows it's winter in America. And ain't nobody fighting, 'cause nobody knows what to say. Save your soul from a winter in America. Stick.
Straight out of the metro, rhythm central. I'm innovative at the intro, cause I go slow-mo, but never slow pulse, but never no joke. Dope, but never no coke. Spits the riddles like phlegm, loose with my lyrics like a double-jointed limb. Twist and a bend, common episodes past freak modes. The monstrous bass beneath my pace be like Morse code. Slash beat, scanners. Zero into the systems in your deeps. I'm out there with cool keep and say G and daylight. Inventors of my brain seeing with futuristic vision. I'm not among loony nut kicks up on no mission. I get in where I fit in, cause life's too short. So you could all label me weirdo, but yo, I know it's talent, Mad explosive spontaneity. 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 At present, I speak the new, beginning when every other trend fell short. So who will be the shareholder of my kind of thoughts? Besides studious, cause the gluteus backs up must lack ability. The stupid capabilities of spontaneity within. Depicted, kicked it true. Vibes past gas, but collaborated with the cool. Known flows, but unfamiliar grooves that soothe. Individuals moves like soul food for thought. Mad explosive spontaneity. 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 Rip here be biz like everybody's on it. Cause eternal real expansion keeps enhancing brain child's ability to like surpass the swarm of booty acts. No grassroots, having ass MCs with lukewarm degrees, trying to get hot like sun rays, but save your jazz for sunballs. You know I wanna spar, my skills fill up the outer limits like Mars, and use a little star. I jack the twinkle when I excel well, like Tinkerbell of the higher level and height. Cerebral flow takes flight on airborne time. I'm a prime candidate or specimen in your Walkman. As you're listening, I make things happen cause I'm the captain keeping this great. Mad explosive spontaneity. Mad explosive spontaneity. Mad explosive spontaneity. Mad explosive spontaneity.